my days are done, I wanna tell you that I think that you're the one. Oh girl, you know when it's all said and done, everything about you's on the tip of my tongue.
Hey, homecoming queen, why do you lie when somebody's mean? Where do you hide? Do people assume you're always alright? Been so good at smiling most of your life. Look damn good in the dress, zipping up the mess, dancing with your best foot forward. Does it get hard to have to play the part? Nobody's feeling sorry for you. But what if I told you the world wouldn't end if you started showing what's under your skin? What if you let them all in on the lie? Even the homecoming queen cries. Hey, homecoming queen, how's things at home? Still walking on eggshells when that curtain's closed? Did your daddy teach you how to act tough? Or more like your mama, sweep it under the rug? Look damn good in the dress, zipping up the mess, dancing with your best foot forward. Did you want the crown? What does it weigh you down? Nobody's feeling sorry for you. What if I told you the world wouldn't end if you started showing what's under your skin? What if you let them all in on the lie? Even the homecoming queen cries. Yeah, what if I told you the sky wouldn't fall if you lost your composure, said to hell with it all? Not everything pretty sparkles and shines, and even the homecoming queen cries. Oh yeah, even the homecoming queen cries. Hey, homecoming queen, why do you lie when somebody's mean? Where do you hide?
Say you miss me, 'cause he ain't like me. And I try to play it cool, ask what you been up to, but I know what you've been up to. I've been up to the same thing, been trying to forget you. You've been trying to forget me. Why can't I fall in love with her like I fell for you? Why do I feel like I'm lying every time I tell the truth? Why do we restart every time we are trying to move on? Girl, it's so hard when you call me, your friends saw me with somebody, but that somebody ain't you. That somebody, somebody ain't you. That somebody, somebody ain't you. You're the one that she knows about. Why I I fell for you? Why do I feel like I'm lying every time I tell the truth? Why do we restart every time we are trying to move on? Trying to move on when you call me and you saw me with somebody, but that somebody ain't you. Yeah. Oh, oh. Somebody ain't you. Yeah. Somebody ain't you. Oh, oh. I rushed home from work like I always do. I spend my whole day just thinking of you. When I walk through the front door, my whole life was changed. 'Cause nobody answered when I called your name. A note on the table that told me goodbye. It said you'd grown weary of living a lie. Oh, your love has ended, but mine still remains. Nobody answers when I call your name. Oh, the lonely sound of my voice calling is driving me insane. And just like rain, the tears keep falling, but nobody answers when I call your name. Oh, the lonely sound of my voice calling is driving me insane. And just like rain, the tears keep falling, but nobody answers when I call your name. Oh, nobody answers when I call your name.
Wish this whiskey would make her miss me like I wish she did. I wish she did. Pouring up another one won't change what I should have done before she left. Now all that's left is mile by mile and city by city. She's getting over me, and man, it ain't pretty, no. She's out there rolling down some old interstate. Wide open, couldn't make her stay. Probably cranking up some new freedom song. Wide open, won't pick up her phone while I'm dying here tonight, staring goodbye in the face.
bathrooms, of course, are across the hall, and there's additional bathrooms down past the registration desk. The emergency exits are to the left, depending on your seat, right, and left
Daddy, I'm afraid. Won't you stay a little while? He may say, 'cause there's monsters.
and one over there and one over there. So feel free to take advantage of those. We are very grateful, of course, to have. There she is. You moved on me. So Elder Sheila Roach with us today. She's kindly agreed to offer a prayer and help us open our conference. And of course, I understand you took an opportunity to purify the room earlier. So thank you for making sure it was ready for us. And I'd invite you up now to take over.
To be with all the participants that are here, and to help us to make good decisions on whatever decisions we have to make, to let whatever we do not only come from our brains, because we have very smart people in this room, and we're so accustomed to just using that, but to speak from our hearts and to remember that. And if we do that, to use our hearts when we speak, and everything then what you are doing will turn out right. But when we just tend to use our brains, then that's when we make mistakes. Okay? But I just ask you to be with every one of us here today and to guide us in whatever decision that you have to make. And I say, miigwech for that. Now, miigwech.
Okay. So thank you for those kind words and for emphasizing that approach to things. It's one of the pleasures of working in Northern Ontario. I moved here 6 years ago at a time when a lot of the public discourse was changing, and the concepts around kind of broadening the way we approach things and making sure we're balancing heart and mind and being inclusive in our discussions have really been a joy for me. I have to say that as a person who spent 30 years in various public, political, and public policy debates, it's nice to come in a room like this, hear that kind of message, and then experience a polite and frank and open discourse that leads to that kind of partnership and openness. I sometimes wish we could put all our politicians in a room and kind of encourage them to have the same kind of thoughts, because sometimes we go a little sideways. In any event, speaking of politicians, oh my, what a transition that was. I'd like to, I thought I saw Chief Dean Sayers join us, so he's going to say a few words from Batchewana First Nation, if I've got it correctly. Thank you very much for joining us this morning, by the way.
Bonjour. Ani, good morning, everybody. Ogaman Nebanagojin Goyakasid, Nishnakaz, Bajunang Donji, Gijak Dodem. Good morning, and good morning, Shirley. I work with Shirley quite often. We're both on the board of directors of one of the new post-secondary institutes in Ontario, one of 9 First Nation post-secondary institutes. We're affiliated with the Shingwak Ginawagagamik, and it's part of the vision of the work that we're doing with education to be able to be reclaiming our place once again with being one of the primary drivers of the economy of Baoting here, or Sault Ste. Marie, but also providing some of that opportunity and insight and education to our people so that they can flourish and be successful in their endeavors as they travel throughout Canada and Ontario and around the world. So we're actually having our grand opening in maybe a month or so, a couple of months. And it's really exciting to be a part of this whole new educational movement that's happening in our original lands. I'm from Botswana, and it's actually right here where we are that was our primary village, right actually where we are situated today, on the waterfront here in Baoting. And we call it Baoting because that's what it's called. It's only been more recently, in the last couple hundred years, referred to as Sault Ste. Marie. And but it's a sacred place for us, and it's always been a gathering place here in Baoting for people from all over North America. It's a natural gathering place, the headwaters of the Great Lakes. And they say that the Baoting is the sound that the rapids makes that you can hear as you get closer and closer to Baoting, and it draws us, the spirits draw us here. And for us, as part of that original understanding of Baoting, the place where those rapids are, there's a richness of spirit that's aligned with that. And the elders talk about a spirit called Mijo Bajo, and this spirit that lives in this area. And there's many of them. They're about the length of this room to the back of the room, and they demand respect. Those are the spirits that primarily look after the water in the area. And the elders tell us that we have to look after those spirits so that we can have a good bounty, a good fishery. We can have a good quality of life. We can have good relationships with other tribes. And this area is really famous for its whitefish, annual whitefish run. And that's about this time of the year that happens. And for our people, you'll notice the winds. The winds at this time of the year are really hard to predict. 1 minute they might be going northwest, and the next minute they be coming southeast, and they just go all around. And they call that equinoctial winds. And that's the winds that are working with that spirit to make sure that those great big boulders on the shoals of Lake Superior get a good washing, and the winds and the water work together to wash the ground, the bedrock or the shorelines, so that the whitefish can spawn in a clean place. And it's at that time of the year that my people don't fish. We take a few weeks off, and so that reproduction can happen. And if we don't respect what's happening with new life and creation, we learn some hard lessons from that spirit. That spirit will teach us in a hard way. You better respect your understandings of the teachings of Gitchigame or Lake Superior. You might have heard Gordon Lightfoot referring to it as Gitchigumi, but it's a Gitchigame in our language. And it's the most kind lake is what it is. That's what that means. Because that lake is so kind. It provides us with our sustenance. It provides us with our economy. And for us in Botswana First Nation, our largest employer outside of our administration is Gitchigame, Lake Superior. We have 23 captains and vessels of varying sizes that still exercise inherent fishery rights and obligations to creation, and we look after that in a sustainable way based on some of these kinds of teachings that I'm talking about. And our fish in this area service all of the restaurants and all the grocery stores in Sault Ste. Marie, as well as a lot of our fish end up in the smokehouses of Chicago, Buffalo, and New York City. And we have our economy from the fishery that's based on inherent exercise of jurisdiction. And the only license we get to operate is a license from the Creator that we still exercise. We don't take any, they call it delegated authority from the new governments, Ontario or Canada. It's a true exercise of inherent Indigenous jurisdiction, legally founded on reserved rights as per our history. And when people moved into this area, we made sure that we did not compromise inherent jurisdiction. something that we inherited from the Creator, was never a part of the treaties with the settlement that was happening in our lands. So as you look around our lands today, whether it's here in Badjonang, or whether it's maybe over in Lake Simcoe area, or in Thunder Bay area, or maybe Lake Ontario area, there is an exercise of inherent jurisdictions by Indigenous people that were never a part of any compromise in the treaty. And those were there to reserve for ourselves to protect all of the environment and all of creation. And we still have that inherent responsibility. So you'll find that there are Indigenous people that are saying, I have the right, you can't do this in this area. You can't just go out and kill all the weeds in Lake Simcoe, because that's a wild rice fishery, wild rice beds, and those are important to our culture and to all of us in society. So we'll protect those, and we'll exercise our harvesting rights with that. And you'll find that when Indigenous people are saying they have a right or an obligation, those are usually aligned with our original instructions. And for a long time, we weren't able to talk about these things. We weren't able to exercise these things. Things have changed where now we don't get thrown in jail for doing that, for exercising our rights. So we ask you to be patient with us as we go through this learning curve once again of trying to sort out, for the betterment of mankind and all of creation, the fulfillment of the obligations that we as Indigenous people still have as our obligations. And as a result of our being able to be patient and respectful of each other, we'll find that we have a healthier environment, a healthier world. We'll find that our Mother the Earth won't be so upset with us and won't be teaching us hard lessons, and we'll find a really good climate for ourselves today and the future generations. So we are, as Indigenous people, open for business. We are going to continue to be even a larger, more prominent place within the economy of our lands. And there will be some growing pains, but at the end of the day, we expect to have just as good a quality of life as everybody that comes to our lands, much like we did historically, where we were able to, on average, live to an average age of 120 years old in this area. That was the average age. And they say that we were able to see 3 Halley's Comets in our lifetime. You'd see one when you were born, you'd see one in the middle of your life, and you'd see one towards the end of your life. That was the average lifespan of our people, living in harmony, in sync with creation. And if you were a newborn and you looked ahead to when you were an elder, you could see 7 generations. And when you were an elder, you looked back, you could see 7 generations behind you. And you had responsibility to look after that whole 7 generations. You could visually see in your world your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren, your great-great-great, all the way through. So that's how we see the world, from a 7 generations perspective, how much we have to protect for the future. So it's an honor to be able to be here to help you guys with the work that you're doing, and we look forward to all of us being able to reap the benefits of these types of discussions. And we encourage the Canadian government and the provincial governments and any governments from around the world that are looking for a policy perspective as far as how to deal with Indigenous people and to deal with some of the awakenings that are happening with Indigenous people, to look to this type of a forum to be able to find some of those insights and at least get the seed planted, so they want to look further at understanding Indigenous people and what we're trying to do from a legally evidence-based foundation of developing economic opportunities, relationships, and partnerships with everybody that comes to our lands. So it's great work that happens here, and I look forward to being a part of this again as we evolve and as we grow into a really magnificent place once again in the world for everybody. Okay, so miigwech for coming to Baoting, and have a good time while you're here, okay? Miigwech. Okay.
Well, thank you, Gene. Oh my goodness. Just for the record, I haven't had my coffee yet this morning, and anyone who works with me can tell you that that's not a good thing. In any event, thank you, Chief Sayers. That was a wonderful message, and again, I think it sets the theme for the day. You know, it's kind of exciting for me when he talks about 6 years and significant change and moving forward with post-secondary changes in around First Nations in Northern Ontario. I think that's an exciting transformation, And again, it's only 6 years. Before I came up, I was talking to one of our speakers, and we were talking about the fact that 25 years is a long window for change. So if we were able to do those kind of things in 6 years, imagine what we'll be able to do in 12 and 15 and 20 and 25. Oh, wait, that's your job for today, to actually think about those things. So start thinking now. You'll have a chance to chat about it later. On that note, I'm going to stop jabbering and invite Councillor Sandra Hollingsworth from Sault Ste. Marie to offer a few thoughts.
Good morning. How's everyone doing this morning? I think the sun's finally out. My name is Councillor Sandra Hollingsworth. Once again, repeating myself, but I truly want to say good morning and welcome to Sault Ste. Marie. For those that are here for the first time, a really special, warm welcome to you. I hope you have a chance to budget a few extra moments to walk around and get to know our city. As I'm going to share with you in a moment, we have gone through some really positive changes. Right, Katie? And more to come. So it is my pleasure to say on behalf of the Mayor and the City of Sault Ste. Marie Council that we are here to listen to your thoughts. As you walk around and get to know our community, if you have any feedback, please let me know because this community is something special to us, but can be even better with your input. Charles, I want to say also thank you to coming here with your team to bring this wonderful conference, bringing some new people to our community. So thank you. I just want to spend a quick moment on Future North. We today are talking about the North, the future of the North. Ironically, we have a great team here at our city. And as you see in the back, we have our future Sault Ste. Marie. They have been busy working over the last few days, or actually months in the last year and so forth. Through Future Sault Ste. Marie, the city is working to address challenges related to our demographics. As you know, your communities in the north, we face labor force participation rates. We're facing some different high school graduate challenges. We are facing youth out-migration and economic diversification. These are not unique to Sault Ste. Marie. I know, we know. This is unfortunately happening in all Northern Ontario. We have created this wonderful team to look at these different issues. We as a community have not simply committed to economic growth and development in the past. We must come to accept and recognize that economic growth and development does not happen in isolation, but happens when you create a community of people that want to live here, when opportunity is more fairly shared and accessible, and when there are vibrant spaces, places, and experience people can enjoy and share with one another. People want to make this place their home. We have committed to economic growth and diversity, cultural, social equity, environment, sustainability through Future Sault Ste. Marie. And with a budget and dedicated project team, staff, and local leaders from a variety of sectors, we are working hard to implement various recommendations. I just want to emphasize something that's important. We as Sault Ste. Marie believe that we have to get out to our community for ideas. And Future Sault Ste. Marie has done a great job in that. We have been going to the public, to various sports complexes, to different farmers markets as an example. And we have asked people, what do you want to see in our city? How could we make our city more important and stronger? It is a great initiative that is already producing positive results throughout community. And as you walk around your community, you'll see we have a new brand. We're very proud of our new brand. You'll see it on our buses. You'll see it on various parts in Sault Ste. Marie that's slowly. But we're also working very hard on our immigration. As you may have heard, starting November, we're going to be launching our pilot for immigration, where we're going to be working with our different companies, our different family businesses, and asking what skills are you looking for? And we're reaching out across the globe looking for those unique skills. And so I am very excited to say that we have received well over 500, 600 applications for people wanting to come to Sault Ste. Marie. I want to offer you the best wishes for a productive conference. I'm confident your efforts will provide beneficial to your respective communities and to the North as a whole. The bottom line is I understand that we as Sault Ste. Marie need to and we want to continue to work with all the North. I'm on the Phenom board, and Lynn Wilson is here as well. He's on the Phenom board. And I have come to understand that you cannot be in a silo, but you have to reach out to Sudbury, Thunder Bay, Wawa, Elliott Lake, Hearst, and so forth, and work together to create one voice. And it's through one voice that we become stronger. So thank you, everyone in this room, for helping us. FedNor, I know you're here. You have done a wonderful job in helping many communities up here in the North. And I know I'm missing many people, but thank you. And again, thank you for Northern Policy Institute for being our voice as well, because we, the North, have a lot to offer. And for those people that have just moved to the North, good things are still coming, so be prepared. And I just want to make a comment. Chief, thank you for those kind words. As you know, the environment is very important to Sault Ste. Marie, and we look forward to working closer with all the First Nations in the area to make our community stronger and better. And with that recent announcement the other day with regards to the Indigenous housing and so forth, we look forward to entering more projects. So miigwech, thank you for those kind words, and have a great day.
See, this is what happens when you forget things. They send you notes. Councillor Hollingsworth, thank you very much for the kind words and the message of cooperation and discussion. I'm not supposed to go off script, but I'm going to do that anyway. You'll find I'll do that a lot during the day. I apologize if it means that we end up a little bit late. We'll try to stay on time. The reason I want to go off script is I want to talk about something that happened yesterday here in Sault Ste. Marie. The local immigration partnerships from Sault Ste. Marie, Sudbury, Thunder Bay, Timmins, North Bay. If I forgot anybody, I'm sorry. Got together yesterday for what they do. They have a regular quarterly meeting, and because of all of the things that are happening in immigration, they actually, sorry, Thomas, of course, the Francophone immigration organization for the entire North. One person to cover the entire North, Thomas? Like, seriously, come on, get some more staff. In any event, they got together yesterday to talk about the future of immigration, how to coordinate, how to organize, and I think it's important to highlight that level of cooperation. I think that we saw FedNor was in the room, IRCC was in the room, ENDM was there. Dan, I thought I saw you over there. There you are. And also all 5 of the rural northern pilot communities were there, as was all of the local immigration partnerships, Société Économique d'Ontario. And they were talking about a conference, or 2 conferences actually, one in the Northeast and one in the Northwest, to coordinate that effort. And one of the first things they decided is those conferences, both of them, have to start with a conversation with First Nations. So they're going to spend the first half day of an immigration conference talking with First Nations about how to do it right, how to make sure that it's inclusive and collaborative, and that the resources that are used to welcome those types of newcomers are also potentially available to help folks who are moving from other communities into larger centers transition. So I think that's exciting that we're at the point now where we're talking about those kind of conversations in advance and leading into it in a much more inclusive way. I think it will, as Chief Sayer suggested, prevent hard lessons later on. On that note, I'm now supposed to introduce Dr. Heather Hall, and after Heather speaks, perhaps we'll have an opportunity to hear from the kind sponsors for her talk, which is Algoma University, so thank you very much for the university to step up. It's actually a great opportunity for me because coming to Northern Ontario 6 years ago, I've heard a lot about Heather and her work, but I've never met her until yesterday, so now I get a chance to see her in person. My understanding is she's now the new, brand new, is that the brand new Director of Economic Development and Innovation Program at the University of Waterloo, so congratulations on the latest accomplishment. Dr. Hall is one of the leading scholars on innovation and economic development in rural and northern regions in Canada. She grew up in Northern Ontario and has a personal interest in researching issues that are important to the North. I'll leave it there other than to say that our founding vice chair is a gentleman by the name of George Macy. And George, of course, is a huge fan of Heather. And I think he must have mentioned you 17 times in the first time we had coffee. And I apologize, but I forgot the note they handed me. For those of you who are active on social media, I'm told I'm supposed to give you this to follow and or tweet and include in your tweets. So we've got, this is an awful long list. Can't we just pick one? Anyway, don't forget to follow us at Northern Policy. We've got hashtag State of the North, and it's all written out. We've got hashtag État du Nord for the Francophones in the room. We've got hashtag Future North. And of course, the Francophone version of that is hashtag Future Nord. And I'm sure the Francophones can both pronounce that better than I can and spell it. On that note, Heather, over to you. And I'm going to get off the stage.
Good morning. Thank you, Charles, for the warm introduction. It's great to be home in Northern Ontario to discuss the future of our region. I'm excited to catch up with a few familiar faces in the room and listen to what looks like a very exciting day of diverse speakers. I've been asked this morning to provide a bit of an overview of the trends facing northern regions, including Northern Ontario, and some lessons learned from my work across Canada and internationally. When Charles first told me that the theme of today's event was Future North, I started thinking about my vision for Northern Ontario in 2030. In 2030, all people in Northern Ontario will have access to basic services, including clean drinking water, healthcare, safe housing, quality K-12 education, as well as broadband and cell phone coverage. Our youth will have job opportunities in traditional and non-traditional industries. They may choose to go away and experience all the world has to offer, but there will always be opportunities back home. Entrepreneurial initiatives will be encouraged and supported, and the wealth generated from our natural resources will be shared directly with the communities impacted by their development. We will be the world leaders in balancing resource development and environmental sustainability, on innovation and safety in the mining industry and forestry industry, and value-added development. Our building designs will be the envy of regions across the north, and we will pioneer new infrastructure techniques that are suited to our northern climates. Decisions affecting Northern Ontario will be made in Northern Ontario with Northern Ontario, not for it. Could this happen? Maybe. Think about all the positive changes we have seen over the last 2 decades in particular, things that seemed impossible 10, 20, 30 years ago. Did we ever think that Sudbury could be green again? I'm from Sudbury, so I can pick on it a little bit. Did we ever think that we would be home to the first medical school to open its doors in Canada in over 30 years? Or have a school of architecture? Or what about our growing TV and film industry? I certainly never imagined as a kid growing up in Kirkland Lake in the 80s that my mom in her retirement would start a career as a background extra in a movie starring Eva Longoria and Forrest Whitaker. On a more serious note, the recognition of Indigenous rights, as well as the conversations and actions towards truth and reconciliation, new relationships being formed and others being strengthened between Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities, and the decisions over resource development, who benefits and who decides, are all signs of how far we've come, but also how much farther we need to go. So changing the future of Northern Ontario will not be easy. If we want to have a future that is fundamentally different, we need a firm understanding of the trends that we are up against. I'd like to spend a few minutes this morning discussing what I think are the 4 biggest trends that we are facing in northern regions. Those are demographics, economic restructuring, infrastructure and service deficits, and governance issues. So starting with demographics, the population of Northern Canada as a whole, and by Northern Canada, I'm referring to our 3 territories, as well as our provincial north, or the northern regions of BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, Quebec, and Labrador. As a whole, we increased slightly from 2011 to 2016, adding roughly 40,000 people across that whole region. But our population is decreasing as a share of the national population. Overall, we're seeing an uneven pattern of growth emerging within northern regions, with some communities experiencing decline, others that are experiencing slower rates of growth, and some that are even seeing rapid growth. For example, we're seeing rapid growth in some Indigenous communities, and until a few years ago, communities that were located close to resource development projects. In some of our Indigenous communities, rapid growth is putting increased pressure on housing, education, and other services, which are already underfunded and under stress. In our resource boom communities, think Fort McMurray a few years back, they were also experiencing pressure related to an influx of workers, often mobile workers, who are placing increased demands on services and infrastructure, often without the resources or capacity to respond. In our slowly growing communities and in our declining communities, we're experiencing accelerated population aging with higher numbers of seniors and lower numbers of youth under the age of 15. This introduces a number of challenges from economic development and succession planning for our businesses to the fiscal realities of local governments who struggle to provide services to those who remain without raising taxes. If you're a visual person, this is what our growth trends look like between 2006 and 2016 for our CAs and CMAs, or places with populations that are over 10,000 people. You can see a lot of slow growth and decline in our larger cities here in Northern Ontario, rapid growth in Northern Alberta, which has since slowed significantly, and decline across other northern regions across the country. One of the provinces dealing with the issue of population decline head-on is Newfoundland and Labrador. In 2018, for the first time in history, more people died in the province than were born. They are seeing some increases in international migration to the province, but also an increase in migration to other provinces. So they actually had a net loss of 3,000 people last year. Last week, Statistics Canada released their population projections for Canada for the next 25 years, and in all the scenarios that they ran, the province will shrink. This issue is especially pronounced in the smaller communities, with the Harris Centre reporting a decline in population of up to 40% in some communities. How is the government responding? Well, one is a population strategy focused on increasing the labor force by encouraging more immigration, modernizing the provincial college system, and focusing on ways to become more productive and innovative. The other is resettlement. Newfoundland has a long history with rural resettlement. In this round, residents in small communities are being offered up to $270,000 per household to leave and start again in a larger community. For this to happen, over 90% of residents have to vote in favor of resettling. This has been hugely divisive and emotional, as you can imagine, with many rural residents encouraging the government to reinvent rather than resettle rural communities. And before you think this can't happen to your community, think about whether you still have a bank, a post office, a grocery store, how far your children travel to school, the state of your infrastructure, the availability of health services, your tax base, and whether the provincial government will keep funding our community's survival. Moving on to the second major trend facing our communities, Northern Canada is striving to adapt to the new economy, an economy that is increasingly global, where change can literally happen overnight. What happens on the other side of the world can now have direct and often immediate consequences for Canada and our northern communities and regions. We've seen some dramatic shifts over the last few decades in our resource sectors, where resource companies have increased consolidation strategies and pursued more flexible and mobile labor arrangements. We now have entire communities, especially out east in Newfoundland and Labrador and Cape Breton, that are dependent on fly-in, fly-out work at industrial sites across northern Canada. According to a report from the State of Rural Canada, we are now exporting more raw resources than at any time in the past. However, there's less local employment per volume of commodity exported. There's also fewer local benefits from those resource industries, as some companies struggling for profitability have argued for reduced contributions to local property taxation and contribute less via other means to community infrastructure. One of the most pressing economic trends facing our northern communities is automation. According to the Brookfield Institute, 46% of work activities in Canada have the potential to be automated. The industries with the highest proportion of work activities at risk include accommodation and food services, transportation, warehousing, manufacturing, mining, oil and gas extraction, agriculture, forestry, fishing, and hunting. So all sectors that are important to the north and northern Ontario. Last year, the Federal Deputy Ministers Committee on Inclusive Growth had an internal presentation on the future of work in Canada. They argued that the greatest impacts will be felt in our rural and small towns dependent on high-risk sectors like manufacturing and mining, while the benefits of our technological advancements will go to our largest urban centers. This isn't far off into the future, this is now. I was at a mining conference a few years ago in Sudbury, and a major mining company stated that their goal is to have no people underground with a fully autonomous fleet that can be operated from the surface. I'll let you digest that for a minute. This would essentially mean that a mine in Northern Ontario could be operated from anywhere in the world. In Australia, Rio Tinto is developing the mine of the future, which includes autonomous vehicles and remote-controlled operations. Conservative estimates on the impacts of automation in the Australian mining sector suggest a 30 to 40% reduction in overall employment, coupled with a significant shift in the type of skills needed in the industry. Other anticipated impacts include population and an economic decline in mining communities and an overall decline in community investment. In Canada, the impacts of increased automation in the mining sector could be significant. The mining sector currently employs over 373,000 people, most of whom work and live across northern Canada, with the highest salaries of all industrial sectors. The mining sector is also the largest private sector employer of Indigenous people across the country. A recent report by the Centre for Social Responsibility in Mining argued that in Australia and Canada, mine automation could disrupt the Indigenous employment gains we have seen in the mining sector over the last decade. Given these economic trends, we need to ask ourselves, is our labor force ready? Do we have the appropriate training programs in place? Can we respond quickly? And are we working with companies to ensure that when, not if, automation occurs, that the jobs that do exist remain local? There are also massive infrastructure deficits that exist across northern Canada, which probably does not surprise anyone in this room. My colleague Tara Vinodre and I did a report for the federal government 2 years ago on innovation in non-metropolitan areas, and one of our biggest arguments is that it's impossible to talk about entrepreneurship, innovation, and economic development in the 21st century without access to broadband and cell coverage. It's also difficult to talk about economic development when communities, especially some communities in the far north, do not have access to basic needs like clean drinking water, affordable food, education, and safe housing. We also know that across the country, the state of our northern infrastructure is deteriorating and being impacted by climate change in ways that we could never imagine. This lovely photo is of the only road passing through southern Labrador, and it is not a gravel road, it is supposed to be paved, but that was the state of the infrastructure a couple of years ago when we were doing research in that region. Final trend that's impacting northern regions are issues related to governance. My colleague Ken Coates at the University of Saskatchewan calls the provincial north, or the northern regions of all our provinces, the forgotten north, due to the lack of attention these regions receive from their respective provincial governments and the federal government. He argues that the provincial norths in Canada are among the most marginalized, externally controlled, and impoverished regions in the country. He also believes that the provinces have come to rely on northern resource wealth to power their provincial economies and sustain provincial government spending, and have little interest in sharing that wealth back to the north. In Northern Ontario, his arguments probably resonate with many of us in the room. We are very fortunate to have a ministry at the provincial level and a federal organization tasked with economic development. They certainly could use more authority to make decisions and more resources to act. Across the north, we are seeing the devolution of responsibility without the devolution of resources and decision-making authority. Essentially, our communities are being told to do more with less as provincial governments address the challenges of their huge fiscal deficits. There is nothing inevitable about these trends. They are occurring by virtue of what we choose to do or not to do, especially in our policy decision-making. So what can we do to encourage a more positive future for Northern Ontario? I've narrowed my list down to 4 key insights. There are many more that we will hopefully discuss throughout the day, but I offer these as a way to get the conversation started. So my first insight is to be bold, take risks, and think outside the box. A few of my favorite examples are Buganess, Norway, Luleå in northern Sweden, and Fogo Island in Newfoundland and Labrador. Buganess is a tiny town of roughly 200 people north of the Arctic Circle. So it's kind of at the confluence of where Norway, Finland, and Russia meet, way up in the Arctic. In the 1980s, they experienced a crisis in their cod fishery, and their population started to decline. Unhappy with the lack of attention their community was receiving from senior levels of government, a local action committee was formed, and they decided to put an ad in the leading newspaper in Oslo with the simple headline, "Will someone accept us?" And I'm going to read out a bit of that ad, so bear with me. The ad went on to state, "Is there a place in Norway that will welcome an increase in population of about 300 people? We ask as citizens of the fishing community Buganess in eastern Finnmark who are now fed up. We feel it is time to put everything behind us and start again somewhere else. We want to avoid becoming burned out and worn out in our struggle for existence for no purpose. We want to use our strength in a community where we can work for a future for ourselves and our children. We want to move together as a group. Solidarity among the people of Buganess is strong. The adult part of the population has a mixed professional background. With our competence and go-ahead spirit, we have much to give. We would be bringing 50 children. We are interested in moving south of Trøndelag. Even if there are difficulties in providing jobs, we won't let that scare us. We can help in creating new jobs." So essentially, they put their entire town on the market for giveaway. But their method worked. They received national attention, and after some ups and downs, the community is now a leader in catching and selling live king crab through innovative solutions that bring their product from fishermen to plate. They have a crab hotel, I kid you not, in Oslo, where crabs enjoy an evening before being shipped all over the world. Each crab comes with a QR code, so moving crab fishing into the 21st century, which when scanned by the consumer will provide information on size, catch date, a bio of your fisherman, and information about the catch site. So for this QR code that I have up on the slide, our fisherman, as you can see there, is Edgar, and according to his profile and his video, his interests include dancing and singing to ABBA songs. So get your message out there. It started in the 1980s with the ads before social media. We have so many tools for advocacy available. Use them, use humor, be innovative. My second example is Luleå, Sweden, located just under 100 kilometers south of the Arctic Circle. It has a population of roughly 77,000 people, so more in line with some of our bigger communities here in the north. Traditional industries include the fisheries, mining, and forestry. In 2013, Facebook opened its first data center or server farm outside of the United States in Luleå. One of the reasons why was how Luleå marketed itself as the node pole and argued that the cold Arctic temperatures would act as a natural coolant, which would require less energy and be more environmentally friendly for these massive server farms. Many of them are several football fields in length. And according to Facebook, the server farm in Luleå was the most energy-efficient computing facility ever built. Since opening, applications in computer science courses at Luleå University of Technology have increased, while 5 other companies have established data centers nearby, and they're seeing other spin-off growths and service businesses emerge in the region. So the takeaway from Luleå is to really know your assets and how to market them. Get out there and show businesses and government what you have to offer. The third example is Shore Fast Foundation on Fogo Island. Fogo Island has a population of roughly 2,200 people. Its economic history is tied to the cod fishery, which collapsed in Newfoundland in 1990s. It's only accessible by ferry, boat, or charter plane or helicopter. After the cod fishery collapsed, the community really suffered. People, especially young people, were moving away, and there was little economic opportunity on the island, plus limited capacity to do anything about it. In 2006, a former resident, Zita Cobb, created the Shore Fast Foundation with her brothers. They had grown up on Fogo Island, and she had went away to work and became a quite successful finance executive in the tech industry in Silicon Valley. Wanting to contribute back to the island, she established a scholarship fund to help youth pursue post-secondary education. However, with no college or university campus on Fogo, she was confronted by a mother who accused Cobb of helping to send their children away. And that mom asked her if she could do anything to help bring people home. This led Cobb and her two siblings on a journey to rebuild Fogo Island as an international destination for the arts and tourism, starting with the creation of the Shorefast Foundation. The focal point of the revitalization of Fogo Island Inn is the architecturally unique Fogo Island Inn that you can see in this photo. It's run as a social enterprise, with all surpluses going back into the foundation's initiatives that support the community. All of the textiles in the inn, from blankets and furniture, are all built locally and available for purchase. She's also teamed local textile workers with international designers to produce innovative designs and ideas. From the moment that you walk in the inn, locals are part of the process, bringing people on tours and educating them about the history of the island. So if you can't find a rich person to build a hotel where Gwyneth Paltrow and the likes will stay, use your sense of place and build on the historic strengths that your community has. One of my favorite parts about the Shorefast story is how it's revitalizing traditional industries like textiles and crafts, boat building, and hand lining for cod. These were all industries that had died off as people moved away that are now coming back and making a resurgence. All of these examples from Buganas, Lulia, Fogo have done the unexpected. When people first came up with their ideas, people in their communities didn't think that that would ever work there. But they proved them wrong and are having great success in revitalizing their local economies through these bold initiatives. My second lesson is that we need to act regionally. Given the current fiscal, demographic, economic, environmental, and political realities that we face. When I was doing research here in Northern Ontario a few years ago, I asked one of the mayors why they had created NOLUM, which was the Northern Ontario Large Urban Mayors Coalition from a few years back, and his response really resonated with me. He said, if you took a pencil in your hand and you snapped it, it's easy. But if you put 5 pencils in your hand, you can't break that. It's a great visual for the strength in numbers argument, and it has really worked for us in the past. And it was great to hear comments already being made this morning about how we do need to work together. In Northern Ontario, we need to act regionally at the level of the provincial north. So our organizations like Phenom should be reaching out to our neighbors in Northern Quebec, Northern Manitoba, Northern Saskatchewan, Northern Alberta, Northern BC, and Labrador to share lessons and advocate the issues that are important to the provincial north at the federal level. We need to have a common voice at the regional level in Northern Ontario. I've had provincial ministers tell me that it's extremely easy to ignore all of you when you each come with your own shopping lists that your community wants, but it's much harder to ignore you when you all come with the same small list of priorities. We also need to start thinking about smaller regional units within Northern Ontario, whether we call them districts or corridors or economic zones, to effectively plan and deliver services. And I know the Policy Institute has put out a few reports on this topic. There are a variety of informal ways that we can act regionally. Across the country, we have many formal mechanisms in place, like regional districts in British Columbia, which were created in the 1960s out of a need for greater regional cooperation and cost sharing between municipalities there and unincorporated areas. These regional districts are governed by a board of directors, often composed of a director elected from each unincorporated area, and one or more directors appointed from the elected councils of each municipality and from a treaty First Nation. They have 3 basic roles. They provide region-wide services, such as 911 or regional parks. They provide intermunicipal or sub-regional services, and they act as the general local government for the unincorporated areas. In addition, they can create regional growth strategies to provide a regional lens to development. Another example for economic development is the now defunct regional economic development boards in Newfoundland and Labrador, which provided coordinated economic development support and planning in 20 economic zones across the province. The structure of the Red Bees included a volunteer board of directors made up of representatives from municipalities, businesses, community development, education, labor, and other organizations according to the needs of that particular zone. The day-to-day operations were managed by a variety of part-time or full-time staff, and the Red Bees were involved with a wide variety of regional development and community capacity building initiatives. They also created strategic economic plans for their regions to help guide investment. There are many other examples, from regional service delivery agreements and regional accords on tourism to friendship agreements between Indigenous communities and neighboring municipalities. The key is to find a way to work together. We are too small and the challenges are too big to do it alone. The third lesson is that we need to reimagine resource development in Northern Ontario. First, we need to move away from the rip it out and ship it out approach to resource development. We need to encourage value-added development, and I know this is something we have been advocating for a very long time across Northern Ontario. It is starting to get the interest of some of our researchers from across the country as well, and Richard Hawkins, who's a leading economist at the University of Calgary, wrote a report looking at innovation from a uniquely Canadian perspective, and basically what he was trying to do was find reasons why Canada often does so terribly on a lot of our innovation indicators. And his argument is that when we export our raw, our low value added resources, we're also exporting most of the opportunities to innovate, sustainable high value employment, and most of the spin-off opportunities with it. We also need to find ways to reinvest our resource royalties in a transparent way back into the communities and regions where they are extracted. We are making some improvements here through agreements between governments, companies, and Indigenous communities, but there is certainly room for improvement. One example in BC is the Fair Share Agreement, which is now called the Peace River Agreement in the Peace River Regional District in northern British Columbia. The original Fair Share Agreement was signed in 1994 to address a fiscal imbalance between municipalities and the growing oil and gas sector. Municipalities were dealing with increased pressures on infrastructure and services, but most of the industrial activity was actually happening beyond their boundaries, which meant they had no ability to get any of those additional costs paid for through industrial taxes. So the Fair Share Agreement was put in place to provide financial resources to even out that imbalance. The new Peace River Agreement, which was negotiated in 2015, has a similar focus, and it provides $1.1 billion over 20 years for planning, programs, and infrastructure investments. Imagine if we had access to $1.1 billion in some of our regions here in Northern Ontario and the amazing things we could do. Another example is the royalties for regions in Western Australia. With that program, up to 25% of the state's revenue from mining and onshore petroleum royalties are being returned to non-metropolitan regions for additional investment in projects, infrastructure, and community services. So again, taking the resource royalties and wealth that are being extracted from communities in Western Australia and providing that back into the communities to support their initiatives. My fourth lesson is that we need to do a much better job of fostering a culture of innovation. When someone comes up with a new idea or approach in your community or in our region, do we say that's a great idea, or do we say or think that will never work here? How can we foster a culture of innovation? I am an unapologetic regional planner, so I always start with a strategy. A few years ago, I led a project in Newfoundland and Labrador exploring how we could advance innovation across that province. And one of our recommendations was to implement smart specialization strategies, which are being used in the European Union as a condition to receive funding from their European Structural Investment Fund. What this does is tie regional development funding to having a smart specialization strategy. So it would be equivalent to communities or regions across Northern Ontario requiring a strategy to access NOHFC or FedNor funding. The goals of a smart specialization strategy are to build on the unique assets and potential for excellence in a region, engage stakeholders and encourage innovation and experimentation, They're evidence-based with sound monitoring and evaluation systems. They take a broad view of innovation. It's not just product invention or the high-tech sector. It can be social innovation, innovation in tourism. And finally, they focus policy support and investment on key regional priorities that have been identified by those regions. The smart specialization approach includes the 6 steps that you see up on the screen. The first is the analysis of the regional context and potential for innovation. Second is creating an inclusive governance structure to ensure participation and ownership. The third is creating a shared vision for the future of the region. Fourth is identifying a small number of priorities for regional development. Fifth is defining appropriate policies, a roadmap, and an effective action plan. And sixth, where we often fall short here in Canada with a lot of our plans, is integrating the monitoring and evaluation within that. In late 2017, the province of Newfoundland and Labrador announced that they would be the first jurisdiction in North America to pilot this approach in 5 regions across the province. This includes Southern Labrador and the Great Northern Peninsula, who are focusing on fisheries and tourism, Corner Brook and the surrounding area, where they're focusing on forestry and agriculture, Gander and the surrounding area, related to aerospace and defense, the Burin Peninsula, related to industrial technology development. This is where a lot of the offshore oil platforms are being built, and the Avalon region, related to ocean technology, so in and around St. John's. The goal in each pilot region is to identify 3 or 4 attainable initiatives that enhance connectivity, identify opportunities for the adaptation or adoption of new technologies, foster global connections or opportunities, and encourage further collaboration between the key stakeholders in the innovation system. Other ways we can foster a culture of innovation include entrepreneurship training opportunities like Entrepreneurth, a 6-month training program to empower Indigenous and community-based entrepreneurs to build sustainable businesses and livelihoods across Northern Canada and our 3 territories. Pitch competitions are all the rage. I'm at the University of Waterloo, and it seems that every week there's a pitch competition by one of our incubators in the community. Our incubators could potentially collaborate on a problem pitch competition. So picking a particular theme or a northern issue and getting our best and brightest to think of ideas on how to solve that. One example of this is the Arctic Inspiration Prize, where up to $3 million is awarded annually, and it's focused on addressing the cause of an Arctic issue as opposed to the symptoms. Our northern research centers and post-secondary institutions also have essential roles to play in supporting innovation. We do have some examples across Northern Ontario, and I think Peter will probably speak to some of the work that they're doing at the Sault Ste. Marie Innovation Center this afternoon. But other examples include at Yukon College, the Cold Climate Innovation Research Center, where they're helping create and commercialize and export sustainable cold climate technologies to subarctic regions. So really recognizing that their asset and their location in the subarctic could provide some viable business opportunities. The center provides funding, business mentoring, and planning assistance with prototype development, project management, marketing support, and patent advice. Projects supported by the center have focused on alternative energy, building construction in a northern context, food security, and environmental remediation, among others. So all issues that are also particularly relevant to Northern Ontario. Another example of where different stakeholders have come together to try and solve a particular problem is Smart Ice, which was created between researchers at Memorial University in Newfoundland and Labrador, communities along the northern Labrador coast, and now expanding into Nunavut. Government helped provide some of the initial funding, as well as industry. And the idea behind Smart Ice is to integrate adapted technology, remote sensing, and Inuit traditional knowledge to promote safe travel for all stakeholders in northern coastal environments. So as sea ice is becoming more unpredictable, they're hoping that this tool can help people travel on those much needed routes. Quite simply, we need innovative solutions to our pressing challenges, and ideally, they would be developed in the north and by the north. I'd like to end my talk this morning by reminding everyone that Northern Ontario matters. Northern Ontario is home to over 780,000 people and represents almost 90% of the provincial landmass. Northern Ontario is, and will continue to be vital to our provincial economy. Our resource industries generate significant economic activity and wealth and provide both direct and indirect employment opportunities across the province. Northern Ontario is also essential to our environmental well-being and of increasing importance in our fight against climate change. And perhaps more importantly, Northern Ontario is home for many Indigenous and non-Indigenous people. We may not agree on my vision for the future of Northern Ontario that I alluded to at the beginning, but hopefully we can all agree that what we need in the future in the North is a future for our children. Thank you. And I think there's time. Sure. I'm a professor, so I can moderate Q&A. Any questions?
Microphone back in the room, just raise your hand and he'll come to you.
This is like teaching to my second years. When I look out at them, there's panic.
All right, fine, I'll ask a question.
Sure.
I have to wait for the microphone so that the streaming can hear me. Okay, I didn't have a planted question, so I'm just going to ask something for fun. Last night over dinner, the board and I were talking about whether we wanted to be, what was the phrase? Whether it was better to be an attic or a basement. So again, talking about northern separation and whether we should be our own province, et cetera, et cetera. Do you have any thoughts in that direction? Should we just separate ourselves from Ontario and leave those Southerners to their troubles?
Certainly I've seen those arguments over the years. Ideally, I think it would be nice if we could work within the system that we have. I think given that we've been talking about separation for decades and no one seemed to listen to us, I'm not sure those conversations go anywhere down at Queen's Park. So I think the way to do it is just to advocate for more decision-making authority at the regional level. I know there's been some discussion papers that your institute has put out looking at varieties of ways, whether that's something similar to the City of Toronto Act, which gives us more decision-making powers, but also different ways to raise revenues. I think that's why we also need to have those important conversations about resource wealth and how we can have some of that resource royalty money back in the region to fund some of the things that we would like to do. So I'd like to see us try to work within the system that we have and move it forward as opposed to having the conversations about separating entirely, because I think those oftentimes land on deaf ears down at Queen's Park. Although sometimes a great way to get them to look north hasn't really amounted to anything over the last few years.
Hi, thank you. Follow up on Charles. I'm Dave Canfield on the board now, a retired municipal politician for many years, and the other municipal organization, president of that for quite a few years, NOMA, the Northwest Ontario Municipal Association, which is 2/3 of the landmass of Ontario. And to follow up, I might not totally agree with your answer, because we have pushed, and I have pushed since the 90s, since the Lands for Life process, for some type of identity for Northern Ontario. The previous government had a regional economic development thing going around for a while, brought in people from around the world, and with different regional scenarios of how they work things. And they dropped that right in the middle. It just fell right off the face of the earth. From NOMA perspective, we tried to keep it going. And every time we try and make a decision, Queen's Park falls off. And here's the problem. We were in Windsor a couple years ago. I can't remember, it was an AMO conference or whatever, and I was speaking there, and I always like to give a geography lesson of where I'm from, because I'm from Kenora. I was mayor of Kenora for 20 years. And the fact of the matter is, from Windsor to Kenora, and as I said, if I got in my car in Kenora and I drove west, the same distance as it is to Windsor, I would be just outside Vancouver, BC, 4 legislative buildings, 4 planning acts, unless somebody listens. The future of Ontario is in northern and rural Ontario. It will never happen under the system we have now when you have a province that encompasses 4 planning acts and has 1, and the planning act is built around the Golden Horseshoe, basically the corridor from Windsor to Ottawa. It will never, ever, ever work. And I have listened to, started municipal government in 1991. I've been with all 3 parties, listened to all 3 parties. Every party has said the same thing. One size does not fit all. We're just about at 2020. Nobody has changed it. And if I can take 1 second, I'm going to give you a scenario. We went to the government because Kenora has a bypass around it. There is no services on the bypass. We wanted a sign put up saying there's no services. You have to go into Kenora. People go by, turn around. They're pretty pissed off, to put it in plain English, because they can't get gas. They have to turn around and double back. So they agreed. I was down here. I'm also on the advisory team for FP Innovations. We were in Mattawa at the end of April, and a couple of their foresters asked if I wanted to go with them up to White River. So that's what, 1,000 kilometers in that neighborhood? Mm-hmm. I noticed these signs outside of the communities, limited services with little gas handle. And guess what? They were outside of every community, including Kenora now. There is no services. One size still fits all. This is how stupid our bureaucrats are. One size does not fit all, and in a province this size, if it continues, there is no future for Northern Ontario. Unless they get their head out of the sand, and Southern Ontario almost said something else, and change it. And honest to God, I'm frustrated because I spent a lot of years trying to change it. It's not changing.
And I don't disagree with you. I think going back to Charles's question, separation might not be the answer, but if we could have devolved decision-making power, things like they tried and are still in existence in across England with the devolution to the Welsh Parliament, creating systems in place that recognize regional differences and provide the decision-making authority that can be made regionally. So not unlike what we had with our territorial governments, and having now the devolved responsibility from the federal government to manage their own resources and keep that resource wealth, things like that could potentially be a game changer in Northern Ontario if we could have some kind of devolved authority and decision-making power here, whether it's a city of or a region of Northern Ontario Act that provides those legislative powers, or some kind of elected assembly of our leaders in Northern Ontario that provide more advocacy and have more decision-making power here in the North is definitely something I 100% agree with that's needed, and that's how we're going to change the future. Not by keeping with the status quo, but trying to change what we already have and show that there's opportunities to not entirely separate from Ontario, but to say, listen, you've already given powers to the City of Toronto, so this isn't something outside of our wheelhouse. We could think about how can we devolve decision-making authority to Northern Ontario. So some of you, if that's something that's passionate, work with your research centers, work with people like myself who are passionate about the North to come up with a document that could outline that and what that could look like. And then get it into the hands of the people at Queen's Park that need to hear it and keep driving home that message as a collective.
My name is Jean-Pierre. I was wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more on the lack of, I guess, monitoring and evaluation, because that was one of the things in your slide. But you can get into it and reasons for it, and if you could elaborate on that.
Sure.
But also, I'm wondering if there's a link at the front end when it comes to the strategies, in terms of the quality of the strategies that are leading into projects and things. Is there a lack of evaluation and monitoring, because there's maybe not as much seriousness given to the quality of some strategies that might be put forward at various levels?
Sure. So I think oftentimes, especially looking at some of our strategies in Northern Ontario, there's a lot of time that goes between some of our larger strategy documents like the growth plan and its predecessors. And so when we do get started on them, there are just so many topics that everyone wants to discuss and have included. And so sometimes that starts weighing down where they can go. And so one of the things with smart specialization is keeping really focused on identifying a few key priorities at first. And then with that monitoring and evaluation part of it, once you're successful, hopefully, in achieving those few first priorities, you move on to the next one. Where we often go wrong is not even including, at least publicly or in a transparent way, the implementation pieces, so the financial aspects of how things are going to get funded, who's going to be involved, and that's not just up to our provincial and federal government, that's up to other stakeholders in the region to be a part of it and to really own pieces of it and to help roll those priorities out. And it also includes timelines. So when do we hope to achieve these? So the three key pieces are the when, the how, and the who. And so that's really what we're seeing with these smart specialization strategies, is they're built into the discussions from day one. If our goal is to create, I'm just going to pull an example from some of the smart specialization in the European Union, an incubator in our region, because that's what we feel. Here's how much money is going to be dedicated to that. Here are the actors who are going to be in charge of getting it going and up and running, and here's our time frame. So oftentimes we don't see that in a lot of our strategies here in Canada, at least in a public way. And certainly, if we look at the Growth Plan website, I don't think there's been an update in several years, and it's really hard to say on the surface what's going on. I'm sure behind the scenes in our provincial ministry, folks could tell us some of the things and the initiatives that are going on, but the key is to really have that out front, showing people we're doing things, ticking things off the box, and showing that we're moving forward is really important.
Hi. You gave a lot of, or a number of examples around projects, initiatives, communities that have done very innovative and interesting things. I'm wondering if you could speak to whether diversity in all its forms, whether it's gender or cultural background or language, etc., influenced the ability of the group of people or the community to be able to engage in the innovative ideas or be able to be successful in what they've done.
Sure. I think that in all the cases, they tried to, especially in Fogo, and I would say Buganes, it was the entire community. And so everybody who was a part of that community was involved. And so for that, people have a real sense of ownership and want to move forward. Luleå was a bit different because I think it was more your traditional business attraction, retention. So a lot of that was done in the ECDev world, but also with the Luleå University there, so the education and training side. I think that in Fogo especially, and to a certain extent in Buganes, they're now looking at it by how do we bring in other views and other people to help us. And so on Fogo in particular, they've really reached out to international, especially on the textiles side, designers, to work with communities there from all over the world. And so it's really connecting. We have this kind of catch term in innovation, local buzz, global pipelines. So having that community buzz locally, people buying in, ownership of an idea, but connecting to outside as well and bringing in new ideas, keeping things fresh, so extremely important. And I think that's something extremely important in the North, is that we do have a wide diversity of people who call this region home. So making sure that everybody has a chance to be included. And from time to time, people may say, we step back from this process, but always leave the door open for them to come back. Great. Thank you very much.
That's rare that I have to do that. Thank you, Heather. It was great to finally see you in action. So look forward to you coming and designing an entirely new government for Northern Ontario, or at very least for the Northwest, or at least for the Kingdom of Dave, or Kenora, sorry, not the Kingdom of Dave, I apologize. In any event, I want to thank again the sponsor for the breakfast speaker, which was Algoma University. And at this point, well, before I do that, let me just say this. Normally in a conference like this, we'd have a morning kind of physical break. I apologize. Many of our sponsors wanted to take an opportunity to chat with you. So because of that, we're going to go all the way through to lunch. It'll be an extended lunch break. So don't all leave the room at the same time, but we encourage you to circulate a little bit. Go, do what you need to do. Grab a coffee, refresh, whatever that is. But don't be sitting there thinking, okay, there's going to be a break soon. Because it's just not going to happen. So on that note, I'm going to invite Mike Borelli and Jessica Parrott, representing our panel sponsor, Nuclear Waste Management Organization. They're going to come to the stage and chat with us a little bit about, this is an odd thing to say, how nuclear waste might be the future of Northern Ontario. Actually, all right, I'm going to tell a story. Here I am. I'm a maritimer, so I'm going to tell you a story. 3 years ago, I was in, and I'm going to use names. She put up a nice quote from a mayor, and she was kind enough not to identify who it was. I was in Ignace, one of the communities on the short list. And the mayor at the time, there's only been 2 since I've been up here, so you can pick which one it was, said to me and my colleague, if we don't get nuclear waste, Ignace is going to die. That was a remarkably educational exchange for me, because it demonstrates just how quickly we kind of can get tied to a single solution. So just for the record, I don't agree with the mayor. I don't think that if nuclear waste decides to go somewhere else, that Ignace is going to die. I think that there's lots of other opportunities, and I'm happy to say that in the last 18 months, they've demonstrated an eagerness to kind of pursue some of that innovation and alternative ideas, including promoting Ignace as a place to move and raise your family. So I'm glad to see that attitude didn't permeate the entire community, but it was telling at the time that was kind of the point at which we'd reached in the north. And I'm happy to say that in those intervening years, the attitude has significantly changed in many of those smaller communities. Not to say that I'm sure there's not a couple of community representatives in the room who are looking forward to the final decision, but in any case, we'll turn it over for a quick briefing on where we are.
Well, that was quite the introduction. Bonjour, Ani, Epigishmakwa, Dishnakas. My spirit name is Western Sunset Bear Woman. I'm from Nayashinganingaming First Nation, which is also known as Cape Croker or Chippewas-Nawash First Nation. Before we get started, I'd just like to say miigwech to the elder for the opening, and also for smudging the space for us prior to us beginning. And also say miigwech to Chief Sayers for welcoming us to his traditional territory. And with that being said, I'd also like to recognize the traditional territory we're gathered on today of the Anishinaabe people. So my English name is Jessica Parrott. I'm the Senior Advisor of Indigenous Knowledge at the Nuclear Waste Management Organization. And my role is really to ensure that Indigenous knowledge is part of how we're making decisions as an organization and interwoven into all aspects of what we do, whether that's geoscience, environmental studies, safety, engineering, human resources, procurement. My role is really to be a bridge between Indigenous knowledge and Western science. So I've had the good fortune of getting a formal education in Western science. I have a degree in mathematics and physics, but I've also been learning traditional ways of teaching from elders and knowledge keepers throughout my life. So it's really that bridge of knowledge systems. So what we're going to do today is my colleague, Michael Borelli, is going to talk a little bit about who we are and what we do. And then I'm going to talk a bit about how Indigenous worldview has really shaped us as an organization, with regards to not only how we're working as an organization, but the values that we carry, and then also how that relates to Indigenous policies that we have at the organization. That really is, we see leading the way in making
commitments to interweave Indigenous knowledge into our work, and also commitments around what reconciliation can look like for corporate Canada. So I'm going to turn things over to my colleague.
Thanks, Jessica. Thanks, everyone, for having us. I'm going to give you the Coles Notes version of who we are at the Nuclear Waste Management Organization. I encourage you, if I speak too fast or I gloss over something you're interested in, we'll be right over there over the lunch break, and very happy to have further conversations with you. But who we are. The Nuclear Waste Management Organization was formed in 2002 as a result of some federal legislation called the Nuclear Fuel Waste Act. The reason we have the name Nuclear Waste Management Organization is because that's spelled out in the Act. We are dealing only with one type of waste at this point, which is used nuclear fuel. That's the bundle that you see there on the screen. Can-do fuel bundle is a solid. It's not a liquid. It's not a gas. That is what is going to be managed through our project. It's funded by the companies that produce nuclear energy. So part of the Act had said to the producers, you've been creating this used nuclear fuel for now many years. What's the plan? And then once you've developed that plan and we have approved it, go and implement that plan. The project is seen to be worth about $23 billion, and there are about 5.2 million of those fuel bundles that will have to be managed to the end of the life of the existing reactors. So that's not to say that if another province or the current provinces, New Brunswick and Ontario and formerly Quebec, use nuclear power, that we won't actually be responsible for more fuel. There are trust funds that are currently established. They're funded by the used fuel producers, and that's what will be used to construct and operate the repository that I'll tell you a little bit more about. Ooh. So this is where most of the used nuclear fuel, or this is where all of Canada's used nuclear fuel is currently located. 90% of it is in Ontario. It's mostly split between the Bruce Generating Station, Darlington and Pickering. In Quebec, there's a little less than 5% as well as New Brunswick. And Manitoba has some leftover research used fuel that we are also responsible for long term. Canadians shaped our management system. So from 2002 until 2005, we developed what we call adaptive phase management. It was approved by the government in 2007. And what Canadians told us is they wanted this project to be responsive to advances in technology. So if we figure out something better to do with this used nuclear fuel, rather than put it in a repository, which is what we're proposing, it could be retrieved and reused or neutralized in another fashion. They wanted an open and inclusive siting process, so something that would find a willing and informed host. That's also a requirement in the legislation. They wanted flexible pace of the actual process, so we don't drive that schedule. It's something that the people that we work with help drive. And it involves a lot of engagement. So my role is as municipal relations, senior advisor municipal relations. I work with many municipal stakeholders, but we have engagement staff in all corners of Ontario right now, working and talking with the communities involved in our site selection process. So adaptive phase management, it's a technical method and it's a management system. I told you a little bit of what the management system is, that adaptive and community-driven approach. The technical method is something that is very common around the world right now. It's a deep geologic repository. So this is a deep engineered repository. It's not an old mine. We don't reuse old mines. It would be engineered purposely for this purpose. And all of those used fuel would be buried within a series of natural and man-made barriers, from the copper and steel canister, which you can see on the screen, and we brought a little model of one of those too for you to see as well, placed inside of a buffer box made of bentonite clay. But the ultimate barrier to protect people, the environment, living things above ground from radiation is the 500 to 600 meters of rock in the repository. The site selection process, so we need a single willing and informed host community, began in 2010. We began with 22 communities putting their hands up for more information, so no commitment, they just wanted to learn more. And through a process of gradually increasing study, as well as talking with the communities, we've narrowed down to currently 5. And by 2023, we expect to have the single willing and informed host community identified, at which point we'll be able to move forward with licensing and other activities. We're still a long, long way off from building and transporting the used fuel, and I'll talk a little bit more about our schedule in a second, but here's a map We can speak to more about this at the booth if you'd like to talk a little bit more. The 5 communities that are still in the process are Ignis, Ontario, like Charles mentioned, Hornpain and Manitouwadge, and Huron-Kinloss and South Bruce, which are sort of around the Bruce generating station in southern Ontario. So we're looking for that 2023 site selection target. We're working very intently to meet that, but we're still a long way off. The regulatory process would take many, many years, perhaps a decade, as some of our funders have found in other processes they've used for dealing with nuclear waste. We don't expect that the actual design, construction, and build of the repository will happen until the 2030s, and then operations wouldn't begin up until the 2040s. And that involves transportation of those 5.2 million fuel bundles from their existing location, which is just at the reactors, all the way to the repository. So I'll turn it back over to Jessica.
Okay, so in Canada, we're talking about reconciliation. It's a big conversation happening nationally, and I think it's important we understand why we're talking about reconciliation in Canada. So reconciliation really came from the Indian Residential School class action, which was the largest class action in Canada's history. And from that class action, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission was created, which was basically a commission created to put a report together on what residential school looked like for survivors, collecting those stories, collecting all those documents, and putting it together into one report, and then making recommendations to Canada on how to move forward from that. So that report has 94 calls to action, and those calls to action call on government, provincial, national, municipal levels, the education, what curriculum looks like, the churches, and 92, call to action number 92, calls on corporate Canada of how they're going to work with Indigenous communities moving forward to ensure that there's free, prior, informed consent on projects that are going to impact their traditional territory, to ensure that there's equitable opportunities for jobs, for training, business opportunities, procurement, what that looks like, and to also ensure that the learning and the truth is understood at the organizational level, so that people understand Canada's true history, understand that truth, and also understand how it's impacting communities today. So, you know, as we think about, you know, why we're in this phase of reconciliation, people have to reflect on what reconciliation means to them, and then how they incorporate that into the work they're doing, and that's something that we're talking with staff about right now. But to me, reconciliation is really ensuring that there is Indigenous voice at the table, that Indigenous voice is represented by Indigenous people, and that voice is held at the same respect and implemented in the same way that all the other voices are at the table. So it's really important that we create that space for voice, and that voice is respected and has the same mandate as every other voice at the table. So Mike talked about this Canadian approach of how we're doing this project. So we really talked to Canadians about how do we do this project that's good for us? What are values and things that are appropriate for Canada? A couple things came out of that. We must be fair and must be safe, and we must be a generation now taking care of how used nuclear fuel is stored for future generations. We shouldn't pass that on to our future generations. But in talking about that, we got really unique advice from Indigenous people during that study. One of them was that in our communities, our advisors and teachers are our elders. And so we as an organization should be talking to elders to advise us on how we implement this project and how we create good relationships and how Indigenous knowledge is interwoven into our project. The other thing that came out is that Indigenous knowledge is a form of knowledge that needs to be respected at the same level that engineering, safety, geoscience, environment, all of those Western expertise, Indigenous knowledge is its own expertise, and so that also needs to be interwoven into how we're making decisions. So in 2005, we created a Council of Elders and Youth, and they're an independent advisory body made up of elders from across the country. And they've really helped shape us and create the fabric of who we are as an organization. They've ensured from the get-go that relationship is key. It doesn't matter where we go or who we're talking to, that we really have to focus on the aspect of relationship and how that feeds into how we're making decisions. We can't go into a community and say, hey, we want you to talk about nuclear waste. We really need to create that foundation of relationship first and develop trust, because we're going in with mistrust. That is a reality that we're going into communities with. Also, that we need to, if we're going to talk about interweaving Indigenous knowledge into all aspects of our work, ceremony is a big part of that knowledge system. And we needed to figure out as an organization how we were going to create space for advice received from ceremony. And so we really had to think hard about how we were going to do that and ensure that that was brought into how we were making decisions as an organization. The other thing is that we needed to ensure that we had Indigenous representation throughout the organization at the decision-making level. So we have Indigenous representation on our board of directors and our executive team. We have Bob Watts that is a vice president. So we ensure that as we're getting advice from communities we're working with, saying this is how we want to work and this is what we want to do, that the decision makers at the organization are like, yeah, that's what we need to do. So that voice isn't lost. It really is coming from the bottom up, from the communities we're working with, and then also from the top down. So that has been really key to who we are as an organization and how that's framed how we're working. Another big thing is education and the importance for learning and understanding that truth. And so we have an extensive training program at our organization to understand that history that exists in our country, that dark history. It's a reality. We need to understand, and not only understand it, but acknowledge that it exists, and then also understand how that's impacting our communities today, those generational effects of what that history looks like, and understand what treaties look like and what the rights around treaties are. That is a big thing that we need to understand as an organization before we can even start talking about communities about how this project is implemented. So, reconciliation is kind of the buzzword of the day, and this is just a graphic showing that we've been on this journey for many years, learning from our elders, learning from the communities we're working with. And I'd like to give those elders and communities credit, because they've really pushed us as an organization to develop policy and to develop equitable training opportunities, equitable business opportunities, to put our feet to the fire, to say, if you want to work with us, this is what you need to do. And, we've had to create space to do that. And I think in some instances, our executive been like, oh, we're not ready to do that. We're not ready to do that. But because we have that influence of voice, we've really acted on that recommendation. And I think understanding the paradigm of power, understanding the power of humility, the power of vulnerability, the power of respect. And that's something that we've really tried to ingrain within our organization, is that you have to shift that power paradigm. You can't go into Indigenous communities saying, we want to create space for Indigenous knowledge if you don't know what Indigenous knowledge is. You are not experts in that knowledge system. You really have to transfer that power to the people who are those experts and be a little bit vulnerable. It's going to be scary. You don't know how to do it. There isn't a good model of how to do that. So there is an element of vulnerability where you're going to have a bit of trust. As much as we're asking communities to trust us, we also have to trust them. So last year we finalized a reconciliation statement. So our elders had said, you guys have been working in this paradigm for reconciliation for many years, and now it's time for you to step forward, be leaders, own that, and say you truly want to commit formally to contributing to reconciliation in your work. So last year we made a reconciliation statement that committed us as an organization to contribute to call to action number 92, recognizing and acknowledging those historical wrongs and the need to create a better future and co-create that better future, that we're doing it together. And so this year we'll be finalizing a reconciliation policy. That policy will include a reconciliation annual implementation plan that we will measure from both a qualitative and quantitative point of view, because as much as those numbers are important, and we have X many Indigenous people here, we've done procurement dollars here, it's the quality around that work, it's the narrative around that work, the story behind that, that's really important. And understanding that our employees are doing different business. They're shifting in how they're working with communities. And so that qualitative piece is, I would say, more important than the quantitative piece. So that's something that we're developing an annual reconciliation plan, and we'll be rolling that out next year. So reconciliation at the NWMO looks, we've been implementing it for many years, creating learning opportunities. So we have an extensive training program that's mandatory for our staff to take. We have 97% of our staff take that training, and then now we're rolling out a reconciliation training program and evolving that training, because it's not a one-stop, here's culture awareness, and then, okay, you got it. It's really an evolving journey. So we really have to ensure that our staff is getting that evolving education. Recognizing that we're opening things in a good way. If we're going to say we're going to integrate Indigenous knowledge into our work, we have to create space for ceremony and what that looks like within who we are as an organization. Creating safe spaces to learn together. And recognizing the gap that Western scientists don't know what Indigenous knowledge is. As Indigenous people, we've had to walk within both these worlds for many years. So we are very good at getting both those worldviews down. But Western scientists haven't had to do that. It just hasn't been part of history. So we have to bridge that gap in knowledge. And so creating those safe spaces to bridge that gap has been really vital in how we're working as an organization. Sorry, there's a lot to... So also, this is just a workshop we had to bring scientists and knowledge keepers together on what our research looks around for rock, bentonite clay, and copper, which are the key elements of what a deep geological repository will look like. So we're having another workshop this year as a follow-up for that. And just saying this is the beginning. This is not a checkbox. Our tree is a baby tree, and recognizing that it still has opportunity to grow, and recognizing that teaching of humility. That we may, not know exactly what to do, but at the end of the day, we can sit down with the communities we're working with and say, okay, what went good, what didn't, how do we do it better? And really encouraging us to grow as an organization, and that we don't, recognize we don't have this figured out, but we really want to work together to make sure we're co-creating a better future for the communities we're working with. And just, understanding the importance of respect and being open, I think, to experience is one thing we've really tried to encourage our staff to be. This is when we actually finalized our reconciliation statement. We finalized it through ceremony, so it's really interweaving how we're making decisions as an organization. And that's it. Miigwech. Is this yours?
Okay, for those who didn't catch that, they said if you have questions, by all means, you should go visit them at their table or over at their booth over there, which they have some really cool swag. Hopefully it's not radioactive. Anyway, just call me, old-fashioned and a little nervous. Going to ask our three panelists to join us, and then I'll do the introductions. Hopefully you can get past me on the stage here. Okay, so just to clarify the process here, I'll do the introductions and then I'll turn the podium over and get out of your hair. My understanding is Kayla's going to go first, Katie, and then we're going to finish with Thomas. I'm not going to introduce them that in order because otherwise I wouldn't be able to talk while I was introducing Thomas. In any event, first I want to say thank you to the panel sponsor, Nuclear Waste Management Organization. Certainly appreciate that update and the perspective and of course their support for this panel. This panel is kind of one of the three priorities of the Institute. I say that because it's about building capacity in the North. We're big fans of creating opportunities and promoting and celebrating youth success in Northern Ontario. I don't know if you've noticed it, but many of the staff running around here are considerably younger than me. Certainly they remind me of that every day, and somebody at this panel used to do that too when she was around our offices. In any event, it is exciting for us to see these kind of opportunities, and I actually gave a media interview earlier this morning talking about the fact that from my perspective, looking at these kind of young people in our communities, the brightness, the energy, the enthusiasm, and the commitment to hard work, I don't really have a problem looking at a successful future in Northern Ontario. On that note, I'll introduce, now she promised me she'd be gentle if I got the pronunciation wrong, Azanikwe Nwachigchik. Close? Not bad. worse than when I wasn't standing on the stage, so maybe it's just better if I didn't try to pronounce that. That's my brutalization of Anishinaabe. It translates into angel woman, light coming over the clouds. Having talked to her even briefly, I understand where the name came from. Her other name is Kayla Marie Earl. She's an Ojibwe, Odawa, Potawatomi, Anishinaabekwe from Wickwemicong, Anishinaabeg, and Arrowland First Nation. More importantly, and I love telling stories about daughters and fathers, mostly because I have 3 of them. She was small, she wanted to be a scientist and engineer, and the reason she did that is because her dad inspired her throughout her childhood by bringing her to tour industrial factories and electrical power generation plants. Now, I'm sure that sounds way more interesting now than it did back then, but I suspect she'll illuminate whether that was true or not. I have visions of, dark tunnels, grease, and all that kind of thing, but anyway. She tries to change the narrative on Indigenous people in Canada by running cultural revitalization allyship training camps in the summer. Director of the Mamawi-Gishebwen Indigenous Cultural Training Camp. And this year the camp had 50 participants and took place in Wanapete, Ontario. For the past year, she's worked as a district engineering intern with a team of amazing people in the construction northern region of Enbridge Gas Incorporated, and she repeats on a regular basis just how amazing her colleagues are. So I think I have to go meet these folks. She ran the National Indigenous Peoples Day celebrations for her district and continues to help the company with Indigenous cultural competency through UG's Indigenous Champions program. I'm going to skip over Katie for a second and talk about our final panelist, Thomas Mercier. Originally from a small town north of Saguenay in Quebec, Thomas has always been passionate about defending the interests of communities far from major centers. He holds a DEC in History and Civilization from Cégep de Chicoutimi and a bachelor's degree in International Studies and Political Science from the Université de Montréal. He has always been interested in linguistic minorities both in Canada and internationally. This is why he completed a master's degree in political science with a focus on globalization at the Université de Lausanne, where he wrote a dissertation on the relationship between the French-speaking and German-speaking communities of Switzerland. So you'll notice I had my head down reading all of that. That was absolutely fascinating. More importantly, Thomas is a really bright guy, very enthusiastic about the North, and not averse to travel. As I mentioned earlier when I was picking on him, Thomas' mandate is all of Northern Ontario, so he travels quite a lot. He's been to the Sioux several times and along Highway 11, and he'll be back, I'm sure, on a regular basis. Now, it's kind of bittersweet for me to introduce the middle speaker. I've had the pleasure of working with her. Don't swear under your breath. That's totally inappropriate. I had the pleasure of working with and learning from her for several years, and I'm over the moon with her continued success, but I do have to say that I miss her guidance and wit intensely, and I'll never really like the city of Sault Ste. Marie and future Sault Ste. Marie as much as I used to. She's a boomerang back to the Sioux. Katie has over 11 years experience working in policy, communications, and community development. Her interest in pairing public relations with community, economic, and social development has contributed to the long-term sustainability and resiliency of northern and rural communities. She's held senior positions at, surprise, surprise, Northern Policy Institute, Nordic Institute, Parliament of Canada, and Natural Resources Canada, and has completed studies in political science at McGill University and public relations at Ryerson University. As you can see, I've left you in good hands for the next little while as these 3 individuals talk to you, and certainly the North is good hands going forward. So, Kayla, you want to take it from here, and off we go.
So, Anin Kenawea. Hello, everyone. Mino Gijeb. Say it with me. Mino Gijeb means good morning. Ajnekwe Noachigijik Ndijnakas. My name is Angel Woman Light Coming Over the Clouds. Kayla Marie Earl, Nin Jaganashi Noswin. Kayla Marie Earl is my English name. Wikwemkong Donjba Makwan Dodem Anishinaabe Kwendao. I'm from Wikwemkong First Nation. My clan is Bear. I'm an Anishinaabe woman. Bardi Kinamagegamic Enjish Gijitong Do Kinamagos. I go to the Bardi School of Engineering. Miigwech to Giwednong Ako Menjige Wintig for inviting me here, and miigwech to the Elder Shirley Roach for the opening prayer and starting us off today in a good way. Miigwech also to Ogama Dean Sayers for the warm welcome, and Ad Sokan about Meshibashu, the water spirits. was amazing. Miigwech. Okay. How do I work this? All right. So as a budding engineering professional, I like to start off all my presentations with a safety moment. But my safety moments are a little bit different than the conventional safety moments because they're cultural safety moments specific to Indigenous people. So the first part of it, powwow is a gathering for celebratory and ceremonial purposes. Comes from the word opwagun, which is the Anishinaabe word for pipe, and it's a very sacred item to our people. Includes dance and regalia. It takes place in locations often considered sacred to our communities, and can accommodate hundreds or even thousands of people. A spirit animal is a very important and sacred element of Indigenous identity. It involves beliefs about Anishinaabe interactions with spirit and animal beings. Typically, you get this through praying or from an elder or from other types of ceremonies. And it's not the same as a clan animal, which is a family identifier. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm from the Bear Clan. The reason that I wanted to talk about this today is because I hear a lot of people using these terms incorrectly, and using them incorrectly is a form of racism and minimizes the spiritual importance of these words. So I just wanted to let everyone know about this. Okay, so on where we are. We are in Bawatagong or Bawating, place of the rapids, as Dean Sayers mentioned earlier. It's in the territory of Treaty 61, which is the Robinson-Huron Treaty of 1850. Traditional territory of Anishinaabe, who have occupied this area for at least 10,000 years, which has been proven archaeologically. So Anishinaabe and Nahiawak have been here for a really long time. Cultural contributions of the Métis Nation of Ontario, Batchewana First Nation, and Garden River, and traditional languages are Anishinaabe, Michif, and probably also Cree. And that's just a picture of the treaty, just for everyone's information. Okay, so on reconciliation. It's gonna work. So the first thing I want to talk about is land acknowledgements, and I want to just kind of demonstrate what I think about land acknowledgements and how they are related to reconciliation. So I'm going to show you guys something. Stole his phone. So this is Peter Bruin's phone. It's the traditional property of Peter, and it looks like he's owned it for a little while now. Acknowledging that it is his in the spirit of reconciliation and healing, so that we can both heal over the fact that I took it. Is this reconciliation? What would make this reconciliation? Truth. So I am being honest that I took it from him. Anybody else? Give it back. Perfect. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the treaties say that actually. So reconciliation doesn't really mean anything unless it's paired with the action of reconciliation. So if I come up here and I say that I took something, and even if I'm being truthful about it, it doesn't really mean anything unless I actually do something about it. Okay. So, the point I wanted to make is that reconciliation doesn't really mean anything unless there's action of reconciliation paired with it. So I'm asking you to really ask yourselves, what are you doing above and beyond the status quo to achieve reconciliation with Indigenous peoples? Are you doing something? The other things I think is important to work on is cultural safety and awareness, like I mentioned earlier in my safety moment, especially in the workplace and academia. These are critical components for the retention of Indigenous peoples in different areas. Language revitalization is a critical piece, and I'll get into this later, but basically everything about our people is found in the language, and so language revitalization is going to be a revitalization of the entire culture. Improvement of Indigenous jurisdiction in their respective communities. So this is, Dean Sayers talked about this earlier, but I'm going to talk more about this in a second. Recognition of Indigenous ways of knowing and being as valid, and accessibility of accessible, culturally relevant healthcare, education, and childcare, all are chronically underfunded. So this is one of the most painful points for me. I just read this article called Death as Expected about the child welfare system in Ontario, where 102 Indigenous children died over the span of 5 years between 2012 and 2017. 72 of these children, about 71% of those children who died, were in Northern Ontario. So this is a problem that hits home for everybody in the room. This isn't even from a complete set of data, so it would be a much higher number than that. This is from Indigenous agencies covering most of the area, underfunded by about $400 million over 5 years. A human rights tribunal found Canada guilty of purposely underfunding on-reserve child welfare in 2016. So why are we doing this? The Ontario government is the one who created the system and continued to perpetuate it. Indigenous children are dying because of it. So now let's talk about the suicide crisis. First Nations youth are more than 3 times more likely to die by suicide than non-Indigenous youth in Canada. In an executive summary by the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs released in June 2016, it was found that when First Nations communities assume greater control over their economic, health, social, policing, and educational services, and have retained the use of Indigenous languages and related cultural infrastructure, they experience lower rates of suicide overall. So this is the point I talked about earlier about everyone's responsibility to provide resources to Indigenous communities for redeveloping the Indigenous jurisdiction in our communities. This will literally save lives. This will literally save the lives of children. So healthcare. The availability of healthcare to First Nations communities is awful in Northern Ontario. In 2015, a 5-year-old Indigenous child from Sandy Lake First Nation died of strep throat. This boy named Brody Meekus died from strep throat due to a shortage of medical resources in Sandy Lake First Nation in the district of Kenora, which is here in Northern Ontario. Another little Indigenous girl in Bekanjikam First Nation also died of strep throat. Indigenous life expectancy is 5 to 7 years shorter in First Nations reserves in Canada. Rates of tuberculosis, diabetes, traumatic injury, infectious disease, and suicide are statistically high. We are allowing third world country conditions in terms of healthcare in First Nation communities in Northern Ontario, so this is critical for us to focus on going forward. So just to relate this back to Indigenous teachings, this is the word for honesty in Anishinaabemowin, Goya Kwadiswin. When you break down the word, it breaks down into the correct way of doing something in accordance with. Wa is white light, De is heart, and Win is a way of living. So the entire word means not just speaking the truth, but a state of living in your life in accordance with the light of creation. Another teaching that relates back to what I was just talking about is truth, so Debwewin. When you break this down, it breaks down into heart is De, Boe is speaking, the physical act of speaking, and Win is a way of living. So the truth is a way of living where you're speaking from the heart and you only speak to what you understand. The understanding that everyone has their own personal truth. So when you hear Indigenous people speaking my truth, that's where that comes from. So on climate change. Climate change is not a science problem, it is a cultural problem. We already have the technology, we already know that climate change is happening. It's just a matter of changing the culture of the way that we operate to deal with it. Indigenous people can provide a culture to solve this problem. We talked about, this was talked about in the previous presentation with the NWMO, which I think is really important. So as engineers, scientists, and other STEM professionals, I think this is one of the biggest problems we have created for ourselves in trying to make science separate from culture. In following Anishinaabe and Nehiyah worldviews, we recognize that these two things are not separate. When you have the kind of worldview where you are living in the light of creation with the recognition that you are nothing without it, you have a profound understanding of what kind of ethics needs to be applied to your work. And I think this is where we are falling short on climate change related issues. If you don't care about something, you're not going to do anything about it. I think it's that simple. When we add environmental stewardship into our core set of ethical values and teach the cultural value of taking care of the land, we can actually improve things. Anishinaabe and Nehiyah people know this. It's why we're always protesting. Let's channel that energy into a process we can work on together, and like an indigenous-led initiative. I've seen it happen. So, environmental stewardship led by indigenous people. So, on engineering. Whether or not indigenous problems are political problems doesn't really matter, in my opinion. They are definitely engineering problems. No one would argue that inadequate infrastructure, inoperability of water treatment systems aren't engineering problems. So that means that our code of ethics needs to change to include indigenous style of ethics. So the current set of ethics that we go by is duty ethics, but indigenous ethics, like the words I've been talking about today, are virtue ethics, called Mino Bomadzawin, which means living in a good way. So awareness of indigenous issues, such as treaty agreements, is critical in engineering, as these will impact project management for most engineers in Northern Ontario, especially in natural resource and energy-related industries. We need a curriculum change, and we need professionals with the knowledge of Indigenous peoples to improve these business relationships. I read a post from a community member in Neskantaga, which is in Northern Ontario, dated a little over a week ago, which read, "This is to inform the members and residents of Neskantaga First Nation that in the conference call today with Indigenous Services Canada, we have been told that there will not be any help coming to the First Nation in terms of our water crisis state of emergency." The government is completely ignoring this. Indigenous Services Canada's response is to provide 1.5 liters per day per person to clean, bathe, cook, and drink the water. Just a little sidebar, every time you flush the toilet with potable water that you can actually drink, it's 6 liters of water. So imagine trying to survive the day with 1.5 liters of water. This is happening right in Northern Ontario. The poster goes on to say there is low pressure, untreated water with all the potential bacteria, including E. coli, that is going into community residences. There will not be an evacuation for the vulnerable people, including chronic patients, elderly, and infants. Indigenous Services Canada's solution is to continue having conference calls and monitor the situation. So again, why are we allowing third world conditions in Northern Ontario? It's completely absurd. So again, kind of hitting the point home about how this should be important to engineering professionals. This is from the Professional Engineers Act, Regulation 941. Our Code of Ethics prioritizes the fidelity to public needs, devotion to high ideals of personal honor and professional integrity. So the public safety is number one in our Code of Ethics, as well as the practitioner's duty to public welfare is paramount. So this is supposed to be the most important thing to professionals, yet most engineering professionals don't know anything about Indigenous welfare. So just to go back to the teachings, for climate change and engineering, I chose wisdom, which is Niibwakowin. When you break down this word, Niib means a way of seeing, Wa is white light, Ka is something in abundance or a lot of it, and Win is a way of living. So when you put this together, it's a way of living and seeing the light in everything, so living in an enlightened way. So we need this. On economy. So we need Indigenous business development and capacity building. This goes back to everyone's responsibility to provide resources for the development of self-determination for Indigenous peoples. Inclusion at all levels of operation, especially in extraction, process, natural resources, and energy generation and distribution. Relationship building is not only beneficial, it's the basis of business with Indigenous people. So I think everyone in this room knows the benefit of creating a positive relationship with someone if you want to do business with them. But with Indigenous people, you don't do business unless you have a good relationship. It's different. The culture is different. So I'm going to talk about inclusion at all levels of operation. I talked earlier about the critical requirement for government entities to provide resources so that First Nations could exercise jurisdiction within their own communities. And I just have a little story about that. This is a story about two companies who came to Sudbury maybe a year and a half ago to talk about the Ring of Fire. They did a talk in partnership with Science North, and there was no Indigenous representation at the talk, made in front of many influential Sudburyans in the mining business. So they talked on a panel about Indigenous people and about how Indigenous communities are struggling with alcoholism and addiction. And I'm pretty sure I was the only Indigenous person in the room. I remember calling it out at the gathering and asking why there wasn't any Indigenous people there. There was no answer. This is an example of a failure to provide resources to accommodate Indigenous jurisdiction over their own territories. At the very least, and this is the bare bones, everyone should go forward with a basic rule of thumb: nothing about us without us. This is not okay, and I hope it's not indicative of how these companies intend on moving forward on major decision-making stakeholder relations when it comes to the Ring of Fire. We can do better than this. Like I said, with climate change, most of these problems are people problems and culture problems, not any other kind of problem, and we have the solution to fix them. We need to remove this racist culture of politicians who claim that Indigenous people are taking resource development projects hostage, when the reality is that natural resource projects have been benefiting from Indigenous peoples without any sort of reciprocity for over 100 years. As for commitments on recruitment and retention of Indigenous peoples, I've talked about this before, but Indigenous people are the fastest growing population in Canada and represent the fastest growing segment of the Canadian workforce. However, gaps in the education system, and I postulate gaps in healthcare, make it hard for Indigenous people to complete the education required by employers. I also think there's a major problem with academia and the lack of apprenticeship/mentorship style of learning for a group of people who have learned through apprenticeship and mentorship for the past 10,000 years. So this is a style of Indigenous learning. Inflexible hiring practice, misconceptions, and myths about Indigenous people are also causing problems. There's plenty of information available about how to tackle these problems. It's honestly just a matter of committing to it, changing your educational requirements, changing your training style to include mentorship and apprenticeship, cultural training so that Indigenous people feel safe to work there. Question standard job requirements. Question how your hiring strategy might contain barriers to Indigenous people. I can't tell you how many times excellent Indigenous professionals have described to me how they got their jobs in an unorthodox way, including when I got my job at Enbridge Gas. And these are people that really deserve the job and are doing amazing. If someone didn't step outside the box and recognize their talent, the company wouldn't have benefited from the presence of these Indigenous people. So on economy, I chose the word respect, minaje edewin. The first part of the word, minaje, means to cherish one another, take care of people, to give things their time. Ede talks about reciprocity, so give back what you take and mutual benefit. And the last part talks about a way of living. So respect is different because you can't earn it. Indigenous people don't believe that you can earn respect. It only exists if it is reciprocal. So if it's coming from both parties. On who we are in Northern Ontario. So this is approaching the end of my presentation. We need to talk about Canada's dark history and the genocide of Indigenous peoples. If we're going to achieve reconciliation, then we need to start talking about what happened and owning it. How else are we going to move forward? Commemoration of that history needs to occur, so I see a lot of historical areas that have to do with that dark history crumbling, and people are just forgetting about it. This is not how we're going to learn from the situation. Addressing of anti-Indigenous racism and bias. So a lot of people have unconscious bias. Everyone has unconscious bias. Does everyone know what bias is? Unconscious bias? Okay. I will talk about what bias is. So close your eyes. Everybody close your eyes. I'm going to say a few words, and the first thing that pops into your head. So, politician, engineer, mayor. Did anyone think of anyone other than a white male when I said that? Anybody? One person. Okay, most of you have that unconscious bias. And it doesn't make you a bad person, it just means that you have an unconscious bias that was kind of given to you by society. We can address these things by becoming more aware of them. So recognition of the past is temporarily uncomfortable for non-Indigenous people, so it's not a fun thing to talk about, but Indigenous people have to live it. So it's been uncomfortable for us our entire lives. So just the recognition of that, when we're talking about reconciliation and addressing Canada's dark history is really important. So for this one, I chose humility, dabad den diswin. So the first part of the word dabad means going down towards the earth, lowering or grounding ourselves. End is thinking or thought. Is something that exists naturally, so I think therefore I am. It's an existential idea. And win is a way of living. So there's no heart in this word like in the other words, de, because it's a mental word. It's about the head and not the heart, a state of living where you have a grounded sense of self, the understanding that you're nothing without creation. So if you live by this, then you can really change the way that you work in a good way. So things that we can do. Make an effort to understand the different ethical worldviews in science and engineering. This will benefit everybody. Recognition of the validity of Indigenous ways of knowing and being. So this was mentioned more than once. Indigenous healthcare, Indigenous ways of doing things are just as valid as anything else. Relationship building is not only a positive attribute of project management, but it is the basis of business with Indigenous people. So again, if you're wanting to do business with Indigenous people, you need to build a relationship. Become more involved with the community. Go to their events, meet their people, give people a hug. Like, this really works. So Anishinaabe language inclusion is vital. So going forward for the future of Northern Ontario, we should be including Indigenous language in everything. It should be standard. You know, I was really impressed to see Giwed Nong Akman Jagewenteg on this sign. This is amazing. This is what we need. This is what we need to do in all of our businesses. We need to address the chronic underfunding of Indigenous healthcare, childcare, and education. This is critical. This is really going to help our economy in Northern Ontario. If Indigenous people are going to make up a good chunk of the labor force in the next decade, then we need to address this. This is going to impact everyone's business, whether they like it or not, because Indigenous people are the fastest growing segment of the labor force. Support of Indigenous initiatives and operations within STEM professions and governing bodies, so such as the Professional Engineers of Ontario. Okay, so I just wanted to plug my camp because this is something that I do. It's Mamwe Gabeshwin, which means Together Camp. It's an annual land-based experiential Anishinaabe culture camp founded in 2017, which includes the provision of a safe platform for Anishinaabe youth to reclaim their culture. But it's also an opportunity for professional development, for allyship. So Indigenous and non-Indigenous participants get together for a 4-day land-based experiential camp, and this is what we do. We work on understanding each other better and reclaiming the culture. Non-Indigenous participants also get a chance to learn about Canada's dark history. So in 2019, we raised over $40,000. And in 2020, we expect $100,000. So we're doing pretty good. The first year was like $5,000, so this is a miracle for us. And this is just a picture of the camp this year. We had 50 participants from all over Northern Ontario, and the non-Indigenous participants included people such as professors, social workers, and we also had a psychotherapist, and they're all interested in developing allyship skills for Indigenous people. So that's it. Miigwech.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Those are not always easy things to hear, but important things to hear, so thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Katie Elliott. I'm the Communications Coordinator for Future SSM. I want to thank Northern Policy Institute for having me today. Being asked to be on a youth panel is always a good thing as I get a bit older, so I appreciate that. I'm also a boomerang who has moved back to Sault Ste. Marie. So do I have any fellow boomerangs in the room today? Okay. So I'm going to speak a bit about my own experience and tie it into the work that I'm doing with Future SSM. So I don't know about the other fellow boomerangs, but I know that when I moved back to Sault Ste. Marie in 2013, about 6 years ago, I was living in Ottawa at the time, and I got a lot of, really? you're going to move back to the Sioux, you're going to move back to Northern Ontario, what are you going to do? And I got a lot of that from friends and family. But for me, I knew it was exactly what I wanted to do. I was tired of commuting an hour to work. I was in a position where I was looking at purchasing a home. I knew I could never do it in the community of Ottawa that I was currently living in. So not only is it home, but there were so many other attractive benefits of Northern Ontario that I wanted to get back to. And it's so funny now because 6 years later, I'm starting to see a trend more and more of these same friends and family who are now saying, I got to get back to Sault Ste. Marie. I want to get back to Northern Ontario. I want to purchase a home. Those kinds of things. So it's really been interesting to see that, and I don't know if other people can also relate to some of those stories. So for me, my vision for Northern Ontario is all about people. Retaining people in Sault Ste. Marie, improving conditions for people in Northern Ontario, attracting people to Northern Ontario, and repatriating people back to Northern Ontario. Where we're at. I won't go through this in detail. Dr. Hall also went over the demographic challenges that we know we're facing in all regions of Northern Ontario. I shouldn't say all regions. Of course, we know that the Indigenous population is the fastest growing population in Canada and Northern Ontario. We also know that there are a few districts in particular, like Parry Sound, Kenora, and Manitoulin, who are experiencing some growth. However, overall, we are experiencing a declining aging labor force, negative net migration. And just another point that I'll speak to later, but 78% of immigrants to Canada right now settle in large urban centers. And so I'll speak a bit more about that and how that plays a role. So we need to increase the population, and we need to increase the population to meet economic development and labor market needs and increase revenue generating capability. So in order to do this, Prince Edward Island is looking at a model similar to this, looking at recruiting, retaining, and repatriating. So some of this is inspired by the work that is being done in PEI, but all three of these components are important. I'm just going to pull this from the Northern Attraction Series, which was done by Northern Policy Institute. They included a ranking of characteristics of a welcoming and attractive community. Of course, employment opportunities is number one, social capital, housing, newcomer serving agencies, educational opportunities, suitable housing. These are all listed on here, public transit. I just list these to mention that, we need to improve in a lot of these areas, and I think that a lot of these need to be public policy priorities for Northern Ontario. But I also just wanted to mention them for later in the presentation. I'll be speaking to messaging and how we get our message out about Northern Ontario and where we can highlight some of these based on the competitive attributes that we have. Okay, so recruit. It's important that we are recruiting outside of Northern Ontario to get people to come to the Northern Ontario's regions. So we need to promote Northern Ontario's competitive advantages with innovative strategies and tactics. So this is really where the communications comes into play and marketing. I know Dr. Hall mentioned some innovative strategies that are also being done in other parts of the country. And so I'll speak a bit more to that. Ensuring newcomer settlement support services are accessible and sustainable. Collaborating with local Indigenous skills, employment, training strategies, service providers, working with post-secondary institutions to grow, attract, and retain international and Indigenous students. And support welcome to the community initiatives. This list is not exhaustive, so I'm looking forward to speaking with everybody later today about other things that they think should be included in strategies to recruit. Retain. So we need to build greater awareness amongst high school students about future employment opportunities and the skills training required. And how are we working with educational institutions to ensure that young people are acquiring these skills of the future jobs of Northern Ontario. Work with youth to identify quality of life initiatives and make the community more appealing. So through my work with Future SSM, we've been going to local high schools, post-secondary institutions, and asking young people, even though it's funny sometimes because you go to a high school and it's like, what do you like about Sault Ste. Marie? And right away it's nothing. I want to get out of here. And I understand that. But we really are trying to find out, like, okay, then what would you want here? What is appealing to you? What would you like to see? And so that's been really, really eye-opening and interesting. And we've also been speaking with international students at Algoma University and Sault College and asking them the same types of questions. Do you want to stay in Sault Ste. Marie, in this particular case? Do you want to stay in Northern Ontario? Do you want to stay in Canada? What are those barriers? Spousal recruitment advisory committees. There was one created in Sault Ste. Marie because oftentimes if people do come to the community, it may be for one spouse. They have an employment opportunity here, but if the other spouse is not happy, then likely they will leave. And so we've created a committee to look at how can we support spouses in their transition, how do we connect them to employment opportunities, that sort of thing. And expand employment and mentorship opportunities. And I know this was mentioned how important, different styles of learning and mentorship are important. So I won't list all of these, but there's, like I said, I'm looking forward to hearing other ideas on retaining young people in Northern Ontario and repatriating. This one is really important because I think if we're looking at promoting attractive qualities, a lot of times people, this is home for people who are repatriating. So it's an easier sell for people who could come back to the home that they grew up in. So outreach to boomerangs, focusing on those who grew up in Northern Ontario may want to move back, and that includes college and university students. Celebrating repatriation success stories, I'll talk a bit more about that. Working with post-secondary institutions, alumni boards, and developing active networks. An example is the Sioux Network. It's a network of people, former Siouxites all around the world. Every month I send out a newsletter to them. I let them know current employment opportunities, positive things happening in the community, and we also want to get them involved in the community development. So that's been interesting and successful to date. Oh, sorry, I didn't switch that slide. So how we tell our story and how we communicate the stories of Northern Ontario, it really does matter. Also in the Northern Attraction series by Northern Policy Institute, it indicates that a marketing and communication strategy is needed for a community to attract and retain newcomers, people, and build community pride. And so it's important to think about what features, attributes of the community we are going to market, how are we going to make that message sound inviting, what tools are we going to use, are we going to use social media, who are our target audiences, do we have a website? All of these basic questions, but they become extremely important when we're looking to recruit, retain, and repatriate. So we almost want to flip the narrative in some cases and introduce Ontario's northern regions in a new and unexpected way, recognizing that every community is unique, especially looking more to the far north, but taking opportunities to go beyond just tourism and selling the life. The new brand of Sault Ste. Marie, I'm really proud of it because we have included welcome, bienvenue, and bindigan as part of the brand. And so we want to be a welcoming, inclusive community. And so we're really proud of that brand that provides that message. Okay, so I am just going to focus a bit on Sault Ste. Marie right now, just speaking to some of the work that I'm doing with Future SSM as kind of a case study and to let you know what we're doing right now. So we have developed a new website, welcome to SSM.com, and the purpose of this website is to provide employment opportunities on the site, but also show all of the other attributes that Sault Ste. Marie and Northern Ontario have to offer. So the lifestyle, job opportunities, like I said. It's been interesting working with the local immigration partnership, working to speak to potential newcomers to the community and asking them what information do they want. So a lot of times is, do you have public transportation? How long really are your winters? So sometimes we kind of fudge that one a bit. And so these are some of the questions we get, and so it's really interesting. So this website, we're continuing to build it and add information as we talk to potential newcomers and see what they're looking for. We've also developed a video series of vignettes of stories of people who have moved back to Sault Ste. Marie or have moved to Sault Ste. Marie, and these have been really positive. They also build community pride because people are telling their really positive stories of being here. And oftentimes we take for granted some of the amazing attributes that we do have in Northern Ontario. So these stories have been really rewarding to work with the families, and it's been really great. So those are also available on the website. We're also, we've revamped our Instagram site. And I know it kind of sounds like a silly thing, but it's really important because the audiences that we're looking at right away, what are they doing? They're going on their phone and they're searching for communities on their social media profiles. So we've actually hired a professional photographer. They're out in the community getting photos of experiences in the community. So not stage photos, but experiences, letting people know that, yeah, we do have cool coffee shops here, and there is access to the outdoors and all of these things we know we can do, like there's people doing yoga on the waterfront, and all of these things that you may not think of necessarily when you think of Northern Ontario communities, but we know these things exist here, and so we really want to showcase our communities in a vibrant, unexpected way, and this imagery provides a glimpse into how people feel while living here and visiting here. So I encourage everybody to follow Welcome to SSM on Instagram. It's my plug. So just, of course, key audiences are extremely important when we're working on a communications and marketing plan like this. So right now, what we're looking at are young professionals, millennials, aged 22 to 40, young families, including former Suites, and of course, newcomers. And so everything that we do, we have to make sure links to those audiences. So some of our key messages for the second group in particular, we define work-life balance in Sault Ste. Marie, and that's also part of our new brand. We have affordability in an urban setting with quick access to outdoor adventure. So we want to tell people you can launch an exciting career in Sault Ste. Marie. There's job opportunities here. You can buy a home. You can have the time to take advantage of world-class outdoor adventure because you're not in a car for 3 hours a day. You can get to work in less than 10 minutes. You can get to your own personal paradise in less than 30. And you have access to food, drink, and an up-and-coming culture scene. So these are some of the messages that we're putting out through paid and earned media across. We're focusing mainly on the GTA right now, but we're also looking at other parts of the country, especially targeting certain communities that may be experiencing layoffs. So just some examples of some of the messaging, like the average commuter in Toronto spends more than 350 hours commuting to work in a year. That's 57-hour working days. For every 12 months you'd work in Sault Ste. Marie, you are working 14.5 months in Toronto if you had commute times. And this is thanks to Megan with the Local Immigration Partnership for providing me this stat. I thought that was so interesting. And that's a message that can really resonate with people. I know some friends that I have living in the GTA are just sick of the commute times. And so, providing this sort of message can be very effective. We talked about affordability and the ability to purchase a home. It's not a dream here. You can purchase a home and you can have a backyard. The average house price in Sault Ste. Marie as in August 2019 is $186,000. Compared to the GTA, not even Toronto, the GTA in August 2019 was $806,000. So just kind of showing those contrasts so that people can see the competitive advantages that we do have in Northern Ontario. Don't know what I did there. And of course, the message of easy access to open spaces and outdoor adventure is always something that we're really proud of in Northern Ontario's regions and something that we want to showcase. So I'll just wrap it up there. So questions that I just want to think about and discuss. So as Ontario's northern regions, how do we work together? We've talked a lot about collaboration today. So how do we work together as a set of regions to tell our story and attract and retain people in Northern Ontario? So I will leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, so bonjour tout le monde, hello everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here today and express my vision of Northern Ontario's future. A lot have been said already, so I will try to not repeat everything, but that's my table of contents today. So I plan to start with who am I, but Charles already presented me at the start, and I plan to talk a lot about immigration, which Katie's talking about, but I will do my best to fix this. Is there a problem with the PowerPoints? Like, it seems like the 7 is not on the screen. Anyway, doesn't matter. Okay, so that's me. So Charles basically resumed what I was doing. The important part, is that I come from a really small town. And usually in French, the longer the name of the town, the smaller it is. So Saint-David-de-Falardeau. So basically, it's a small community in northern Quebec. And the realities are quite the same in northern Quebec than in northern Ontario on multiple levels. I had to take a bus to go to high school. All we had was one elementary school in our hometown. Every morning, every afternoon, there was half an hour or more of bus to do. I did all my middle studies there, and I decided to go to Montreal. Every kid's dream of big cities for my university. Unfortunately, well, I didn't like Montreal. I didn't like big cities. I prefer smaller communities. So, and I always love francophone minorities. I grew up in a really francophone families where my parents were talking about me about preserving the French language in North America and the importance of the French language all over the world. So when I decided to do my master, I aimed for a small city like in Switzerland, which, well, there's a French minority there. Like there's Francophones, German, and Italians. And it's that when I was in Switzerland, it's there that I discovered the importance of protecting linguistic minorities. So as soon as I completed my master and came back to Canada, I was looking for jobs in Francophone organizations all over Ontario to help the Franco-Ontarians or the Franco-Manitobans or minorities somewhere. And I had a big opportunity to find a job in Northwestern Ontario at the Association des Francophones du Nord-Ouest de l'Ontario. I was I don't know to translate that. Well, I was a community economic development officer there. It was a really small organization, so I had the chance to touch a bit of everything. I was working on economic development, on tourism, on immigration, education, healthcare. And while I was touching all of these small subjects, well, for me, immigration struck me as a priority for Franco-Ontarians all over Northern Ontario. We need French-speaking newcomers to maintain our Francophone demographics. It was a one-year internship through NOHFC. At the end of this one-year internship, well, I was looking for new opportunity in Francophone organization. And my internship wasn't over yet, and I already found a job in Francophone immigration in Sudbury. I was working as an employment counselor for the Société économique de l'Ontario, as well as the Matchmaker program, which is right there, and hosted by the Northern Policy Institute. It was great because I was on the front line. I was offering direct services to Francophone newcomers and helping them to settle in Northern Ontario communities. But unfortunately, well, I identified lots of gaps, lots of problems missing. Through the Matchmaker program, I was able to offer employment services to every newcomers, regardless of the status, regardless of the location. But my clients couldn't access anything else. They had access to employment. But about immigration, about housing, about settlement, well, the rest of the services, they were offering nothing to those that were not permanent resident or accepted refugees. And in my job, well, I couldn't fix it. I was busy basically helping Francophone newcomers constantly. So in last June, I saw an opportunity as a job offer open as the coordinator of the Réseau du Nord. So the Réseau du Nord is basically an organization supporting Francophone immigration all over Northern Ontario, from attraction to retention with all of the settlement continuum. And in this position, well, there's still the gaps. There's still a lot to be done to improve immigration services in Northern Ontario. But at least now, I can fight, I'm paid, and my job is basically to identify and to fix those issues. So basically, for me, Northern Ontario has been a massive land of opportunities. Okay. I was in Northern Ontario, it's been less than 2 years. And I did all of this step from an NOHFC intern to a normal job, to now being the coordinator of a regional organization. Like, there's lots of opportunities in Northern Ontario Francophone organization. Why so? Well, we have spoke about it already today. Well, population is getting older. We have less kids. There's a big out-migration rate among the kids that we have. And for the Francophone, it's even worse. And add to that a small assimilation rate for one part of our kids that prefer to switch towards English, unfortunately. There's some positive points. More and more kids are getting enrolled in French immersion or French schools. So the young folks speak French better than before. But unfortunately, they don't feel confident or they don't want to apply in Francophone organization. It's really hard to recruit Francophone and bilingual people in Francophone organization. I'm trying to recruit a position in Thunder Bay right now. It's impossible. Like, it's really, really hard. So if you know any Francophone in Northwestern Ontario that know the reality of Northwestern Ontario and want to fight for Francophone immigration, well, apply. And there's lots of Anglophones that learn French in schools. That's great. They come out of French immersion, but they don't apply in Francophone organization. Yes, you can apply. Franco-Ontarians are a welcoming community. Like, everyone is on board, and we need those talents. But even if all of those people learning French and French immersion go towards French job, there's still a need for more. The overall population is declining. So we have to go toward Francophone immigration. For me, it's a necessity. For demographic reason, I won't go in details because we already spoke about it today, but basically, without Francophone immigration, well, without immigration, Francophone immigration is immigration, but without immigration, our population is dropping, and that has an effect on economic reason. And it's the same among the Francophone community. It's even worse because the population is older, have less kids, and the out-migration rate is higher. It's good, demography, economy, but like, sometimes I feel like I'm using the immigrants, the newcomers. Like, I'm just talking about demographics and economic reason and how they are useful for Northerners in Northern Ontario. But they have an intrinsic value too. Like, they bring cultural diversity. They bring more restaurants in communities. They take part in festivals, in events. Right now, there's a lot of Francophone cultural events in Northern Ontario. But unfortunately, well, lots of these events, they don't have the people attending those. And if we want to maintain that cultural presence and those events and that life and that social life, stuff that you can do, well, we need to bring those Francophones and making sure that they feel welcome in our community. It's also important for me to, like, Canada is proud to selling the country internationally and locally as a bilingual nation. But unfortunately, that bilingual nation doesn't really exist everywhere. If you go to BC, well, there's no French. If you go to where I'm from, in northern Quebec, good luck finding an English speakers. Like, it's 99% French and 1% Indigenous. There's no English. So, like, that Canadian identity, like, it's all on the shoulders of the bilingual belt. A small area covering northeastern Ontario, eastern Ontario, the Quebec-Ottawa Valley, western Montreal, and New Brunswick. And that bilingual belt is shrinking and shrinking. And people are less and less bilingual in that belt. We are losing the only part of our national identity that we're so proud of that is really bilingual. And honestly, Francophone immigration for me is the key to maintain that bilingual belt alive and making that bilingual belt expand. So all of Canada can truly become what they sell themselves to be, a bilingual nation. And if you don't care about, like, bilingual identity, there's economic reasons as well. In Northern Ontario, almost 1 out of 5 persons is Francophone. When you're trying to do business, well, it's great. Most of those Francophones speak English, and you can serve them. But those Francophones, if the business right beside offer the service in French, well, the business will lose those clients. If you're in Sault Ste. Marie, well, there's less Francophones, but you have a contract with someone in Earth, to the person locally present in Northern Ontario that would like to have a French services. There's a big difference when you can serve someone in their own language. It's not just about Northern Ontario. In all of Ontario, there's 800,000 Francophones and 1,500,000 people that can't speak French. Like, that's a big market to tap into. In all of Canada, there's 10,500,000 Francophones. It's not just about Canada, it's internationally. French is the second most learned language in the world after English. Like, we're talking about innovation, about the future of Northern Ontario and how to take advantage of it. Well, if we're a bilingual region, we have a massive advantage among the competition and the rest. Like there's 300 million Francophones right now. Everyone in Europe is learning French. It doesn't seem like it, but in Spain, in Italy, in Germany, there's between 10 and 20% of Francophone. Like there's 12 million Francophone in Germany, and they don't overlap completely with those that can speak English. In Netherlands, Romania, Portugal, there's 1/3 of the population that can express themselves in French. Those are clients for Northern Ontario. It's not just about Europe. Europe population is declining or stagnating. It's a lot about Africa. That continent is projected to grow. Like there will be 1 billion French speakers in 2050. That's a huge potential to attract newcomers and do business there. And the rest of the continent speaks English. If we have a bilingual region, well, we have a competitive advantage over most of the competition elsewhere. It's not switching. Okay. So my vision of Northern Ontario's future. Well, the region will economically and demographically grow a lot, leave the current stagnation that we are with, but it will also be a truly bilingual region. And that region will be diverse and inclusive. It's important that Francophones and Anglophones take care of visible minorities and Indigenous people. It's important that Anglophones, visible minorities, and Indigenous work together to promote the Francophone language in Northern Ontario. For years at the start, Francophones and Indigenous people were working together. Just think about Louis Riel Rebellion in Manitoba, or Pontiac Rebellion around the Great Lakes. But unfortunately, that connection has been lost. Before, the Francophones could speak Indigenous language. There was even some language that were like Michif, which is a mix of French and Indigenous language. Before, the Indigenous could speak French, but now we're living in two separate bubbles, and we are fighting in two separate places without fighting together. In the past, Francophones and Indigenous were fighting hand in hand for the land and to free the land that was colonized. And we need to bring back that connection. We need every stakeholders in this room to work together. And for me, like, I had a great story. Like, in less than 2 years, I could move every step. But let's face it, I'm a Canadian citizen, I'm white, I'm a man. I seriously doubt that a visible minorities without Canadian citizenship and a woman will have had the same chance than I have. So we have to work a lot on this. To reach my vision of Northern Ontario, like, we have a few challenges to overcome. We have made great job at making sure our kids learn French. We have made great job at attracting more immigrants. It's growing up year after year, the number of immigrants in Northern Ontario. But we need to substantially increase the number of Francophone and Francophile immigrants in the area. And to do this, well, we need to highlight the assets and the attributes of Northern communities. We need to be better at attracting, selecting Francophone and bilingual countries. You need bilingual newcomers. You won't get by with just French in Northern Ontario. You need French and English. We need to target countries like Cameroon that are bilingual. And we need to target small communities. Don't go recruit in Paris or Casablanca. Those are people from big cities. They will probably leave to Toronto afterwards. Go recruit into smaller outlying communities. And once we recruit, well, it's good to recruit people, but we have to make sure that they stay. And for this, we need to identify the gaps and the lack of services for newcomers. And there's a lot of gaps right now with the temporary status newcomers. Once we have identified those gaps, well, everyone in this room, every stakeholder in Northern Ontario needs to work together to make sure that we fill those gaps and we offer services where there's no services right now. And even if we do all of this, there will still be one thing missing. Well, there's a significant need to raise awareness within the communities, especially with employers. And not just awareness for Francophone immigration, awareness for all visible minorities and awareness for Indigenous people. All the minorities should work hand in hand to make sure that my story, my experience in Northern Ontario shouldn't be an exception, but the norm for every newcomer, regardless of their race, regardless of their gender, and regardless of their citizenship. And that's it for me today.
Thank you, Thomas, and Kayla and Katie. It was great to hear you provide your perspective on future of Northern Ontario. We have an opportunity for questions, but Thomas mentioned that he was an NOHFC intern, and so this is not just because you're in the room. I did notice you were here, but it's not just because you're here. as an organization designed to and intended to do policy in Northern Ontario about the future and the growth and building capacity, we both live it on the ground and we work in that environment. And I can't say enough about the NOHFC internship program. It's been a huge boon for the Institute in terms of our capacity to attract and retain real talent in our operations, whether they're in Sudbury or in Thunder Bay, or operations used to be here in the Sioux. I'm going to pick on people who I can see. So, for example, my personal examples of the success of the NHFC internship program are standing back there chirping at each other in front of the history of NPI. That's Rachel Rizzuto, my apologies, and Hillary Hager. Rachel started with us as a summer student, then took an NOHFC placement, then took a permanent spot, and then actually was willing to move to Thunder Bay and brought her now spouse with her. So now we've got two people, both of whom are not from Northern Ontario. So putting our money where our mouths are. Hillary is doing the same sort of exercise, we hope. She started with us as a summer intern, and now she's, or summer placement, now she's on an internship. Of course, we've got a NOHFC-funded internship down here in front with Evelyn, and there's a couple others in the room, including some success stories who have moved on to other entities. So excited about that program. If you're not using it as a not-for-profit, you should be. And if you're not using it as a for-profit enterprise, I encourage you to do so. And I will applaud the discussion around actually changing the rules to move the program to widen its opportunity from recent graduates to people in transition. I think of the RNEP program and some of the other exercises that we're looking at in terms of recruiting people. Jobs are critical, and being able to use programs like the NOHFC internship to fund that first job to convince people to move to our communities is going to be a huge tool in our arsenal, that I think, a weapon in our arsenal in terms of making it success. Having given you a pitch for the NOHFC internship program and shine the apple or whatever I was supposed to do with Melanie in the room, you didn't think I was going to call you by name, did you? Anyway, questions. So Anthony is very eager to hand the microphone over, so we got a question from Lynn.
Thank you to all of you. It was very informative and very interesting. My question is for Kayla Marie. All of our communities are turning to immigration to fill labor gaps, but you talked that the Indigenous community in Canada is the fastest growing population segment. So what do you see as potential opportunities to create partnerships and ensure that we have opportunities for our Indigenous peoples while we're also using immigration to fill some of the labor gaps?
In theory, it's supposed to be on. Yep.
Oh, I think it's working now. I think one of the biggest gaps when it comes to recruitment and retention of Indigenous peoples is that recruitment organizations aren't approaching Indigenous communities. So like the way to build relationships with Indigenous communities is outreach and going to actually talk to them face to face, not emails, not sending a letter or any other way. The face-to-face interaction is critical. I also think that sharing success stories is a big one. So there are organizations in Northern Ontario who are making an effort to change their recruitment and retention strategies to accommodate Indigenous people and Indigenous communities. So I think that's a really important one. Sharing those success stories and being open to taking the risk. So these are unorthodox ways of hiring people, and a lot of people are just completely not open to that, and being open to that is going to be really important. So building the relationship, being willing to change your recruitment and retention strategies, and actually listening to Indigenous people when they provide input. So if someone says something is racist or making them uncomfortable, or this is a good way to recruit people, or these are the people that we have available, that's another good way to improve your recruitment and retention of Indigenous people in your organization.
Good morning, everybody. I'm actually from Algoma University. I teach there economics and finance. I can't wait to share, actually. I'm doing a research on migration and labor market of Northern Ontario. So I think it's probably useful for Katie. First of all, I should say I'm really excited with the new initiatives by Future Sault Marie. The research actually I'm doing is, as I said, Northern Ontario policy challenges. And one undergraduate student in my university is working under my supervision, and we are doing both primary and secondary data analysis. In the primary data, that's exciting for, Katie was mentioning about, we are collecting data from the near graduate and graduate students in Sault College, in Algoma University, and in Timmins, asking them questions like why, if they are planning to stay in Sault Ste. Marie, or if not, why not, and what will retain them, those kind of questions. And in secondary data, actually, I'm looking at why cities in the world shrinks, and what are the reasons, and what's the reason we have 90% land mass in Northern Ontario, but only 6% people are living here. Why 94% people are living in GTA? Asking those questions and trying to answer those questions, you know, in my research. So, and of course many more. I'm including actually Thunder Bay, Sudbury, North Bay, Timmins, and Sault Ste. Marie in my research. So just wanted to share it. Probably we can share our knowledge. Thank you.
Yeah, we should definitely speak after and see how we can collaborate on some of that research.
See, the conference already worked. There you go. Made an introduction. It's a success. We can all go home now. There's a question over here.
Yeah, well, so to get started, first, my name is Kevin Ishkogin. I'm from Indigenous Tourism Ontario.
What is it with the board of MPI? Newcomers, old board members, they just, anyway, sorry.
So first off, I wanted to say one thing I think we generally need to do better in Northern Ontario is celebrate. And what I heard here today from this youth panel, definitely these are three leaders for Northern Ontario moving forward. And I strongly believe that everybody at least once in their life should get a standing ovation. So if you could help me celebrate these guys right now, it'd be much appreciated. Sorry, I'm just going to move over here because I can't see Katie, who made a comment about being on a youth panel. One thing, I used to be asked on those youth panels as well. Enjoy it while you can. I'm not on them anymore. And Kayla Marie, you know, thank you for your words today. Very fantastic things, and I think that needs to be spread far and wide, to be quite honest. And it's refreshing to see that there's you know, other Indigenous people in the room. A comment to Charles, who likes to pick on people in the crowd. We'll do a little bit while we're here. The last event that I went to, that was an NPI event, there was actually 4 of us that were Indigenous in the room. And from what I've seen so far today, there's 8 of us. So somebody's done a good job of doubling that number. So congratulations, Charles.
Thank you, Kevin. It was you.
I don't know about that, but with that being said, I'll ask my question, and it's for each of you, and it's going to be short, trust me, but if you could implement one economic policy to improve Northern Ontario, what would it be from your perspective in 1 sentence or less?
You don't know these guys very well, do you? Who wants to go first?
Can we have 5 minutes to think about it?
No. Kayla's ready.
Within the next 10 years, X amount of procurement within your organization is required to be Indigenous. Maybe 5%.
Does anybody have a Indigenous procurement policy now? I'm just curious. Not to put anybody on the spot. There's one. We're getting there. So FedNor has one, and Nuclear Waste Management. Next up, Katie, are you going to arm wrestle each other to see who goes first? Katie's first.
Okay, this isn't necessarily an economic policy, although it could be, but this is something that's top of mind for discussions that I've had lately, and that's the issue of housing, both affordable and available housing, especially as we're looking to attract people to communities and support
So that's something that's top of mind for me.
I will build on
Closer to the microphone.
I will build on what Kayla Mary said. Like she said, a policy that business should take to have more indigenous people. Well, I would say while we're at it, just like don't do it 10 times in a row. We should have all stakeholders on board and do it once for visible minorities, for indigenous, for francophones, and making sure that every business has one inclusive policy for all of their employees.
Okay. Oh, you're not giving the microphone to Sean, are you? Didn't we tell you not to do that? Okay, Sean, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning. Sean Halliday with the Sault Ste. Marie Local Immigration Partnership. This is a question really to each of you. And what role do you see climate change in the future vision for Northern Ontario, and how do each of you think we could best respond to it?
So, Kayla, you had climate change in your slides, didn't you? So you've probably got an advantage.
Yeah. So from my experience talking with big mining people, especially in Nunavut, they've had a lot of success building capacity for Indigenous communities to take over environmental stewardship for their companies. And I think this is really important because Indigenous people have a deep and ingrained understanding of how important the land is. So that culture is there to deal with climate change and deal with climate change related issues. And so when I think that organizations who build up Indigenous companies to take over environmental related issues are gonna go far. One example is there's a company in Nunavut who has a panel of elders who have a lot of traditional ecological knowledge. And basically the elders help the mine create a schedule of when they can operate depending on when the caribou come through. And there's also other examples of this. Another mining company, and I believe they're in Northern Ontario, but they hired an Indigenous person to do research on trap lines, traditional trap lines, and how the mine might impact the trap lines. And that information, the mine is using this information to make sure that they don't go near the trap lines, and they can make sure that the traditional food source of the surrounding communities is preserved. So these are the sorts of things that I think that Indigenous people really bring a lot to the table. So Indigenous people taking the lead on environmental stewardship and climate change related issues is pretty important. So that's the best path forward.
Thank you. Building on that a bit, I think obviously the topic of climate change is extremely important for youth, especially given the history of Northern Ontario's economy. Future SSM does have a climate change coordinator, Emily, who's in the room today. I wish I could hand over the mic to you right now, but I can't. But I think knowledge and awareness is extremely important. Right now, Emily is working on emissions inventory, and I know there's other communities in Northern Ontario who are participating in this program. But even with new developments, I think there needs to be more transparency and awareness of what is taking place, and the onus is on communities, the companies, and us to learn more. But I think that's certainly something that is top of mind for me when it comes to climate change, and having transparency and awareness along the way with new developments.
Okay. So I agree that, like, with everything that was said, like, climate change is a priority. We need to fight it the best way we can, use knowledge, make sure that the population is aware. But I'm also at that like, if North Ontario even do the best that we can, we're still just North Ontario. So climate change, even if we fight it, unfortunately, it's gonna happen, and we'll have to live with it in Northern Ontario, just because the Americans are probably dumber than us. So I will say, take the opportunities, seize the opportunities. There's climate change coming up, and like agriculture is a big opportunity for Northern Ontario with the climate change. I've met a lot of farmers around Matheson and Highway 11, and with climate change, lots of farmers from Southern Ontario are moving there, buying farms, and trying to improve Northern Ontario economy, Northern Ontario demography, and Northern Ontario potential. Agriculture is a great industry because it keeps resources locally. Mining industry, well, you just take everything and you ship it to Australia or the States or Great Britain, and there's not a lot of stuff that stays there. But agriculture, like, it stays locals. And I think, like, I don't know, I feel a bit almost bad to say it because, like, it's so important to fight against climate change and fix the situation. But, like, honestly, like, on the way we are going right now, I don't think that we will be able to change everything via Northern Ontario, and the best for us will be to seize opportunities and hope the rest of the world follow.
And sell our technology in French communities around the globe, right?
Yeah.
There you go. So one last question over here.
First and foremost, thank you to each of you for sharing your vision this morning for Northern Ontario's future. I also have a vision, and I think that we're going to do really great things as youth. My question is for everyone, like the panel. I think that Northern Ontario is really beautiful. You each spoke about a unique attribute that we have in Northern Ontario. For instance, the landscape, the culture, Francophone history here, Indigenous history. So how do we have a unified voice across Northern Ontario to share that uniqueness, to attract, retain, and repatriate? How can we work together rather than in silos? Because I think that when we have a unified voice, we're going to actually accomplish that vision better.
Okay.
So we'll start with Thomas.
Okay, so I strongly agree that with what was said at the start. We need a local government in Northern Ontario to advocate for all of us. Unfortunately, it won't happen tomorrow morning. So right now, our job is to get all stakeholders on board and work together. Usually, it's Francophones have a big advantage is that, well, we have regional organization. And it's easier for me, like there's only one Francophone lip, which is me covering all of Northern Ontario. So I have access to all the Francophone actors in immigration, and I can get a regional voice. Usually Anglophones, there's more Anglophones, so there's more local immigration partnership, and there's still more local diversity, but like we need to make sure that like we're all working together on one plan. Bring the Francophones on board, bring the local Indigenous communities, bring the Anglophones in each community and city in Northern Ontario, and make sure that we build something together. How to ensure that, well, we are trying to right now, like in the immigration field, we just had a meeting yesterday with all of the LIPs and the RIF to make sure that we have a plan. And as the RIF, well, I'm planning to hire a communication officer that will talk about immigration in Northern Ontario, but not just for me, for every actor talking about immigration in Northern Ontario. So what we're doing in immigration, we should do that in every field and do the best that we can and keep lobbying for our local government, and once we get it, use that local government as a stepping tool to move forward.
Sorry. Thanks, Katie. Katie's also a local leader here. She's the executive director of Habitat for Humanity here locally, so thank you for everything that you're doing in this community. This is why I put this question at the end of my slideshow, because I wanted to ask you that question, or everybody in this room that question. But I think there's obviously a lot of diversity across our northern regions, but I think we definitely need to be speaking more and talking more, because even the work that we're doing to promote Sault Ste. Marie, of course, part of that message is Northern Ontario. And so the more that we promote that, the more we're promoting the lifestyle of our northern regions. But yeah, I think there's a lot of work to do in terms of collaboration to get that message out, not only regionally, provincially, nationally, and internationally. So I think there's lots of room to grow there and to work together and to start talking more across communities.
My idea for a stronger unified voice for Northern Ontario is pretty simple. I think that Indigenous people need equal and accessible access to healthcare, education, and that's pretty much it. I think Northern Ontario will be a lot stronger place, and our population will be growing if Indigenous people have proper healthcare and
clean water and proper access to education.
Okay, on that note, if you can join me in thanking the panel, we'll get them to. Okay, so do I control this, or is somebody going to put those slides up for me? How does this work? You're handling it, Christina? Marvelous. So can you put the 3 questions on the slide? There they are. Excellent. Okay, so before I tell you what your job assignment is for the next 40 minutes or so, because you have to talk to each other for an extended period of time, and we're going to record it, or we're not going to feed you. That's the deal. In any event, for those of you who thought that I might have been exaggerating a little bit about the importance of the NOHFC internship program for NPI, I realized that there's several other people I didn't introduce you to. So Aman is sitting here. She's an NOHFC intern in Sudbury. Sean is over here, a current NOHFC intern in Sudbury. We also have Christine in the back, who's our current communications coordinator, who started with us as, does anybody want to guess? NOHFC intern. And there was one other, did I miss somebody? I think I'm missing somebody. Oh, and the young lady in the back who waved at me is Christina. She's also an NOHFC intern. Oh, and of course, I knew there was 2 more. The strange individual wandering around the microphone, there he is. Yeah, I'll get to you, Anthony. This is Anthony. Anthony's a former NOHFC intern, now with us on a permanent assignment in Thunder Bay. And of course, his partner in crime is sitting over here, Fen. And to be honest, her staring at her computer screen like that is what I see every day in the office. I'm not even sure she kind of gets up. But anyway, Fen is yet another one of our successful. She graduated from Lakehead, came to us on an internship, is now with us as well. So there's my promotion for the program. What is that? Learn by doing, I guess. In any event. This is my favorite part of the day, and the reason is because I don't have to talk anymore. Essentially what we're going to ask you to do is, having heard the breakfast speaker, Dr. Hall, and the 3 panelists, we're going to ask you now to discuss 3 questions. And the questions are there on the screen. It's I'm not going to read them. You can follow them through on your own. At each table, there's theoretically supposed to be an assigned recorder. We're a little short of volunteers and staff this time, so 2 things. One, if you're sitting at a table by yourself, by all means, I understand that a conversation between the 2 of you will be absolutely fascinating, hardly any other, but I'm sure that perhaps Pierre and his associates might benefit from sharing your perspectives. So if you kind of see an opportunity to merge tables, that would be marvelous. We don't want to see anybody left out. And the second thing is, if there's not an assigned recorder at your table, in other words, there's not somebody sitting there with a computer with a little thing in front of them that says reserve for note taker, if one of you could volunteer just to take a few notes on a piece of paper and then hand it to, where is Rachel? There she is. So Mrs. Rizzuto back there in the back would be very much appreciative of the summary. What we do with these conversations is we summarize it into reports based on the conferences. State of the North 1 and 2 are about to be released. State of the North 3 will hopefully follow shortly, and we use it to inform our research agenda going forward. So, oh yes, Chatham House rules. So we do operate on the basis of Chatham House rules, and for those of you who don't know what that means, it means you can speak freely. We'll summarize the conversation, but not assign any quote directly to individuals. And any quote that you provide that might possibly identify you, in other words, as the head of NOHFC, I think this sucks, we'll take that out so that there's not that you would say that wherever you are, Melanie, but Florence might let something slip that, anyway. If there's an identifiable statement in a comment you made that we've written down, we'll take it out before we put it in the public report. And on that note, we're going to flip to question number 1 on the screen. We'll leave it up for about 10, 12 minutes. Then we'll flip to question 2, and then we'll flip to question 3. So that's your cue to kind of change tack. So try to stay focused on the question at hand, and good luck to you all.
Hear about it.
Is it working now? There you go. Hello, everybody. I hope that got you all fired up for continuing your conversations over lunch and this afternoon. I have to now rudely interrupt your conversations, and I'll talk randomly for 35 or 40 seconds while you figure out that I'm up here. In any event, we're going to move to a extended lunch and networking break. It's 11:45. We'll ask you to be back in the room seated by 12:30. To give you a little heads up, there'll probably be a little note on the screen that says reconvening in 5 minutes or something along those lines, so you'll have a little bit of warning. Lunch is out in the hall. You bring it in here to eat. We'd encourage you to take the time to have a look at the various booths that are around the room. You've got, of course, 3 from the Institute itself, but you've also got Future Sault Ste. Marie, including the Local Immigration Partnership. You've got Nordic Institute, our old friends, Algoma University. Over here we've got Ivy, Nuclear Waste Management, and Sault Ste. Marie Innovation Center, and of course one of our other favorite friends, Professions North. So by all means, have a chance to visit those booths, have a chat with the folks that are there, and learn about those organizations. But in any event, I want to thank you all again for your enthusiastic participation this morning. Enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you in about 45 minutes, and we'll reconvene. Hello, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. So we're going to get going again with our luncheon speaker. And I've written down all kinds of lies that I'm supposed to tell, and I'm supposed to tell them in an authentic and an honest voice about the remarkable career of the individual I'm going to introduce. No, I'm just being facetious. I get tired just reading this bio, but anyway. So I hope you had a good lunch, and we're going to turn to the luncheon speaker, sponsored by the Sault Ste. Marie Innovation Center. No connection at all. Thank you to the Sault for supporting that. So our luncheon speaker is Peter Ruins. You got your phone back, right? Okay. Did you get it back with interest? That's what I want to know. Is an experienced executive with global and management experience, worked as a leader in healthcare, biotechnology, environmental technology, construction, economic development, and as an entrepreneur. He earned a diploma in architectural technology from Fanshawe College, a Bachelor of Engineering Science from Western, and an Executive Master's of Business Administration from Ivey School of Business. He's also a professional engineer, has established 3 businesses in China, has met with or negotiated with every level of government, worked for several years in Ontario healthcare system, helping with the construction of 2 hospitals and managing hospital operations and facilities. We had a fascinating conversation last night over dinner about hospitals and sustainability, so I suspect the 7 people who were grilling me would love to have some time with you to have that discussion. Of course, now Peter is the Executive Director of the Sault Ste. Marie Innovation Center, focused on building up the digital, smart city, advanced manufacturing, and ag tech components of the economy. Please welcome me in joining Mr. Peter Ruins.
Hi, everybody. First, I want to introduce a little bit about the Innovation Center. It's our 20-year anniversary, although I've only been there a year and a few months. We have 50 staff. We have a strong technology focus. Our revenues last year were about $5.6 million. We are funded substantially by NOHFC and FedNor, where we deliver a number of programs on their behalf in the agricultural technology sector, the digital technology and software development, and in business support services. Now I want to move on to why I did this presentation in the first place. You can see the title there, but when I got to the Innovation Center, I thought, well, I know a lot about every other city in Ontario, and I've studied a lot of cities in the United States. Every single city has the same problem. Unemployment's high, wages are dropping, international competitiveness is rising, and climate change is getting out of hand, and nobody seems to be able to come up with a solution. So I thought I would look at household incomes and figure out what could the Innovation Center role be in helping drive up average incomes in Sault Ste. Marie, because that's really what we want, is a thriving, healthy, economically viable city. And then when you create that, well, then you attract lots of people to come and join you. So that's why I did this. And then when I set out in the journey, it started to combine a number of things that interconnected. So I'm going to get into it. I think that there's 2 cancers that have been affecting our country and basically global economies for 50 years. And we have one neurological disorder, which is the acceleration of automation, which I'll get into later. So these are metaphors for global forces. And then when you look at stakeholders in a global economy, you have government, you have large multinational corporations, you have the household, and you have small independent business. Just to get an idea of what definition is, a small independent business is actually something like Algoma Steel. They are large, they're in one geographic location, they do not have the ability to move production in different places around the world. An MNC, by this definition locally, would be Tenaris. Multiple plants all over the world, driven by a global head office, I think, in South Africa. And then you look at the 2 cancers that we experience in our society and the United States as well. I'm focusing more on a North America approach to all this, but geopolitical compromise and wealth siphons, to me, are a fundamental harm and what's actually been a contributing factor to climate change, income degradation, and government deficits. And then we have the technology acceleration, which we'll talk about later. So let's define geopolitical compromise. It is a trade agreement between one or more countries where foreign worker rights, environmental legislation, human rights, security issues for people are not governed and regulated within that agreement to parallel anything in our domestic market. A wealth siphon is a mechanism that takes wealth out of an economy and delivers it to a small number of people. An example of this is share buybacks on the global market. We'll talk about that a little bit. Ultra-high executive compensation. And these are two forces that drive a whole lot of activity globally. And then when you look at geopolitical compromise, this whole idea of freedom with zero responsibility, if you look at what we had in the early 80s in Canada and the United States, we had worker rights that were protected. Unions had a strong hold on negotiating fair wages. Utilities are expensive. Environmental regulations were strong. Then you looked at China as an example, and I have the most experience with China. You look at all the attributes that they did not have to contribute cost to when you moved a factory to China from North America. And so you factor the cost of all that in, and then you look at what the impact is on your local society. Well, how do we compete when not only do we have wage disparity, but we have disparity on every other element that we've been building up our economy to justify and to protect our quality of life? So then, after that, the trade agreements opened everything up in the 80s. Well, factories started moving. Plants started opening in Mexico. Contracts were set to either establish manufacturing projects in China or licensing manufacturing and then importing the goods back to North America for distribution in our market. Then you can see the trade deficits that escalated from that very behavior. So right now the trade deficit in current times is actually over $600 billion in the United States, so it's actually about double the height of that first graph. Mexico, it's growing quickly. And all of that represents wealth that left our economy using geopolitical compromise to another economy. You look at companies that thrived in this sort of environment. Walmart was the first. They essentially built the first and best logistics pipeline connecting foreign jurisdictions that could manufacture projects cheaply and connect it into a distribution system in North America. And then once they perfected that through retail stores, well, then the online business simply plugged into that. And then you see Amazon and Wayfair, and you see how their sales have skyrocketed over the years in parallel to companies moving manufacturing offshore and that sort of thing. So if any of you people have spent time in China, I was there in the mid to late 90s and in the 2010 to 2015 area. Those pictures are exactly what China was like in the 90s. I've been to a city, Jinan, where the river that went right through the city is that color. I've been in cities where you can't see across the street. If you look from the air when you're flying around China, you can actually see all the coal-fired power plant smokestacks. The labor conditions were terrible. People that lived there would live in a 4-foot by 6-foot box and share a washroom with 50 other people. And so there was no privacy. Agriculture, you can see that lower picture in the agriculture. Every single piece of agricultural land was experiencing pollution. So then you got contaminated food products. And that bottom right picture is simply a plant and how sloppy they were run in the early 90s. And that basically, those are all VOCs that just pour out to the atmosphere. I'm pretty sure that fellow's probably dead by now, but because the carcinogens coming off of that would have been incredible. So then you look at how many manufacturing jobs actually left. And so this is United States data. You can divide by 10 and you have Canadian data. Well, if you look at the numbers, 14 million down to, what's that? Let's see, about 7 million manufacturing jobs left since the early 1980s. The jobs that left first were the $30, $40 an hour jobs. They were the high-paying jobs. corporations were using the movement of factories to other jurisdictions to knock down labor rates, and they succeeded. But if you think about what actually happened beyond that, we talk about in economic development circles, if you attract one manufacturing job, you attract X other support jobs. Well, we lost all those jobs, and we lost the support jobs that went with them. But the other side effect was the remaining jobs, the negotiating power was on the employer side. So wages started dropping in manufacturing. Now I think in southwestern Ontario, if you get a manufacturing job over $18 an hour, you're lucky. Foreign exchange. Well, if you want to kind of get a flavor for how much cash left the economy, when it goes to China, everything flows through the State Administration of Foreign Exchange, and they hold the foreign exchange balance for the country. And so this is a net balance, because they had outflows and inflows, so their net balance grew to $3.84 trillion from next to nothing in the early 80s. So that's an indication of the amount of cash that left our economy to go there. Then you look at federal deficits. Well, if you're losing all those jobs and the rest of the jobs are going down in terms of net wages, and you're losing the support jobs, well, your taxation revenue is going down on a per capita basis. Right there, you can see how the U.S. deficit has moved up until, that's 2009 or 10, but right now, if you were to extend that graph, we'd be well up through the ceiling because it's at $21.8 trillion as of this year. And their this year deficit is $1.1 trillion. If you divided that by 10 to get to our population, in pro rata terms, that would mean our deficit would be about $100 billion. Ours was only, what, $14 billion as announced last week. So in terms of managing fiscally, our governments, plural, have actually been doing a pretty good job. You look at Canada and Ontario, well, same deal. We had a little respite for a period of time in the federal government, but generally deficits are going up, and there's not anything you can do to stop it because wage and value degradation of people has been continuing, and it's going to continue into the future. If you look at Ontario deficits, same story. It's really next to impossible to rein these deficits in unless we have a paradigm shift of some kind. So to sum that part of the presentation, we let companies import almost anything from the outside. We didn't apply any controls on them at all, and we thought it would improve our global competitiveness as a nation. What it actually did was it gutted our competitiveness as a nation. Well, okay. This is kind of a graph that indicates what happened to wages. So the blue line is what it was back in the early 80s. If you look at disparity amongst population, we had a healthy middle class. And then if you look at today's curve, the red curve, what you see is that there's an awful lot of people, more than 55% of the population, are now earning incomes down below a living wage. And then if you look at the upper end of the scale, we have fewer people earning exponentially more money. And we'll touch on why that happened later. And if you look at the area between the two graphs, that's the amount of cash that left our economy in terms of wages that we no longer have government taxation revenue from. Now, if you look at this as United States data, the GDP is an indicator of how well the economy is doing, and real wages should typically trend along with it. But they split in the early 80s. And the gap between the two of those is actually an indicator of lost incomes of households. If you look at the bottom right, there's a little note. Every one of those gray vertical lines represents a recession. And every single recession, the GDP would drop maybe 2 or 3%, but real wages would drop between 5 and 10%. And the loss would carry forward for quite a few months after the GDP corrected. And if you look at from about 1990 to the near present time, wages have been flat. In fact, they declined in between. And so the household had very little influence on how to raise its own income. So if we looked at what household lost in dollar terms, well, that area on a household basis in the United States was, that total area was $21.8 trillion of salaries left the U.S. economy. And on a per family unit basis, if you calculate the number of households between then and now, every household is down $6,400 in taxable income that they should have been earning had we not lost our competitive advantages. If you look at the taxation benefit of that $6,400 a household, that would make it easy for governments to rein in deficits based on policy and choices. If you divide that by 10, you get about the Canadian experience, and if you look at the household experience, it's not a lot different than $6,400 a household. Then you look at, this graph came out about a month and a half ago, I think, in the newspaper about we had record low unemployment rates in Canada, down to 5.4%. And if you look at recessions, you can see where the recessions are. They're the big spikes in unemployment. Well, in the 80s, when we had a recession, unemployment would spike incredibly high. And then it would take 4 or 5 years before the economy would recover and unemployment would go down. Then the 90s, it spiked high too, but not quite as high. Then we had a small recession in 2000 that spiked a little bit. And then we had the housing meltdown in 2008, the third circle. But if you look at this graph, actually unemployment has been trending down since 1982 if you put a regression line through that graph. And what that tells us is that as we were losing our high-end jobs, we were creating more low-paying jobs, and as people fell off that blue curve onto the red curve, they were falling down and taking on jobs, either multiple jobs in some cases, or full-time at minimum wage, et cetera, But it's an indicator that when we get the next recession, unemployment's not likely to spike high, but what's likely to happen is the next round of salary reductions is going to happen as corporations adjust themselves. Then if you think about the family unit, every single one of us here is unhappy about the situation in Canada, in the Canadian economy. We're unhappy about our household. Everybody's nervous about their kids getting jobs. I don't know how many of you young folks here are on gig economy jobs, short-term contracts where you're not sure what you're going to be earning next year or where you're going to be working. So everybody is nervous. They all know there's a problem, but nobody can quite point their finger at exactly what the problem is. And that first line in there, that is taken from before we had the $14 an hour bump in minimum wage. 11.5% of workers in Ontario earn minimum wage, and that's up from 1 in 40 in just a 20-year period. So if you think about that, that's 2.5% to 11%. Almost 1/3 of the people that work in Toronto are earning, living underneath about a minimum wage. And in Toronto, we talk about the big tech bubble. Well, in Toronto, there's only 90,000 jobs in the entire tech industry in Toronto that everybody celebrates. Well, that's not driving the economy. That's driving a niche of technology and advancement of automation and acceleration. So it's not a basis for building an economy on. It's a temporary situation. Now I want to talk about wealth siphons. If you remember, that's the second cancer that's affecting our society. If you look at those blue bars, that's the amount of dollars that multinational corporations were using to buy back their own shares on the various stock exchanges in the United States. So this year, $1.1 trillion is being spent. That's $3,000 for every single living American in the United States, leaving a company's balance sheet that was built, that cash balance was built by the work of every employee of that company. It goes onto the balance sheet. The CFO, the president, and the board decide, well, if we buy back our shares, we reduce the denominator and our share price will go up faster. And by the way, I can cash in my stock options and make a killing myself. And that's the opinion of the boards, the CEOs, and the CFOs of these large companies. There's a reason why Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates have hundreds of billions of dollars. It's because they can leverage that sort of behavior. It was legalized in 1982 in the United States and has taken hold of the economy. And now a company like Apple, as an example, I forget how many years ago, but 3 or 4 years ago, they had a float of 5.6 billion shares. They bought down enough shares that they're down to about 4.3 billion shares. So they bought down 20% of the entire share base using capital off their balance sheet to drive up stock price. But yet their income has almost been flat for 4 years. So they were doing that to create wealth, but not creating wealth for the economy. They were pulling wealth out of the economy and not reinvesting it. Small independent businesses, these are all the hundreds of companies we have in the Sioux, like Helene, like even Algoma Steel, to all the mom and pop shops that we have. None of those people can benefit from wealth siphons or geopolitical compromise. They're victims of it. So they have to build up their business and compete in a marketplace that's really tough. They're subject to every other force in the global marketplace, including artificial intelligence and AI. And they tend to serve regional markets, like Algoma Steel is mostly North American. And then if you look at corporations and big business, all of this behavior is accumulated into these four notions that corporations have really no option but to devalue their home market even more. Because where they were generating wealth was manufacturing abroad, importing back to their home country, living off of the wealth that was built up over generations in that country. But now they're forced to even cut costs more because their lives are getting more competitive. So the main reason now to create jobs domestically is actually because we have strong legal systems, we have strong financial systems. So if it weren't for those predictable systems and the instruments that they can use to create wealth, like wealth siphons, then we would be in a whole heap of trouble more. And you can imagine what life is like in countries that do not have structured systems as we have. And then, so this is actually to the detriment of the corporation itself, to the detriment of every household, and to the detriment of government. But not to the detriment, it's only to the advantage of those small group of individuals who take money out of the economy. Well, kind of wondering, this actually is about climate change. You wouldn't know it, but it's coming. And so you look at confidence in government, and these next two slides are pretty sensitive, but I truly believe this, and so I'm going to say it anyways. Confidence in government has been declining steadily in the United States and Canada for a long time. And why it's declining is households do not know who to blame for the reductions in salaries and the increased level of stress in the household. Like even we had this recent thing with autism in the province, where the province wanted to make a cut, but then they have to turn back the clock and undo that. Well, the pressure on the government is they've got to find cost cuts, but the pressure on the household is they have needs, and they think that an advanced economy should have those needs filled. And so people struggle in their households on who to blame and where to go to find a resolution to the stresses they're feeling. And therefore, all of our confidence in government is going down the toilet. So you got to wonder, why did politicians do it in the first place? Why did they set up NAFTA in a way? Why did they set up international trade with China? Well, there's a couple realities about politicians, and I think we might as well admit that it's consistent around the world. This is not peculiar to Canada. Political leadership is a bunch of favors. Everybody knows there's lobby groups all over the place. Almost every politician is in the political framework for a short period of time. Sometimes 4 years, sometimes 8, sometimes more. And so they spend part of their time negotiating relationships that would benefit them after office. And so they're susceptible to compromise when lobby groups come and push a policy platform forward. The worst case is that I was thinking when I brainstormed this slide was, did politicians and their staff not actually analyze that this could happen, and to think that this would be a natural outcome of just opening up our borders to any products that wanted to come in here? Well, corporations are now the control of policy at government. They are not us citizens. Us citizens, if you look at the cartoon, which is dead nuts right, us citizens do not have much of a voice, and that's one reason why we're also negative on elections. We don't feel like we can enact positive change because we don't believe our governments will actually implement positive change, and we actually don't believe that they even know what to do because we struggle with what to do. None of us have ideas. And then the bottom point, this is my cynical point, corporations that deal and benefit from this international trade and this wealth siphoning, they love social issues that divide political parties, like the Me Too movement. Any distraction from the fiscal organization that's going on in society, corporations love it because then their marketing and communications can take an ethical stance on an issue as long as it doesn't bring focus onto the capital structure and the capital processes that these corporations do. So that's why you'll see companies like Nike, everybody putting out all these positive communiques, and we feel good about the company. But you go ahead and challenge their manufacturing structure and start aiming at where they're not taking part in the world in a fair manner, well, then your opinion changes. The one thing I wanted to note is that this is not a political party thing. It's not conservatives, liberals, NDP, it's everybody. The United States, it's not Republican or Democrat, it's everybody. The core of government for the last 50 years has been influenced far too strongly by corporations who are demanding trade as the solution to economic woes, while trade without responsibility is what we're seeing in Sault Ste. Marie. 59% of the people that live and work in Sault Ste. Marie over the age of 15 are earning under a living wage, and that does not even factor in the precarious workers. We're probably in the 65% range. Then you go to rich Waterloo, Ontario, well, it's 55% there. Every single community in the United States and Canada is struggling with exactly the same social problems that we struggle with here in Sault Ste. Marie. And that's the nut I was trying to crack when I was looking at strategy for the Innovation Center. So another indicator of what's going on in the world, I don't know how to tie this into this talk, but what I noticed was migration of humans around the world is just accelerating. And so I think what we can presume from that, there's probably a lot of reasons that I don't understand, but one of the things we can presume is that the value of humans from a corporate employment perspective and government perspective is trending downward in a lot of places around the world. And that's a sad state of affairs. So that sort of insinuates more unstable governments, more irrational governments, more overt control of people. Now we're going to talk about climate change. You guys can all go online and read tons of stuff about climate change. Well, it really comes down to a simple couple of facts. The bottom graph on the right talks about CO2 levels in the atmosphere for the past million years. The red line on the graph beside it is that level. So since about the 1950s and 60s, we've been over the tipping point for the last number of ice ages in CO2 level in the atmosphere. And now we are, if you look at accumulation of CO2 and then greenhouse gas equivalents like methane, we are now over the 500 range, and I think we're probably creeping up to even further up on that. And if you look at where the pollution's coming from, well, the other graph kind of segments, but if you look at China as an example, their population only went up 30%, but their contribution to greenhouse gases went up over 500% in a very short period of time. India is going. Logistics takes up 2.5%. And you can look at the United States. Well, the United States today is actually trending up. The United States is the largest greenhouse gas emitter on the planet. China's number 2, Russia's number 3, and India's number 4. And those 4 countries emit more than 60% of global CO2 emissions. So for us to sit here in Canada and think, oh, we got to curb our own emissions, if we don't, in parallel, create pressure on international trade to drop those emissions of other countries and work together as countries, well, we might as well just forget the game. We got to create a system that engages, even if it means temporary conflict with other countries. Now, CO2 emissions in the atmosphere, this one's from NOAA, but of all the CO2 emissions that go into the atmosphere every year, half of it repatriates right back to Earth the same year in the form of acid rain or just coming back into contact with plants, that sort of thing. But what is it, 70% of the planet's covered in water? Well, so what we're doing is we're putting up CO2 in the atmosphere, but we're acidifying our oceans, and you can see the acidification curve where that orange arrow is. And so we're already trending down. Every 0.1 of loss in pH is a 30% increase in acidification. That's what's contributing to the degradation of life in the ocean, food chains, that sort of thing, hurting everything, coral reefs. And you can see how fast it's projected to go down unless we rein in climate change. Now, China, that's a current graph of China. You can see they're doing a lot of good at the top of the graph, where they're putting wind power in, solar, nuclear, and hydroelectric. You can almost see where they opened the Three Gorges Dam, where the hydroelectric gets pretty big. But underneath it all, they are still heavily reliant on coal to fund the electricity demands of the country. Now, having lived in China, I can almost guarantee that every one of those coal-fired power plants does not have a single scrubber on them that's working. So a scrubber takes out sulfur dioxide and can reduce emissions and impact on the environment. Well, there's an area where they actually ought to be. If they're stuck on coal, cut it in half, because they can cut it in half with latest technology. So I already mentioned this. China's population only went up 30%, but their emissions went up a lot. Global population went up 40%, and emissions increased by 100%. So it's not totally tied to population and growth of rates of population. I'm only going to touch a little bit on technology acceleration, but the one point here is that technology is changing at such a pace that not one person in this room, myself included, everybody else, even if you're a PhD techie, none of you understand how fast technology is moving, because it's moving in every single area of life. And it's impossible. So our ability to cope with it, we're actually not able to cope with it. So when technology comes upon us in surprising ways, sometimes we're filled with wonder, sometimes we're filled with shock. Accelerating technology, well, technology is going so fast that every one of us knows it, all of us at my age. Well, cassette tapes were really cool, but I still love my 8-track. And then we went to CDs, DVDs, and now sticks. Everything is going so fast, the next product is outstripped very quickly in the economy. And then there's a citation there about a book. We don't know how fast things are moving. Well, they're moving so fast that we actually don't know what's very close to us. The digital economy is creating lots of jobs now. And artificial intelligence doesn't exist yet, only machine learning does. But once artificial intelligence comes to pass where it's actually truly functional, well then all these little cool tech companies that you hear about that can create sight, can create smell, can create touch, create all these things about thinking and underlying programs, once you get true artificial intelligence, it can actually internalize and implement and incorporate those technologies. It doesn't need our help. And so you're going to be able to create robotics and technologies that will think and do everything on their own. They'll be able to see, hear, touch, communicate, translate to every single language, because every one of us knows that all these software programs exist, but not as AI-driven programs. So the blue letter is the thing that we have to think about. The disruption of technology is going to drastically affect every corporation, every household, every government around the world, and it's going to happen within 8 to 10 years. And this is because they're projecting that within 8 years, the laptop you buy at Staples is going to have the brain power of your entire brain. And then once that happens, the programs and the artificial intelligence that you have at your desktop can think as fast as you can and probably can learn faster and solve problems quicker. And if our governments are still mired in this deficit acceleration, poverty, and corporations and environmental issues, when that happens, we have no ability to cope with it. It's going to hit like a hammer. McKinsey did a study in the United States that projects kind of what Heather was talking about, is that they project over 70 million full-time jobs in the United States can be eliminated within 10 years in the United States, in all levels of the economy. So that's coming too. So why we should gasp? Well, all we've done so far as citizens when we elect people is we've been driving towards electing more populist government who focus on attacking cost structures of government, cost programs, how to squeeze drops, how to move money from bucket to bucket, because that's where they can feel they can make a difference, because even the government struggle with how to create more revenue. And pretty soon, and I think we're not that far away from it, the apathy that we have for this federal election. I'm totally apathetic personally on it because both parties are not going to, both leading parties are not going to address the geopolitical compromises at all in their platforms because we haven't demanded it, we haven't identified it, and we're not forcing them to do it. And in parallel to all that, the planet keeps degrading. And you know, ignorance really dominates the public on this. The public cannot understand how to engage enough to influence change, to demand their local candidates think through these processes. Then I wanted to touch on carbon taxes. There's no way a carbon tax can work, and the reason is simple. A carbon tax operates within a country, within your own borders. You tax your people, and you take that money and you drag it through the government bureaucracy. So let's say it's $10 billion. Well, here I read an article in Financial Post that they thought the carbon tax program in Canada would be $11.4 billion. So if you did collect that $11.4 billion and you dragged it through the economy, through government bureaucracy, maybe $6 billion comes back as a useful program. Money gets wasted when it flows through the tax system and gets delivered into programs. And so it doesn't draw other countries into the fray. So to have a carbon tax working within our country is totally pointless. It won't change anything. Well, my talk so far is meant to give you an idea how severe the problems are. Every solution will have pain, and the menu of solutions that I want to talk about, I think need to be the ones that we get debated. Eliminate wealth siphons. Make it illegal to do share buybacks. Force that money that corporations earn to stay in the economy and get reinvested into whatever the corporation's priorities are. However, it takes $1 trillion out of an annual stock exchange, which is going to cause a huge correction on the stock market. So the best time to do that is when we hit our next recession. Then knock them out when companies aren't spending that money. This is a graphic that shows the environmental performance of every country around the world. If you look at that graph, you can spot where we are, you can spot where China is. There's a differential between a high-performing country on environmental policy and procedure and a low-performing country. If you look at one of the worst ones, it's Bangladesh over there. It's second from the bottom. China is, I think, near the bottom of the second column. Mexico is in there too. So these are kind of like the behaviors and represent policy within a country on environmental practices on air, water, and soil. Well, we should be tariffing countries based on that instead of a carbon tax. Put the carbon tax on imports from country and prorate it to the amount of work those countries have to do to improve their own environmental performance. How you do it? You pick the product categories that can have the most impact. You pick the countries that you think you can influence positive change in. Then I thought I would look at, because a big part of geopolitical compromise is just using people, using cheap labor abroad. Well, I looked at this index prepared by, I think University of British Columbia is one of the groups. The Fraser Institute is one of the groups. Well, if you look at Economic and Personal Freedom Index, a couple of interesting things. You wonder why Hong Kong is protesting so much and why they're so diligent. Well, look at where they rank. They rank number 3 in economic freedom and personal freedoms. There's no way they're going to give it up, and they're standing up for it. So China is trying to drive down the regulations so they have less freedoms. And so the point that this slide is here for is to indicate that, well, the environmental grid very closely resembles this grid when you're ranking countries. And so by attacking the environmental performance of countries, you're also in parallel attacking the human personal freedoms and economic freedom of citizens in that country. So if those countries move to start correcting their environmental performance, in parallel we can expect that they will improve their human rights performance as well. And this is one that I believe in strongly. Right now, 2.5% of all CO2 emissions are logistics-oriented ships. Well, it's going to grow a lot. That's a shot off of marinetraffic.com. but every single ship that's out there is burning bunker C oil, which is a very high polluting form of fuel. I think we should be putting tariffs and import duties on anything that comes on a boat. And what that does is it drives two behaviors. One, the shipping and logistics industry has to move to hydrogen or battery technology faster, and we make it economically painful not to do so. The second thing it does is it promotes local sourcing of goods because it fuels the balance to be more favoring towards local suppliers. And that drives a bigger chance to repatriate jobs back to Canada. So how much time do we have? Well, all I did was listen to a whole bunch of people talk about it. Even Dr. David Suzuki made a comment last week that he actually thinks it's too late, that we can't recover the planet. But in any event, how much time do we have? Well, I think we have 2 4-year government cycles at the federal level. And if they don't get their act together, then it doesn't really matter what they do after that. It's just a game of stalling. And why 8 years? Because in about 8 to 10 years, AI is going to start hammering jobs to a significant tune in Canada, and governments will not be able to drive revenue at all. They're going to go broke. And within 11 years, the Arctic ice caps are destined to go to zero every summer, but the permafrost is going to start releasing more methane and will become the driver of methane emissions. Right now, the drivers are cattle, 1.6 billion cows on the planet, fracking. Canada and the United States are the largest frackers in the world, and so the amount of methane that comes out of that is incredible. And the United States is by far the largest methane emitter, and landfills. But recently, the last 3 years, methane emissions have popped up 18% in some areas of the planet. But fracking hasn't changed, landfills haven't changed, and cattle haven't changed. So chances are it's coming from permafrost. That's the next biggest sink. And if you look at that, I put that little graph up there again, the gap between CO2 emissions and non-CO2 emissions that are greenhouse gases like methane is growing at a substantial rate relative to CO2. The picture on the bottom right is in Siberia, and every one of those craters is a methane pocket that pop loose. So you can see the size of these things, and that's just a big burp of methane that goes up into the atmosphere. The land caves in underneath it, and you've got a crater. So methane, I thought I would check methane concentrations in the atmosphere because I actually didn't know when I was preparing this deck. Well, there's the last 1,000,000 years, and then you can see where we are. And if you watch that, I think that Independence Day, is that the movie? The guy goes, oh crap, he's just about to die. But you can see that it's gone overboard in a very short period of time. Nobody can deny that this is not a man-induced or humankind-induced phenomenon, climate change and methane emissions. So if you look at, we celebrated the 50th year of landing on the moon. Well, since we landed on the moon, we basically destroyed our planet. So if any of you care about family incomes, jobs, and your kids' future, you care about government being able to provide good basic services like healthcare, education, social services, you want a safe society, and then you also care about climate change. Because all of this basically comes in large part due to geopolitical compromises and wealth siphons. So I'm not sure what you've taken away from my talk, but it should motivate you to get in the face of your local federal politicians, the candidates that are running today, and demanding them to answer the question on how they're going to engage the globe in CO2 reductions and methane reductions, because if they can't answer you, don't vote for them. They don't deserve your vote, period. But now is the positive side of it. And this is what, at the Innovation Center, why I did this. I wanted to get to this point. Urgencies, opportunities. Well, if we collected, say, $12 billion in tariffs in lieu of carbon taxes, we could allocate a percentage of that internally to our economy to accelerate our greening programs. It could be anything. Funding Indigenous programs around the care of the earth. It could be electric vehicle infrastructure, it could be hydrogen charging stations, it could be anything. Well, there's $8 billion you could pour right back into your economy. But then you also need to help the world. So we can then invest into programs in international that are aimed directly at curbing emissions. Like 300 million people in India do not have electricity yet. Do you think if we don't start partnering with India, creating agreements with India, that they're going to be fed electricity from coal or nuclear? It's going to be coal. China, in its Belt and Road policy, are cutting back on their coal emissions or coal-fired power plant construction in their own country, but they're building 200 in other countries, all through Africa, through the middle, through Bangladesh, Pakistan, in a whole bunch of areas as they create their trade routes. So if governments actually acted to eliminate compromises, the number of opportunities for investors, entrepreneurs would go through the roof to an extent that we haven't seen since the end of World War II. It'll drive a sense of global responsibility, put upward pressure on wages, and put into motion forces that will rein in climate change. And Canada can only lead if our elected officials actually take action on this and actually do it and have the guts to do it. Now, I actually don't think the core leaders of our federal parties have it in them because they're still too strongly influenced by the corporations and the lobby groups. But to me, it's the backbenchers. It's the people out in the communities that are getting told what they need to do. Those are the people that are working for their communities. The backbenchers could actually rise up and demand that their parties look at this. And if you think about opportunities, look how obvious they are. There's just tons of them. But then when you stop to brainstorm and think about it, you can start to clarify on where opportunity is going to emerge. Well, plant-based foods is one that's already emerging. It's about, a $400 million market today, but studies are showing it's projecting to a $3 billion a year market. There's businesses there to be created. And all these other areas, aquaculture, eliminating fast food disposables, et cetera, every single one of them is an opportunity for entrepreneurs, whether you're Indigenous, an immigrant newcomer, a person living in Sault Ste. Marie, a young person graduating from Algoma University, or you're just a frustrated employee with an idea and you're just wondering if the market is there. Well, in the next 8 years, the market is there for every single one of these things. Not one of these business areas will fail if you're an entrepreneur and you're aggressive in it. And when I looked at that for the Innovation Center, we're actually going after the top one. We're going to create a plant-based food business right here in Sault Ste. Marie, and we're going to gun for it to be a multi-million-dollar business. And in parallel to that, we are going to become expert in biodegradable packaging and food packaging, and we're going to look for the technologies and bring them to the Sioux and commercialize it here in support of our plant food business. That's the area that we have expertise in because we have the RAIN group, we have the software group, and we actually have the ability to create this business. What can you guys do? Any one of you or any one of your organizations could spot an entrepreneur to dive in and do the same thing. Like I have one in there, converting disposable products to durable products. I actually brought a fan, but I left it in the car. I bought a fan at Walmart last year when I first moved here because everybody told me you don't need air conditioning in Sault Ste. Marie, but you damn well do need air conditioning in Sault Ste. Marie because it was hot last year. So I bought a fan. Well, about 2 months ago it conked out. I had it for 13 months. Like what good is a fan that lasts 13 months? I actually think we should be working to put a 5-year mandatory full parts and labor warranty on every durable good that's made and imported. And that would drive an entire economy on that service industry coming back so that we get the Maytag guy coming back. Like, why should we buy a dishwasher and 2 years later have to go buy another one? Because you can't repair it economically. It makes no sense. So here's a quick look at another one that we're not tackling, but I hope somebody does. In North America, in the United States, 50 billion water bottles are put into garbage every single year in just water bottles, not pop bottles or Gatorades, just water bottles. Of them, what is it, 29% is put into recycling, because those are the communities that have recycling program. Of that, only 7% is actually recycled into another product, meaning 93% of every water bottle ends up in landfill or in our waterways or our streams or our parks, everywhere. And so, and Coca-Cola uses like 3 million tons of plastic a year just for Coca-Cola. And if you look at the price of water, like every single one of us feels guilty carrying a Tim Hortons coffee cup or a bottle of water, because we all know it's going into the garbage, it's not benefiting anybody, but we don't know what to do about it. But, well, if you look at the opportunities, like a 1.5 liter bottle of water is $2.27. Who could design and build a system that actually can deliver water to a consumer for less than that? Pretty much everybody can. It's the equipment, it's the delivery system, it's the logistics, and it all drives employment, it drives wealth, and we can create that right here. It just takes one entrepreneur with a solution who's got the drive to partner with manufacturing and do it. And the comment I wanted to make about Sault Ste. Marie, well, every city in the world is struggling with exactly the same problem that we are. So to think we can wait for a solution and then us benefit from it in terms of job growth, well, that's not going to happen. It's the cities that generate the entrepreneur and the courage to actually go out and build these businesses and that are global, that are going to create the wealth and repatriate the wealth back to their communities first. And that's what I want for Sault Ste. Marie. And that's the process we went through with my board, was to look at this and look it right in the face and see what's really going on. So the Northern Advantage, well, we're small. We're small enough to be really fast. We're big enough to matter. We have hundreds of thousands of people. We've got universities, colleges. We've got intellectual capital. We've got industrious people. We've got people that have that sort of, like, I actually see it as a northern toughness, because I'm not from the north, but you guys have a northern toughness to you that should make you quality entrepreneurs. And the other thing that we have here is we have an angel network up here that's one of the biggest in North America. And so we got the capital too. So there's really no excuse for anybody who spots a climate-oriented entrepreneurial opportunity that you can't start a business in it. And so I don't know if this is an end, but you know, all of you have a choice to make on whether you're going to go home and just get your Tims on the way home and not do anything and just say, yeah, it was a fun presentation, but I'm not going to call Sunny Spina or the Liberal Party or the Green Party. I'm not going to stir the pot. Well, you know what? Stir the pot. Because what does it matter? It matters a whole lot more if you don't than if you do. And I saw this cartoon. Oh, darn it. This cartoon. The first part of it just says, hey, just do nothing. It's impossible. But if you turn around and read it from the other side, it says, just do it. Nothing's impossible. And I actually firmly believe it. So when I look at the Innovation Center, what we're going to do, I gave this presentation to my board, and I have Ozma Vezina, I have Dr. Common, president of the hospital, a number of their business leaders in the community. Every single one of them said, we got to act on this quicker. So we're going to act quick. The university has already talked to me that they want to create a partnership around entrepreneurship. So see if we can jack up the number of entrepreneurs in the community, and then how do we, and us and the EDC and Future Sault Ste. Marie, how do we bundle around these entrepreneurs to get them to go really fast? And how do we work with our funding partners, FedNor and OHFC, to actually drive these businesses quicker, get them ahead of the competition? I actually like competition, it's kind of fun. And so I'm hoping that we uncover a lot more people in this city and region that have this entrepreneurial bent, because really, because we're in such a dire strait on a planetary basis, the opportunities are incredible. Make that connection in your head and then act on it. Thank you. If I want. Sure.
Okay, we have time for a couple of questions if there's anybody. Okay, here's here.
Thank you very much for your nice topic and presentation. I learned personally a lot from this. I have a question. You talked about the external pollution or CO2 emission control, like imposing tariff restriction on imports, right? That's for external commodities, other countries, like we may think about you talking about America, China, Russia. How about internal? So we have now carbon tax. So the negative side of it is the government is imposing it to the consumers, not the business that is polluting or emitting the carbons a lot. So the textbook case is actually we are talking about if a negative externality impose tax on that, who produce, right? That's the not a good side in that respect. But what do you think to control internal pollution, internal CO2 emission? What should be the best thing?
Well, I think there's a couple of things. We do need regulation to come back a little stronger. The reason the United States is emitting more is that Trump administration has been clawing back regulations. Emissions go up immediately. There has to be a balance of regulation because people operate within the bounds that they're controlled. So regulations need to stiffen up. And if you think about a carbon tax on an internal basis versus a tariff, a carbon tax is something you're probably going to pay and you can't get around it. If they put it on gas, we're still going to drive our cars. And so you're almost forced to pay that tax. Well, if a consumer, and me included, is forced to pay a tax, and let's say it is what the commercials are saying, $800 or $900 a year, I'm going to find other ways to cut my taxes in other ways. And so the net that the government's going to get out of me is going to be less because I'm going to go out of my way to find other ways to cut my taxes elsewhere. And so, and if you look at the tariffs, if we were to strengthen regulations on emissions, but have external tariffs that are going to raise whatever, $10 to $12 billion, and then we put, say, 8 of that billion back into our domestic country, well, you can aim it at areas where the biggest impact can be had. Like, I don't know how much Algoma Steel emits, but what if we put $100 million into making sure there's no pollution coming out of there? I don't know, that might be the smartest investment. That might be the biggest emitter. Always look at the biggest emitter first, and then make your investments to reduce that. And then over time, if you did this for 5 years, and you've implemented $40 billion of emissions project, you've poured $40 billion back into the economy, to jobs, to engineers, to contractors, to the plants, because they aren't bearing the whole burden of the emission control, so you're keeping them competitive. The other way, it just crams down the household spending power. We already have record debt as a household on average in the country. So taxing internally is not the right thing. A tariff, nobody has to buy the product. So if they tariff Nike shoes from China, and instead of $100, it's 120, you as a household don't have to buy it at 120. You can say, no, I'll buy somebody else's. So you have the option of allocating your own money. Nobody has taken that away from you. Carbon tax people take away your options, and that's the thing I don't like about it. But if we pour billions back into electric vehicles, hydrogen vehicles, then we are going to drive down that. And like even on water bottles, I think the government should ban plastic bags in grocery stores immediately right now. That can be done immediately. Nobody needs them anymore. Plastic water bottles, give them 3 years. So industry, you have 3 years to eliminate plastic water bottles. That's regulation, but it forces innovation. And if an entrepreneur's fast enough, there's a lot of room for building businesses. That's sort of the strategy.
Yeah. If I'm allowed to ask a quick question, is you estimated 8 to 10 years for AI to take over the jobs of others. So what is the, how do you estimate that 8 to 10?
Well,
Why not more or less?
I just looked at professors and people that have been lecturing all around the world. Like Singularity University has a number of lectures in California that talk about the rate of change and the rate of implementation of AI. All the majors like Morgan Stanley and McKinsey have all been publishing impact documents where they're guessing. at what the impacts are. And so every one of those was an input for me, and then I just am repeating what I found that the experts are saying. Oh,
hey,
not
Peter.
Jason.
Excellent presentation, thank you. It would appear from your graphs and your data that the electrification of the auto industry and the electrification of the airline industry isn't necessarily taken into account in some of these graphs that you're shown here today. Could you clarify that for us? And secondly, if that is the case, what opportunity do you think that lends itself to Northern Ontario? I think that's why a lot of us are here. And if that trend is one of the solutions to help us reverse some of these impacts that you're talking about today, where can we as Northern Ontario come together as a group to maybe create some of the electricity needed for the electrification of both industries?
Well, we have our wind farm up here. We have all kinds of capability to create clean energy through solar or wind up here. Wind energy in the United States is now 2.3 cents a kilowatt hour delivered to the utility grid. What you're doing when you put up wind farms is you're generating power in a period of time during the day, so you get a tremendous spike. And so that means that you're selling off surplus electricity to the grid and to the United States, so it's not a gain. But if you look at the overall picture, if a company up here were to all of a sudden say, work with the government, install EV charging stations all the way down the line through Sudbury to Timmins to connect it all so that EVs could be easily accessible in the north, that's one way. The other way would be to take advantage of the hydrogen economy, because we have hydrogen companies in Ontario that are world class. We could easily put as much wind farms as we want, and without changing our electrical grid, convert that into hydrogen fuel stations and be a leader in hydrogen fuel. And that really works well on large transport vehicles, mining trucks, like the heavy industry where you need big power, where to me electrification doesn't make any sense. Because of where we're situated, that a first mover in that area in hydrogen power of large vehicles would be almost a no-brainer. And then partnering with the trucking industry to be that energy partner would work. The projections, I talked about future projections of climate change. The actual Paris Accord does not project any climate change degrading for at least 30 more years. If you look at how they set up the Paris Accord, China could jack up their emissions until 2020 and then start trending them down. So they were all jacking up their emissions to get to a baseline that they could slowly degrade from. So, like to me in the north, electrification, like McDougall Energy is an example. If they became a leader, acquired the latest battery charging technology for EVs and owned it, and then started distributing that across the north and even moving into southwestern Ontario, they can create all kinds of wealth from that. It's just timing the market. But I think you got to acquire the intellectual property first. So companies like that can move really fast. Like aquaculture, I think our Indigenous communities can make incredible businesses out of aquaculture if they wanted to. So I'm not sure if that answered your question, but every single business, if they studied the implications of climate change, can identify areas of growth. Okay.
Thank you very much, Peter. So we're going to try and accelerate the process. There's lots of anxious looks over there. So Christine, you're still going to say a few words on behalf of Ecom. Is that the plan? So Christine Ledoux is going to make a few comments about from Ecom's perspective. They are generous enough to be the sponsors for the second panel. So I'll turn it over to her. Then she's going to sit down, be joined by two other panelists, and I'll introduce all three of them in a few seconds.
Hi there. I'm not going to take up too much time introducing Ecom because I'm a panelist. But for those of you who don't know the company, we are a large Eastern Canadian wood products company, predominantly in the lumber business. And you'll hear more from me in a little bit, so I'm not going to take up any more time. I'm happy with that. Thanks.
We like sponsors like that. Check came on time, recruited more people to come. I love it. In any event, so I'm going to introduce our three panelists. Look, they're actually well behaved and sitting in the right order. So on my far right is, I didn't practice pronouncing your name, Kevin. If I get it wrong, just throw something at me. Kevin Eshkagogan? Close? Not even close. Kevin, what's your last name for me? Eshkagogan. Now see, why didn't I catch that the first time? I'll practice. Yeah, I should have asked. I forgot. Shoot me. Okay, just so you know, that exchange is actually particularly relevant because tomorrow he's going to get added to my board, and so for the next 3 years I'm going to hear about how I mispronounced his name for the first time. Anyway, such is life. Kevin has been a player in the development of Indigenous cultural tourism in Ontario since 2003, integral part of the development and growth of the Great Spirit Circle Trail on Manitoulin Island, one of the country's most renowned Indigenous tourism organizations that provides culturally authentic Indigenous experiences to visitors along with marketing support to Indigenous operators. Works tirelessly to unite Indigenous tourism providers, grow market reach, and bring meaningful employment opportunities to the region. Kevin is a mentor and visionary who works closely with his community to ensure sustainable and organic growth within the Indigenous tourism industry. Those are wonderful words that come out of his bio, but I think you learn more about Kevin from the fact that he asked for the standing ovation for the 3 young people on our panel earlier. I had a chance to see him in action at a conference in Cochrane, and I've been impressed, and so I'm happy to see him join us here today. Next to him is Trevor Walker, as President and CEO of Frontier Lithium. Hopefully one of those companies is going to take advantage of some of those changes that Peter just told us about. Trevor joined Frontier Lithium in 2010 and since then has played a key strategic role in focusing the company on its lithium deposit in northwestern Ontario, PAC Lithium Deposit. Prior to joining the company, Trevor was Vice President of the Consbec Group of Companies, where he accumulated 10 years of experience in mining and construction industry. During his tenure at Consbec, he worked closely with companies such as Goldcorp, Rio Tinto, West Dome, Barrick, Noranda, Agrium, and Unimin, as well as other major companies. He's got an Honours BA from the University of Western Ontario and an MBA from Webster University, Geneva, Switzerland. He's laughing, so I think I got something wrong in that sentence too. But anyway, Christine, of course, holds a Master of Forest Conservation from the University of Toronto's Faculty of Forestry, has held policy positions in the Office of the Ontario Minister of Natural Resources and the Ontario Forest Industry Association since 2015. She's worked as the Director of Public Affairs with Ecom Timber Corp and is a recipient of the Prince of Wales Award for Sustainable Forestry and the Ontario Professional Foresters Association Furneaux Awards. Am I allowed to ask how long that's been in your bio? Okay. The reason I ask is because every time I look at my bio, I'm like, my God, is that still in there? But anyway, at this point, I'm going to turn the podium over to these esteemed folks who are going to share with you perspectives on industry opportunities leading into the future for Ontario's northern regions. I guess, Kevin, you're first.
Ani Bojo, Gigado Nene Dijnikaz, Nadoda Singh Donjaba, Ginoje Dodem. So, with that, I'm really glad to see Chief Sears. He's actually a legend in the area. He doesn't know me very well personally, but he's been in the political world for quite some time. And I'm really glad to be in his territory because every time I come here, I learn something new or I get reminded of something. And I'm glad he got a chance to speak today. Thanks to the elder, Miigwech. As usual, wise words from our elders. We have to listen to the older ones. I'm not on youth councils anymore, so I can say that, and maybe someone will start to listen to me, although our youth council was phenomenal, I must say that. The future's looking pretty good. With that being said, just wanted to share something about MPI. I think MPI is doing a fantastic job here of including Indigenous content and Indigenous people in a meaningful way in everything that they're doing. And just to share that with you, and when you talk about this presentation that I'm going to get into here, and as I wrap up, one of the things the messages that I give, very much along the lines of what you've heard today, we want to be good neighbors with everybody, and we got to understand each other if we really want to prosper together and move forward in a meaningful way. So before we came up, actually this was given me, for those of you who can't see, it's a tobacco pouch, and it was there to ask me to do this. And that's a part of my culture. So somebody took the time to learn about who I am as an individual, to approach me in a good way to share my knowledge. And my knowledge, as far, and in this case, I may not be viewed as a leader in ceremony per se, but the way I've been brought up within my culture is it's our responsibility to share if we carry knowledge and somebody approaches you in a good way and needs that information. And that's what's happening here today. So I'm going to get into that information now. And we're going to, I'm going to highlight a few things that I picked up. I really try to come into these meetings early so I can catch the whole day and catch the vibe of the whole event. And I just wanted to point out, I didn't put my hand up as a Boomerang resident, only because I'm not quite sure if I'm a Boomerang resident, especially not to Sault Ste. Marie, because I've never lived here. But I have lived on Manitoulin Island, moved to Chapleau for forestry work, went to school in Lakehead up in Thunder Bay, went to school in North Bay at Canadore, moved down to Toronto, and then in a roundabout way boomeranged back to Manitoulin. So I don't know if I'm a boomerang or if somebody's just throwing me around like a rock. So I'm not quite sure. One thing I did want to point out, I talked a little bit earlier that we doubled our Indigenous participation in the NPI event that I was at last time to this time, which is fantastic. I did pick up a rough stat from the last event I was at, and I'm not sure if everyone knows this, but about a third of the population and NPI staff, please correct me if I'm wrong, but about a third of the population in Northern Ontario is actually Indigenous. And with 8 people at an event like this, we need to raise that up, and we need to do it collectively. It's not just the Indigenous people's responsibility to come. We have to reach out to each other and invite people in, because we need to all be a part of this together. There should be roughly about a third of the group here as Indigenous people. Just moving on here. The other thing I wanted to point out, I'm going to tell you who we are and what we do and why we do it. So I've been doing Indigenous tourism for quite some time, sometimes doing it by myself. And actually at this very point in time, although I've got some new resources to grow Indigenous tourism in Ontario, I'm still doing it by myself, actually right now today in Ontario here as a collective. So, one staff dedicated to French immigration, Francophone immigration. I can relate. We've got one staff working on Indigenous tourism in all of Ontario, and we're by far, as you'll see shortly, the largest Indigenous tourism economy in Canada, if not the world. So I brought these out. There's some pictures here, and I want to point some of them out. So there's a couple of things here, and it's why we do what we do. So you heard my story about being a rock or maybe a boomerang. I'll call myself a boomerang, just it sounds a bit better. But you'll see some people in here, and it's about telling our story on our terms. And it's really, really important. Although we listen to market demands, and in some regions of the world, particularly France is one of those countries, 2 out of 3 international visitors from France want to experience an Indigenous tourism activity and experience. And we need to be aware of that. We need to meet the market demands. However, we need to tell our stories on our terms. And one of the pictures you'll see there is a fellow sitting in a boat. He's from Aquamakong Tourism, and there's some Aquamakong individuals here today. He does a very good job of telling his story from his community on his terms within his community. Aquamakong is very progressive. That's actually their tagline, proud and progressive, right? And just so you know, my father's from Aquamakong, my stepfather's from Chiging First Nation, my mother's from Ondekondekoning First Nation, and I just say I'm from everywhere around Manitoulin. I'm from the Nodising, that's why I said Spirit Island, this is Manitoulin Island. Some other pictures in there we've been taking very seriously in the industry because markets are demanding it. So you see there's a picture of me speaking. I'm at a podium. That's at World Tourism Day down in Toronto. That was last fall. Down at the bottom is one of the reasons I stay on Manitoulin Island. And I know we talked about our challenges earlier about keeping people in the north leaving, coming back. I'm one of those people who have come back to the north. And that's actually a picture on Little Current, about 2 minutes from my home. It's a community space. That's my daughter doing some yoga down there. It's one of the reasons we stay on the Great Lakes. It's truly spiritual, and it's really one of these amazing places. Believe it or not, I used to be pretty athletic. I actually used to be I would say a pretty decent grass dancer. So that's a picture of me in my grass dancer regalia. So I do have connections to it. I've actually stopped dancing. Only because I've got a medical issue with my left side, where this left side is a little bit delayed. I'm not the all-star hockey player I used to be, at least in my head. I still challenge to skate. And then that last picture, that black and white one, I just want to point that out to you because this is a big reason why we do what we do. And I'm just going to give you guys about 3 seconds in popcorn-style fashion, yell out the answer to this question. What's missing from that picture, the black and white one? Kids. A little bit unfair advantage. She's from Wikwemikong. Thanks, Colleen. That picture is taken in Wikwemikong. Down by, you can see the Wikwemikong Church in the background there. And kids are missing from that because this picture is taken right after they were taken away to go to residential school, and you'll see just adults in there. So one of the reasons, my own personal story, we had to move away from our home community of, at the time it was Chiging, between Chiging, Onikaminikoning, with my stepfather and my mother, and we moved up to Chapleau. And when I got the opportunity to go back to Manitoulin, I really enjoyed doing the work because I was able to create opportunity for others so they didn't have to leave their home, not as moving as, say, the residential school, you know, that we have to deal with, the things that go along with that, but it's still traumatizing in its own way. We had to sacrifice a lot to simply enough provide for ourselves, and we moved around Northern Ontario to make that happen. So I want to touch on some things. I'm going to zip through some of these things pretty quick because I think we know them, and I'll just share some stories. One of the ones I want to put out here is on the second one. There's a big cliche we use in our industry, rising tides raise all boats. It's a pretty common cliche we use for a lot of different things. What I tell people nationally, because there aren't a lot of organizations like Indigenous Tourism Ontario across the country. There's actually only 4 that are established right now out of the 13 provinces and territories. So what I tell people in the tourism industry is this: if you want to raise the tides, that's great, but guess what? Indigenous people are going to drown because in a lot of cases we don't have the boats or the vehicles to participate in the economy in the way that we should. And we need to build those things first before we can get involved. And that's so important, especially in our tourism industry. We tell them, listen, we don't have a voice, we don't have that vehicle for a voice, but we're marketing activities and spending all these dollars in different places, but we're getting ahead of ourselves in a lot of cases. What's going on here? Thomas, I think there's something wrong with the PowerPoint. So I just want to point out some things here. Here's the leaders nationally in terms of our industry, in terms of the key performance indicators that we utilize to gauge ourselves. So these are set out by the Indigenous Tourism Association of Canada. That's a board of directors, and it's an organization that's nationwide. Ontario was very key in getting that established. I was involved in that. I'm actually the last remaining founding board member on that board. I'm their vice chair at this point, but I'm looking to move on because I'm not on the youth councils anymore. I've got to pass that torch on. So some of the leaders in this is Indigenous Tourism British Columbia, for example. To operate annually, they get just over $2 million to operate annually on a provincial scale to help their industry grow. Indigenous Tourism Ontario, by far, we have the most number of Indigenous tourism businesses in Canada, like by far. And I'm going to show you a scorecard here in a second that's going to demonstrate that. Quebec Aboriginal Tourism, over 300 members. So Quebec, BC, and Ontario, no surprise, leading the industry in Canada. It's pretty common for a lot of industries, right? Now, where does Ontario stand and where does Northern Ontario stand? So out of the support element, that alone, we are 10th out of 13th. So there's other provinces that are getting much more support than we are in Ontario. This is the national issue. And then, of course, it trickles down to the Northern Ontario, Southern Ontario split, okay? Ontario is first with the largest number of businesses, again, by far. About 50% of those are in Northern Ontario, give or take, okay? And then the potential increase to the GDP, just for Northern Ontario, if we were to implement our strategy correctly, and a part of it is cut off, Thomas is right, there's some things wrong with the PowerPoint when we sent it, I can totally relate. But our potential here to grow the GDP in Northern Ontario is about $200 million. And you know, if we engage and implement the strategy the way we see fit. So this is the one thing that I wanted to show you. You take a quick look at this. Just look at how large Ontario is compared to the rest of the provinces. And this is specific to Indigenous tourism, the Indigenous tourism industry. We dwarf everybody. We dwarf everybody, yet we're, you know, getting the support of, you know, a number 10 province. It really doesn't make any sense. And the main job I seem to have been doing the last 18 months was trying to close that disparity gap between us and many, many others. So you can see that we're larger than all of the Maritimes, we're larger than all of the The territories combined, we're larger than all of the western provinces, less BC combined. We're huge, yet we're not adequately engaged in the industry, and there's a lot of tokenism that still goes on, and we need to correct that collectively. So being mindful of time, I'm going to move on here a little bit. I'm just going to get 3 things up here. So we want to tell our story on our terms, and then there's another picture of that fellow Luke that's there. And here's some key points and I mentioned it earlier, international markets are demanding Indigenous tourism product. And that's true for Ontario as well. So I mentioned France, Germany, 1 in 3 visitors want to experience Indigenous tourism experiences. Indigenous tourism experiences cannot meet the demand right now. There's a huge opportunity here, and what I want to point out is it's not just about Indigenous people benefiting from Indigenous tourism. And at our table, we talked about it a little bit, but we really didn't get into it because we didn't have the time, and numbers were just flying. Like, we were on question 3, we were still talking about question 1. So with that being said, you know, the Indigenous tourism industry, it really does buy into that concept of raising the tide for all boats. Like, we can't do it alone. We can't grow Indigenous tourism alone. We need to partner with other groups, hotels, restaurants, transportation services, so on and so forth. And we have to do it on our terms, obviously. I've said that many, many times. But the other key thing about all of this is we are not just cultural tourism. We often get pigeonholed that we're the guys who are going to stand there in our regalia, greet people, dance, and then walk away, and that's it. We have a story to tell, and we need to tell that story on our terms. And if that story is different than what the markets are demanding, the markets need to start to get educated on what we are about as human beings and as people. And that's a big part of what we're trying to do. And there's some things that are, one of the new sort of niche sectors within our industry that's growing is food tourism. And that's going to be a huge one that's going to tell our story on our terms in a much more modern way. So, to leave you with a couple of things, I've got 3 slides for my panelists. I know they got their time, they got to go through too. I say this everywhere I go. If you want to help contribute to growing Indigenous tourism, you want to be involved in Indigenous tourism, you don't have to necessarily be Indigenous, you can be a supporter. But to start, you simply enough need to be a good neighbor. And I think the youth panel today, they talked about a few of these things. You need to understand where other people are coming from, whether they're Indigenous, Francophone, Anglophone, whomever, if you're going to want to have to work together. And I know at our table earlier on we talked about those old alliances and collaborations. Those need to be revitalized in whatever way it is. I totally understand they're much more complex these days. I haven't put in the political time that Chief Sayers has, but I have done some time on my chief and council back home in Chiging, and I did 3 terms there, and that was enough for me at the time. But the bottom line is, we got to reach out to each other. We got to work with each other. And if you don't have Indigenous friends, there's at least, I think I counted 8, if not more, Indigenous people in this room. You now have 8 new Indigenous friends, as far as I'm concerned. You have at least 1 right here. And I'm a cheap friend. You don't have to call me or anything. Just say hi once in a while. Even a wave is good enough. The key thing when you're going out and trying to develop things, though, is make sure you're genuine. And I think we talked about it, so I'm not going to reiterate it, but you got to be true to yourself, and you got to go out there, and you got to get with people, get connected to people, talk to people, partner with people. And the main message I want to leave with you guys, I'm not going to do the shameless plugs to join ITO and ITech, but I just did, is you want to ask Indigenous people who you already know to introduce you to somebody else. If you don't know Chief Sayers, go and introduce yourself. Okay? He's one of our leaders, not just here in his community, but around the province. And I was, joking and teasing a little bit that he's a legend. He really is. Like, he's a well-known chief. And we have him here in our backyard. And I'm not just pumping his tires, but it's the reality of the situation. Charles has a reputation as well, and, we pump that up as well. But the point is, reach out and talk to people. Now, the last thing I want to talk about on these slides is simply enough, if you're going to say you're going to help, and you want to engage Indigenous people, simply enough, do it. Don't say you're going to help and then we never hear from you until you need us to introduce you to somebody else for a project you're working on for your benefit. Okay? It's not going to work that way. We can work together to grow the industry and the economy collectively so we all benefit. But we have to start our conversations. Don't just come and see Indigenous people when you need permission to get access to natural resources, or you have a project that you want to support. Don't come to us with a plan. Come to us before the plan is established and say, hey, let's get to know each other and maybe we can work on something down the road. And those plans will come and they'll be much more meaningful, and they're going to work out in your benefit, their benefit, and the benefit of the communal good. And with that being said, we want to, when we look at this and we work together, let's think of this as we're working on things to grow Northern Ontario. We want to develop policies that are going to grow Northern Ontario. We're not just working on Indigenous policies or Francophone policies or Anglophone policies. We got to change our thinking because we've got to evolve. We're human beings. That's in our DNA to do that. So with that, I'll say miigwech, and I'll pass the mic off to one of my friends here. Miigwech.
Good afternoon, everyone. First off, just want to say thank you for this opportunity to take some of your time to tell you basically my story and the story of Frontier Lithium. I don't have a lot of time. We're going to hit it at a very high level, but given today, I know everyone in this room can read between the lines. I'll tell you, I'm born and raised in the valley, and not in Ottawa. It's the small valley just north of Sudbury. I very fortunate to grow up in a very entrepreneurial family. Worked in a family business. Firstly in the Sudbury Basin and all across the country. I've been so fortunate to been able to travel and get educated at home and abroad, and I'm really happy that over the years I've come back to live in the valley and work hard for myself, my family, my community, my northern province, my province. And I'll tell you, listening to everyone speak today, as an entrepreneur, my mind, my heart, my soul's been twisted. My blood pressure's gone up and down about 15 times today. And my job as a leader in a small company is really first and foremost to listen. And one thing that I'm really good at is combining different ideas and thoughts together to try and find the right path. What I can say is, in our culture, in our business, no matter what we do, it is really about us and our community, us together as Northerners. And that is ingrained in our DNA. So I'll explain a little bit, and I'll try and come back full circle with this presentation today. Frontier Lithium, firstly, Frontier Lithium is a public company traded on the TSX Venture. So we are regulated, and I first and foremost wanted to tell you that my job is to think about the future and talk about the future, try to predict the future, and make decisions based on that. So as a publicly traded company, be forewarned of my forward-looking statements. Quick outline, I want to briefly go through a few slides just to kind of change gears, just get everyone's mind in the right place, and then dive into the details of specifically what we're doing. Basic outline, start at Industrial Revolution, basically, seeking using a source of energy to begin the movement in a more efficient manner of people, goods, etc., bleeding into, quickly the transportation revolution of taking it from more of a public into more private, into the individual and those freedoms and the impact that's had on society and GDP. And, out of the previous presentation, I think I'll be under line number 11 on, what are we doing and what can we do as a result of change? Because in change, and in movement, there's opportunity. And that's one thing that I personally think of 24/7. We have a huge opportunity for Northern Ontario. Massive, massive opportunity. It's referred to on this slide deck here as a revolution. I think of it more of an evolution. Things take time, and we're getting prepared for that. And I'll shed some of the strategies and principles and belief system help guiding us as we try to prepare for positioning our communities of the North to participate in this opportunity on energy storage and applying that technology to, again, a new way of movement of people and goods in obviously a much greener fashion for the world. And that is the beauty in this transition and change. Okay. Oh, we got some pop-ups here. So basic coal, we've discussed here previously about China and the burning of coal, a source of energy. First applied obviously to the locomotive that was had two inputs, had a massive output on GDP for the world. And the whole point here is let's talk about these transition moments, and that's where the opportunities lie. We have to be prepared, and we have to move and be diligent and smart about it. Transition, into the Rockefeller days, and first with kerosene and into oil, and basically the building of distribution and supply chains. Of course, then to support firstly the Model T in a big way. The distribution, the energy source was there, organized, deployed. Then manufacturing could take advantage of that. Obviously, massive change for the world, and all lead to basically the human potential of doing more and increased growth for the world. We have been addressed here earlier on the change towards a cleaner energy source, and we've heard about, from a pure economic standpoint, the advantage that wind has, in particular, when located properly with at least 7 meters per second, of the benefits of that. And that's very real, and everyone is feeling that change happen. It's taking time, and I think that's appropriate. This change does not happen overnight. Technology is changing, etc. This, of course, is now leading into energy storage and electric vehicles, the whole point of why I'm here. This is a massive business, a massive opportunity, and it's happening. We think at Frontier, this is one of the best things we can do in reference to previous presentation to clean up the world and hit reset on making sure that our kids, our grandkids, have a better future. And that's really what's all this about. A little bit on the history, Panasonic, Sony, with regards to energy storage and lithium-ion cells. in the 90s developed the first small lithium-ion batteries. That, of course, firstly went into portable electronics. Small batteries, that's a great place to start. Small batteries started with obviously the advent of Apple's movements into computers that can last for days now on a charge. And we've gone through this transition with technology, and remember, behind it, the technology behind the battery is getting better and better. The world is learning. Now, what is the next step for this? During this change is obviously as the technology has improved, the capacities have increased, the energy densities have increased, the amount of cycle opportunities with these batteries have also increased, and now we've come to a place where, from a pure economic perspective, it makes sense to put it into a vehicle. And although we haven't seen a lot of EVs in Northern Ontario, that's a very quickly growing market. Firstly, the catalysts being driven out of China, and basically all arrows in the world of lithium-ion batteries point to China right now. And as per previous presentation, the main driver for that was, and I remember watching the Beijing Olympics as a kid, and I always remembered the commentators talking about how the plants were shut down for the Olympics just to clean up the city during that celebration. That was the beginning of the Chinese realizing and investing heavily into lithium-ion technology and basically trying to clean up the cities. That was the easiest way to get things started, and China remains to be heavily subsidized, and they're working very diligently, very hard at not only increasing their own market, but trying to control lithium-ion around the world. That's really what they're up to. Okay, I really got to get to the point here. An example, what's happening? We were a little bit insulated in the north. By 2025, there'll be about 300 different models of EVs. The market is growing very quickly. What's behind it is we're coming very close to that point. So I've talked about China with subsidization, so stimulated growth. The EU is following a very similar practice with regards to even penalties on CO2 emissions. Dieselgate was really important because that's where governments said, hey, that's not right. And Volkswagen has paid a massive penalty. Volkswagen is a leading company behind next generation electric vehicles. So change is happening right now. So some of the corporations, the key is to support corporations. We have good entrepreneurial people with the right culture involved. Volkswagen got slapped on the wrist, and they're really making an effort in investing and making change. They should be rewarded for that. So us as individuals have decisions to make, and that's the beauty in this transition, to support those that we believe are making the right decisions for the good of the world and for down to individuals. North America is a different place, and North America's key driver is cost. So we feel that very soon, based on the technology, a lot of smart analysts think that 2022 to 2025 will see price parity between internal combustion engines and electric vehicles. It's at that point that consumers making decisions will start to buy and consider electric vehicles. The growth in front of North America is big, and we're not just talking about the cost of ownership of, yes, it only costs me $5 a week to charge that vehicle. We're talking about costs up front, cash outlay to make purchases for a tool that can work for you, whether you're driving 20 kilometers a day or 200 kilometers a day. The technology is there, and the costs, because the scaling is happening around the world, the costs are coming in line with price parity with internal combustion. So that's what we see happening. So let's talk a little bit about what we're doing here in Northern Ontario. Before I get to that, as a result of that, I made mention of all arrows pointing to China. One important thing that's happening in the space for resources and the critical materials required to build electric vehicles is a trend from globalization to nationalization and thinking about supply chains in a more regional, local context. It's happening right now. Washington is working on their Critical Minerals Act. Canada is following suit with that. We are seeing recent transactions with some large corporations, such as Apple investing $250 million last week into Corning to bring manufacturing of Gorilla Glass and the best glass in the world back into North America. These things are happening right now. And at the end of the day, this is what consumers want, and it's also what the world needs. Does it make a lot of sense to take lithium from Chile, send it to China, process it there, take that active material, send it to Japan or South Korea, go back, get turned into a car, get shipped all the way over into North America? That's insanity, and we got to get this fixed. And this is our opportunity during transition to get this fixed. So, the trend is there to look locally, work locally, and that is in our DNA at Frontier Lithium, and what we're spending a lot of our time trying to make sure that we're aligned with that because we're Northerners. I grew up for generations listening to, back to that slide earlier today of, dig it and ship it. This is our opportunity. So up there is a map, and obviously it shows the Great Lakes region. We have a huge opportunity. We have a huge market, in the Great Lakes region, specifically in the U.S. Michigan and Ontario are, from an auto, original equipment manufacturer, OEM perspective, they are the manufacturing hubs for vehicles. We've got to keep that. Ontario in particular, in the last 10 years, 20% reduction in manufacturing in Ontario, lost down to the Carolinas and to Mexico. So I can tell you with confidence that our leaders in the current provincial government are really concerned. And we in particular are working close with our leaders right now on how do we change that? How do we take advantage of this shift in the market? Number one, you got to work with what you got, and that's a great starting point. What do we have? One of the things we have in the north is high quality resources. So not only are we close to the market, but we have great resources. Our vision is to work closely. So let's hit pause for a second. So what is a battery? A battery is lithium, nickel, cobalt. Those are the big value drivers behind a battery. We know all of those names very well in Northern Ontario. Those elements are, we have the highest quality nickel, cobalt, and what we're working on at Frontier is the highest quality lithium resource in North America. We, by size, would have the second largest in North America, but it's a high quality asset. So our job is, how do we use that? So we're working very close and having a lot of conversations with the nickel side and cobalt side of the business with the provincial government on, how can we, rather than just mine it and ship it, how can we get that added value for the North? And what we're working on is to obviously take a phased approach. We're not in a rush. Things got to be done right. This is going to take time. But what we have done is constructed our company to make sure that our company's decision makers are Northerners. And I can tell you all, we've pushed 2 multinational groups away, 4 Chinese groups away. We are entrepreneurs and our heart is in the North. So we have to work together to try and do this during this opportunity. So that's a little bit about, Frontier, our strategy, what we're doing. And what it is about is making sure that we can develop resources for the benefit of all of us together and capture the downstream manufacturing. Because if we can do that, we need to leverage what we have. And what we have is high quality resources. That's a good starting point. What we don't have is the capacity to build those midstream manufacturing, from the chemicals to the active materials that you need on a battery for both the electrodes, the anode and the cathode, and then into the cell production, and then down. That will come. The benefit we have is we have resources in the North and the OEMs, auto manufacturers in the South. So if we work together, but we start and support the top, now we have leverage over everything in the middle. And that's one of the things and strategies that we're up to and working very close with everyone in the North, including our current leaders in the province. They do care, and they're very concerned. So that, in essence, is a little bit about Frontier, and what we're trying to do is spearhead the ecosystem so that we can go everything from mine to manufacturing in Ontario. And that's what we're working on. And the advantage we have is being in the Great Lakes region. Plentiful with great people, resilient people, diverse people, problem solvers, resources, and access to market. What a huge opportunity for us Northerners. And that's what Frontier is working on. It's going to take time, but because the market's there, because we take a phased approach, we will never get controlled by the large corporations. We have to survive and move forward. Our goal is to preserve growth of output where we could take the OEMs from the South and work backwards and build the capacity creeping back into the North, because that's the leverage we have. And we can do it. It might take us 2 generations, but we think there's a very good run and opportunity behind what's happening with EVs and transportation. Thank you.
Thank you. My colleagues have done a good job of keeping their number of slides short. I'm starting to understand why the team at MPI was concerned when I sent them a 25-slide deck. So I have my timer up here to keep me on track, and we're going to go through all 24 together. So actually, for a forestry company, I'm here to talk to you about Toronto. So let's get started. I shared with you Ecom is a lumber producer. Now you've got a map. You can see where our operations are, 9 manufacturing facilities, but the big footprint is in Ontario with the 6 assets. We've grown a lot in the last couple of years, and some noteworthy investments include the rebuild of the Timmins Mill, the restart of the Ear Falls Sawmill after 5-year closure, and in 2017 we made an acquisition of the engineered wood mill here in Sault Ste. Marie. So adding the engineered wood product, the I-joist, to our product offering has been very good to diversify in that respect. Ecom is part of a large and diverse forest product sector with all kinds of operations across the province, and our sector has opportunities. We're strategically located next to the world's largest economy, the US, and we're also well located to Canada's largest market, which is the Greater Toronto Area. So we've got lots of opportunities, lots of challenges, share challenges with other sectors, labor, transportation, obviously markets. In 2018 we had record pricing, but in 2019 the market situation is different, and of course the softwood lumber trade war. I'm not going to dwell on here, but just a quick slide. We've been paying a duty since April of 2017, and this is the 5th time that Canada and the US will argue over softwood lumber. Canada is fighting back, but it's a long litigation process, and with federal election and American election, we'll continue this process for the next couple of years, and we will be subject to a 20% duty until a resolution is achieved. And so let's talk about those markets. Here is a picture of Ecom's market. About 60% of our products goes to the US, and then 40% stays in Canada. And this is really true of Ontario's forest products sector. 95% of Ontario's forest products exports go to the US, and so for Ecom, that's our export market. I'm not going to dwell too much on the American market. 1.28 million housing starts in 2018. Nobody builds with softwood lumber the way that North Americans do. It's not a market we can ignore, so even with the duty, we continue to push most of our products to the US. But actually, the rest of my presentation is going to focus on the Canadian market, and as you can see, much of our Canadian product goes to the GTA. So you will actually see our green lumber wrap on all kinds of trucks and rail in Northern Ontario, and if you're driving to Toronto on Highway 11 and Highway 400, you will see our product making its way to Toronto. And before we get into this, this is not anything that's shocking to you, and we've talked about this a lot so far today. We've got an interesting context in Ontario. It's the most populated province, but everybody lives in Toronto. Someone else already mentioned the 780,000 people that live in Northern Ontario, and it is shrinking. I don't want to date myself, but when I was a student, we were still at 1 million. We've got a very diverse and large Aboriginal population with the 133 First Nation, which is a big difference from the number of First Nation we have in Quebec. We're talking about 11 First Nation community versus the 133. So an interesting context in Ontario. Much of the province is Crown land, and we have many resource-dependent northern communities. So what have been the opportunities to use wood in our Toronto area? It's actually been a lot of changes recently. Lumber has typically been restricted to single-family houses. We frame our houses with 2x4s, whereas the city skylines have usually been dominated by steel and concrete. But the world is changing, and in 2015, Ontario welcomed or unveiled a new building code which allow us to build higher with wood. We went from 4-story wood to 6-story wood. So that was an exciting step. We've seen some more recent investments in Ontario in mass timber construction, looking at innovation and development of new products that would help inform continued upgrades to the building code. And just a few months ago, Ontario announced an investment in the first ever cross-laminated timber facility in Ontario, so a mass timber facility in St. Thomas. And actually, we're going to take a moment now, and I'm going to talk to you about mass timber. How many of you have heard of these terms? Mass timber, cross-laminated systems. Okay, so okay. Well, for those of you who haven't heard, Ecom produces lumber. So we're talking about 2x4s that you're either using to frame your single-family homes or studs that you'd use in renovation. Mass timber products are these cool engineered wood products of the future. Engineered wood where you're taking lumber and you're gluing them together perpendicular or parallel to form these panels, beams, columns. These are the kinds of products that we're using into wooden skyscrapers. You heard me, wooden skyscrapers. Just to show you what it looks like a little bit more. So I actually had a lot of fun with this slide. These are all headlines from 2019. The world is changing, and traditionally, what has limited wood from entering into these other markets have been the regulation. You're not going to use a 2x4 into these tall wood structures, but following extensive research in Canada and around the world, the data shows that these mass timber systems are just as structurally strong and safe as the alternative, steel and concrete. And so the building industry is getting very excited about the potential to use these kinds of products. They can be more affordable, and they're also green. I don't need to go into too many details. I think we've had some conversations about the importance of carbon, but you may not know this. 50% of the dry weight of wood is carbon, and when you are capturing that carbon in a tree before it burns or it decays, that product is stored in the life of the product, and then when you replace those trees by growing new trees, you're having a positive impact on the carbon cycle. So timber is making a comeback, and it's coming to Toronto. But before we talk about what's going on in Toronto, I wanted to share a little bit about what's been going on in other jurisdictions. I shared with you that Ontario unveiled a building code that allowed 6-story wood back in 2015. BC actually did this back in 2009. So Ontario is catching up, and this is important because the GTA is the largest housing market in the country. So let me introduce you to Brock Commons in Vancouver. This is Canada's tallest wood building at 18 stories. It is a 404 student residence, and I've got some lovely photos from the inside so you can get a sense of how beautiful building with wood can be, the warmth and the humanity that comes from being surrounded by this material. So tall wood is coming to Toronto. Back in May of this year, NRCan announced an investment in the Arbor, and I should have mentioned, Brock Commons was also an NRCan tall wood demonstration project, and those are the kinds of projects that help inform the updates to the codes. So the Arbor is going to be a 10-story wood building right at Toronto waterfront for residents, and they're even going to have a childcare facility in the building to meet the demands of the local growing neighborhood. And during construction, and once completed, this is going to be a living laboratory for students and researchers on these climate-friendly buildings. Another photo to show you what it'll look like by the waterfront. And there's more. University of Toronto is also excited about their plans for a 14-story building, and this one we're talking about is at Bloor Street. There's other projects, you may have heard of Sidewalk Labs, and there we're not talking about a tall wood building, we're talking about mass timber districts going up to 35-story wood. So this is getting really exciting. The plans for this U of T building were submitted to the City of Toronto in April of this year, so stay tuned for more. And so what's next? So as I've mentioned, Brock Commons being a demonstration project, these are the kinds of things that have fed into building code reviews. So we expect the next iteration of the National Building Code to be released in December of 2020, and it will open up the door for 12-story wood. Once the building code is issued, jurisdictions and provinces can incorporate those into their own building codes. So it's very exciting to think about going from 6-story wood to 12-story wood, and what that might do for our cities. Brock Commons is a really great example because it was designed by a Canadian architecture firm using Canadian wood in a Canadian city. So that's where we're heading with some of this. Again, just to show you some photos, it's not just about the buildings themselves, but the structures that you see on the street, wood in our restaurants, in our homes, as well as in our infrastructure like bridge. When people start to see wood, when they want to live in wood, when they want to heal in wood, when they want to play in wood, when they want to learn in wood, then we're going to start to have a bit of a connection between the urban dwellers and where the wood is coming from the northern forest. On August 15th, I was fortunate enough to take a rock star group of architects, engineers, we had folks from Ellis Don, folks from the Carpenters Union, up to Timmins so that they could see firsthand how forests are managed, and they could visit the sawmills to get a sense of the supply chain. And we even had one of the principal from Marima and Tashima Architects, and they're the firms that were involved in the Arbor. And I can tell you that it's interesting when foresters come together with this building industry, because these are engineers and architects who discovered wood and the versatility and the advantages of building with wood. They don't come from the northern forest, so they fell in love with using wood before they really understood where it came from. And they're very interested in making sure that the wood comes from a sustainably managed forest, and that they're contributing to prosperity in northern communities when they're making those choices. We're getting a lot of interest and a lot of demands. In November, we'll be at the Toronto Society of Architecture, and we're just getting started because there's a lot of momentum around this. And so I'm really convinced the future is going to be built with wood, and just want to make sure that it's Canadian wood. That's it, 24 slides. Thank you.
Okay, everybody knows the routine, right? Anybody have a question, they put up their hand and Anthony will bring you the microphone.
Hi, Sean Halliday, Sault Ste. Marie Local Immigration Partnership. Christy, my question was for you with the housing. That's really fascinating. I was wondering what engagement, if any, had been done with the municipalities in terms of their interest in the north for building more affordable housing for their ageing populations or ballooning international student populations, for example.
Can you guys hear me? I don't need the mic. Housing is such an important issue that it's a federal election issue, and we're seeing planners in areas like the GTA look to build up, moving away from single-family homes. So there's a huge advantage here, particularly if wood is more affordable and has all of these other benefits. When it comes to northern communities, we're really seeing them champion it. We have a beautiful cross-laminated timber library in the city of Timmins, and the Sudbury has the MacEwan School of Architecture, which is also promoting the use of wood. And so that has been great engagement. And when we went up to Timmins for the architecture tour, we had invited Danny Whalen, who is the president of the Federation of Ontario Municipalities. And so he was also able to engage and participate with the architects and the engineers. They don't just want to hear from foresters, but they want to hear from community leaders. So it's really been a positive engagement, and look forward to continued discussions.
Any other questions?
I'll stay away from the greenest industry in the world, the forest industry. And the lithium, though, you talked about Trevor. You have the second largest deposit of lithium in North America. I'm wondering, where is the largest deposit? And I know mining takes some time. How long is it going to take you to develop that? Are you going to be able to meet the demand that's needed before some of the other lithium deposits around the world are meeting that demand?
Great question. There's actually a couple in Quebec of some larger size than the deposit on our project here in northwestern Ontario. Lithium, the Chinese market really accelerated, and the Australians in particular moved very quickly to develop resources to feed Chinese chemical plants. And as well, in particular, there's been two in Quebec that tried to move very quickly on getting into production recently. And it's really been difficult for them. Typical industry, the OEMs or the manufacturers think that you can just turn on the taps and get supply. That's never the case. So we know that as Northerners. Resource development takes time, and So we've seen the Australians struggle, we've seen struggle in Quebec, and a lot of wasted capital and resources. We at Frontier Lithium, it's kind of like driving behind the transport down the highway. Never like to be right behind the transport. Like to be a couple vehicles back. And the reality is our high quality resources here, they're not going to disappear overnight. So being patient, doing things the right way is of utmost importance for us. Absolutely, I don't think we're going to be the first to market, but we hope to be second or third to market. Our opinion, so where we're at right now is in the initial permitting stage to start a demonstration concentrator, a very small plant up at the project. We're working on that now. Our expectations, our hope is 2021 to build and get that started. So, you know, we've made sure that, again, decision makers of the North, and we're taking our time to make sure things are done right on the entire spectrum, because one thing is of utmost importance, and that's quality. And that's what we have in the North. So let's make sure we do this right and don't have a false start. So we think we'll be in time to be the second or third behind that transport. The market's it's an evolution. It's not a revolution. We think 2025 is the time where we need to be ready. So.
Okay. There's a hand over there.
Just want to say great presentations. Thank you all three. Just a couple of comments on Christine's presentation, just to supplement. I think what immediately comes to mind with a lot of people is fire safety with wooden buildings. And there has been extensive and really excellent research carried out in that respect. And wooden buildings, engineered wood buildings, are very safe. And the codes and standards have been well informed by research from my organization, FP Innovations, and also in partnership with the National Research Council. I just wanted to put that in there. Yeah, and I know you had only so much time. It's just something I wanted to add. The other thing I think is this really incredible potential with wooden and engineered wood bridges, returning to that in Canada and across the world. It's already happening, and we're seeing some great, I don't know what you call them, pilot projects, but in some places it's been going on for a long time. And they have a better life cycle, better performance, and much more carbon friendly than other materials. So engineered wood bridges and wooden bridges have real potential to come back. So that's all I want to say.
I'm really very sorry. We're in a bit of a battle of materials, and I don't want to throw shade, but since we're very climate change friendly here, steel and concrete, 13% of the world's global carbon emissions. Like, you're a country at that level. So I'm sorry I had to do it. I resisted until the end.
So now I'm curious. How many bridges did you say are in the area of Kenora there, Dave? I've heard you give that speech several times. See, affordable low-carbon bridges. There you go for Kenora. That's your campaign for the next time you decide to run for mayor again. In any event, at this note, it's 2:40. We're going to take a 20-minute body break, give you a chance to get up, walk around, refresh your coffee. We're going to reconvene at 3 o'clock promptly. There will be a warning ticking down for 5 minutes. And join me in thanking the panel once more time for it. Hello, everybody. Here we go. So this is always the hardest break of the day, to try and get everybody's attention and organize you back into the room. So I'm going to have to recruit some volunteers. Can you nudge the folks that way, and you nudge the folks that way? And Anthony, can you trip whoever you're talking to? If that's JP, just smack him on the head and ask him to sit down. All right, Harley, it's time for you to find some friends again. So, Sean, as you wander over that way, can you nudge some folks to gently sit down? Marvelous. We're getting close. Is Sean still talking about Elizabeth May? I started the day picking on one lip coordinator. Don't think I can end the day by picking on another, because it's possible. All right, everyone. So, can I get to 3 questions on the slide there? Thank you. Is there a table that requires a note taker? So there's one right here, Stacy. There you go. So once again, this is your opportunity to have all of those ideas that are storming around your head, that's been generated by the thoughts and reaction to what you've heard, and spew it out amongst yourselves, and somebody there will type it down and record it, and we'll put it into a structure. So you've got the 3 questions in front of you. It'll be the same sort of exercise. We'll switch from one to the other about 10, 12 minutes in. Hopefully we'll get through this relatively painlessly, but I was out in the hall and someone told me that her brain was doing backflips. So I'm hoping that's the same for all of you, and you've got lots of ideas to share. And on that note, remember that if you see a spot where you can move to another table, by all means do so, and we'll leave you to your discussions. So note takers, just keep an eye on the screen and away. Enjoy your discussions. Dwayne, smile. Just there you go. Thank you.
Charles!
There you go. All I need to do is sing into this and it suddenly starts to work. Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, would you like me to stand up, talk farther, closer to the mic? No, I'm not going to do that. Florence, you're a bad influence on me. In any event, sorry to interrupt what sounded like a very enthusiastic discussion. Glad to see it. As I told you, this is one of my favorite parts of the conference that we hold, so it's always physically painful for me to break in, but unfortunately we have to stay on time, get everybody home safe, etc., so we're coming to the closing part of the day. And I made the mistake of picking up the wrong pages. There's page 7. Yay, 345. So I want to thank you all again for joining us. Your interaction today, speakers and with the panelists and with each other, is absolutely critical for us in terms of focusing some of the key discussions going forward on the paths to prosperity for our Northern Ontario regions. Now, of course, it's the portion of the day where I have to thank everybody, including yourselves, but hopefully I won't forget anyone in the process. First, I want to thank very much the team that put the event together, Chrissy Rose, who kind of led the group, and then all of the various staff and volunteers. So if we could have a round of applause for those folks. Take a bow, Chrissy, because you didn't wave when I pointed at you. There you go. Thank you very much. I want to thank our speakers and panelists, of course, of taking of their time and sharing their thoughts with us. Hope you noticed that unlike me, many of them were under 30 and under 40. And never mind how much farther we have to go with that storyline. But again, I think that was one of the important takeaways for me, is that the future of the North is in really good hands. I don't have a problem having great expectations for where we're going to go from here, and I think sharing across those 7 generations that we've heard about several times today is going to be a huge boon going forward. I also want to thank our board of directors who are here, and many of the volunteers who generously committed to their time to make today and every day at NPI a success. So if the directors could all wave. And you get to wave next time, Kevin. I also want to make a note to thank our AV provider, More Than Common Productions. This is the 2nd year that we've worked with them, and as usual, they have done a great job and have been very patient with me as I messed around with the schedule all day long. So thank you very much for a great and flexible and professional job. A little applause for those folks. I also want to express appreciation for our sponsors, and I apologize, I'm going to look down so I don't miss anybody. So we've got our breakfast sponsor, Algoma University, the lunch sponsor, Sault Ste. Marie Innovation Center, Panel 1 sponsor, the Nuclear Waste Management Organization, Panel 2 sponsor, Ecom Timber, our media sponsor, Superior Media, and also our presenters and friends of NPI, the Nordic Institute, Future Sault Ste. Marie, Professions North, and Ivy Immigration and Employment Services. Couple of quick notes. In your package, there was a little card about this big, and it says save the date 2020. So just take that out of the thing right now and put it in your pocket or in your wallet. Don't leave it in the thing and toss it into file 13 on your way to your hotel room. So if you don't take anything else home, this is the card you need to take home, so that when you get back, you can type that into your phone while you're on the plane or otherwise, and we'll see you next year in Thunder Bay. At this point, I have the honor of inviting Elder Shirley Roach to close the day for us. You can do it from there or up here, whichever you would prefer or be most comfortable with. And while she's doing that, I will remember that I actually want to thank her for spending the entire day with us, and she opened the day well.
First of all, I want to thank Christine for inviting me to be her elder for this conference. And I say regrets for sitting me at this table, because I met some very nice people. And the things I heard today, I think, were very interesting. very, how'd you say, they're very intelligent people sitting in this room. But also some of the things I heard scare me because you're going too fast, you're jumping too far ahead. Always remember, here and here, what you're doing. Don't try and be smarter than this guy over here, what he did. That's what will get us in trouble. Like, I don't have anything to worry about that. I'm an old lady now. I don't got nothing to worry about. But our grandkids, our great-grandkids, and our great-great-grandkids, those are the ones that are going to be suffering from if we jump too far ahead with our ideas. We always remember that. Don't say, well, okay, well, they did this. Well, I can do just a little bit better. Guamzin, be careful. That's what they'll say, to you. Elders used to tell us, like when I was younger, Guamzin, you be careful, you watch what you're doing. You're kind of in a danger zone sort of thing, a little bit, I guess nothing wrong with what you're doing, but you're traveling too fast. And like I said to my crew here at the table, just take, for example, our environment, the problems, the trouble that we're in today. Because we think we're in trouble, because we think we're smarter than God. We can do better than Him. And when we think that way, we are asking for trouble. I'm the oldest one standing in this room. So I've experienced a lot more than any one of you sitting here. And that's why I say to you all, and I believe, and I know, and I listen to you, how intelligent you are. You are very, very intelligent people sitting here. Guamzin, you be careful. Think about what you're doing. Is this a good thing for me and my grandkids that I'm, because these are all young enough, I don't think these are grandparents yet. But anyways, you think ahead of where we're going, of where you're taking us. I don't have to worry about that, I said, And I'm just being honest. Guamzin, you be careful where you're stepping and where you're going. So with that, I say miigwech to all of you is allowing me to be here with you today. And I just want to say miigwech to Jamnado, my creator. Was our the big is just a queen English na cause Jamnado. Makwado dem. Get can see ben don't you ba? What you boy na shabe kwendo. I say miigwech for being here today with us, sending your spirits and your spirit helpers to be here. And I ask you, Shanado, that you guide these people in what they're doing. You help them and direct them into going in the right path. Guide them, hold their hands, and let them know that you're with them, guiding them. And remember what I said to you this morning. When I say you are intelligent people, like I mean that from my heart. You are very, very smart. But you take that trip that I spoke about to your heart. That's going to be the most difficult trip that you have, because you have to be in constant, of where you are right now. You bring your heart and your mind together, because we're so used to working from our brain. We're so conditioned to do that. That's how we all lived. And I didn't always do that either. Bring my heart, my brain to my heart, That's a hard trip, a very hard thing to do. And to be conscious of that, to be totally conscious of that. And when you do that, you won't make no mistake. The road and the path that you take is going to be good with that guidance. Because you got the right one guiding you. Whether it's you call that spirit God, whether I call that spirit creator, whether I call that spirit Gemino, it's still the same spirit. There's only one creator in this world. Remember that. And please try to, use your mind and your heart together. And if you do that, we'll do good. Now, miigwech. Just have a good evening. I'll see you tomorrow morning.
So I don't know which message to reinforce more. Be careful, which I think is an important message for any of us making policy, or I'll see you tomorrow morning, which thank you very much. We have a partners breakfast tomorrow morning. For those of you who have not yet purchased a ticket or have heard about the breakfast for the first time, yes, walk-ins are welcome. It starts tomorrow morning. Registration opens at 7. Is this somebody could nod at me to confirm that time? There you go. Chrissy's nodding. And the event is being held here. And of course, the ticket to our price is half of it is a taxable donation to NPI. But even if you can't make it tomorrow, thank you again for spending the day with us today, and safe travels home, and be careful.